myself to eat it. Told me that I started eating soccer, but not as much.
Maybe that's why I don't cramp up. I eat a lot of spicy food.
Yeah, that might be why, because they have these little things that the UFC gives us too called hot shots, where if you're cutting weight, you're supposed to drink it, and it's pretty much just cinnamon and like some other stuff. It works though.
Okay, I wonder what the mechanism is. That's interesting. Yeah, I love hot sauce. I have my own like kind of hot sauce, like senior, like a little line of 3 hot sauces. Prevent cramping. Okay, science is simple. If your neurons are too busy firing off to your mouth, they won't have time.
What? That sounds
wow, that's crazy. Over here, found that drinks help prevent these short bursts of muscle cramps. He teamed up with a biotech company sold online and found on the shelves in select stores. Hot Shot, there it is. The ginger and cinnamon, Ironman champ Craig Alexander is an avid user, along with several other Rio Olympic
interested, because the second I started doing that, I was talking about it. I still get one every once in a while, 100% thing, but it works.
Yeah, you're brutal when you're cutting weight, right? Draining your body. Basically everything.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. My weight cuts I'm pretty, like, I kind of got down to a science a little bit. I don't really cramp super bad. A week before, I try to be like 16 to 18 pounds heavy over. And then a week, but I'll walk around if I'm really on vacation and shit, not giving it, just not caring. I'll be about 162. When I'm training, all of that will be about 157, 158. Then I just gotta lose until I'm about 52, 51 the week before. And then
is the week is it calorie restriction and restriction, or how do you do it?
It's a decent. So 10 days away, I started loading up on water. Like the rule of thumb is however many pounds you gotta lose. That's how many that day lose. I'll have to drink 2 gallons of water. Also, don't take any. I don't really fucking know. I know that like water's scary, so I know like people chugging distilled water.
Distilled water, is that what you drink?
Yeah. But yeah, 10 days away, I started loading up on the water. And then on the Tuesday, so we're waiting Friday, so however many days, you'll do the, cut the sodium. And then that pretty much, you lose a lot when you're chugging that much water and cut sodium. So I would say on Tuesday, a lot of it is, and then it's kind of up to me to go with food. I'm obviously not eating super huge meals that week, but I don't let myself get too hungry. I'm pretty good about a lot. Now I can kind of be like, if I go to bed like at like an 8 amount of hunger, instead of like a 7, I'll know almost exactly how much I'll lose the next day, which is like kind of cool.
How much of a performance hit do you think you have? I mean, obviously you're in phenomenal condition, but how much do you think you have in dehydration before a fight?
Yeah, I think it depends on the water you lose too. I think just off the top of my head, maybe 15 or 20.
15 or 20%,
maybe.
What would you think about if the UFC instituted more weight classes and they eliminated weight cuts? Like, what if they, for some guys, it is the most dangerous part of the fight, because some guys go hard. Some guys are losing 26, 30 pounds within a couple of days, and they just look like hell.
Yeah, I think that the way is because one's tried doing that with like the test, that everyone that I talk to that's like been involved with that has been like, dude, I could cheat that easy.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But
how do they cheat it?
It's just like if you're gonna get like hydrate time, I'm sure that they just drink most of their water during that time or something like that.
But then your weight,
your weight would have to be higher. But I don't know that like test you. I don't really know honestly, but I mean, if they're gonna test you do they test you like your weight has to be this and then your height? I think that they just go in and they're like, hey, how yellow is your piss? Type of thing, I'm pretty sure that that's what it might be. If it's like more scientific, then cool. But it might just be like, hey,
It's got to be more scientific because sometimes my piss is pretty yellow, and it just meant I drank a lot of vitamins. Right?
Yeah.
You know, I think it's there's like an actual test where they test.
I think that if you added in more weight classes, that would handle a lot of it. I'd probably just do 140.
Would that be ideal for you? Yeah. I feel like the UFC should have more weight classes. I just think there's some gap. The 85 to 205.
Yeah,
it's nuts. 20 pounds.
That's crazy.
That's 3 weight classes at least in between fight classes. Rather, that's nuts. I just don't understand that.
Yeah, I think that the way that old sports kind of do things, they do things for a reason. So like boxing and wrestling, they all have like it's every 7 pounds or whatever it is.
The UFC is like, it's 20 champion. I'm like, what are you talking about? What? It's 1 UFC champion per weight class. You have more champions, and then you could also have versus champion fights.
Yeah, for sure.
It wouldn't be like Ilya going up, not too crazy. But Alex, when he went from 85 to 205, that big ass jump.
Yeah.
Obviously, he could do it because he's one of the craziest fighters of all time. He was fighting 85 in 26.
What? Really?
When he fought on Adesanya, he was 226 when he got into the cage.
Is that 41 pounds or 31 pounds?
41 pounds.
So after 36 hours, he put on that
41 pounds. Yeah.
Holy shit, dude.
Holy shit.
That's crazy.
He's also giant. He's like a lot of body mass.
Yeah.
And a weight like style, like when you're that muscular, because muscles water, which is kind of counterintuitive. You can be able to lose more weight, but not to dry out, the big muscular guys can lose.
Yeah. I have a theory too, like the more ripped you are, the easier it is to sweat too. That fat has been skin, and you gotta travel through the fat. This is how I describe it. There's no evidence of that. Because there are some fatsos that sweat, but I don't know. Sometimes I'm like, I can just see who's going to be a good sweater and who's not, but that's probably me just being.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any science to that.
Makes sense in your head,
Kind of.
Makes sense in your head.
I kind of see what you're saying.
But yeah, you can also, I guess, make an argument that fat makes you warmer too.
Yeah.
But I don't think that there would be a problem with doing multiple weight classes, because then you would just have like what you do in boxing, where you just have like a ton of, you have like one dude with like 8 belts.
Right.
That would be cool.
Like look at Pacquiao.
Yeah.
Just keep going up in weight classes. Yeah, I think that the athletes, and I think it'd be better for the sport in general, like incredible fights, because the level of competition, particularly at the lowest weight classes, is so. I think your weight class, featherweight is the most competitive weight class. And there's almost too many top contenders where guys are forced to take fights that maybe you really shouldn't take that fight because you kind of been, and then, you lose a close decision. Fuck, now you're back to the drawing board. Now you got to fight this guy. Oh, you got injured in camp. Fuck, you lose to that guy too. Now you're set back when you could have been a champion.
Yeah.
There's a lot of like weird going on with possibilities and just good luck.
The bad luck and good luck timing, I think, is a big thing. I think that I was even saying this before the Figueiredo fight. I was like, watch, go out and finish Biggie, which not a lot of people are able to do. It'd be perfect for me because there will be no one else. And that's me also, coming off of a loss a year ago, which anytime you lose, kind of devastating. You're like, it'll never happen for me, but then it's like, oh wait, no, if this thing gets timed out right, it could work out. So a lot of this shit is
timed. It was
I know.
Super. What did you think went wrong?
More than okay, it was like it's never just one thing. It's always like things get compiled and then they exponentially get worse. The big thing was I knew I was fighting in the Middle East and I wasn't if it was a close fight. I was a defensive guy and I'm a defensive guy, and I knew that it would be really close. My game plan wasn't going to be to take him down, so anytime you're going to be like, hey, I'm committing to striking, there is a little level of rolling the dice, because striking matches in a 5-minute round are really hammer down and be like, I won this round against really high level guys. I thought that I would be able to stuff most of the shots. So I was like, okay, most of this thing is going to be striking. I need to have like for me to feel like I'm really winning these rounds. That argument that I'm losing, and if we just are point scoring, I'm good at. I'm kind of rolling the dice a little bit and kind of leaving it into the hands of God knows who the judges are. It was I didn't want to lose another close split decision. Like a lot of my losses, or a couple of my losses, are just close split decisions, and I'm like, fucking man, I'm not. I'd rather just go for lose. That pulled me out of my game plan, and just the way that I typically fight. Like I'm not the guy that hunts for couch. That guy, and so I got really frustrated in the fight by it not working, like me not being able to have really big moments. And now looking back and like just go out and fight like how you do, and you'll do awesome.
What do you think specifically, like you would have done different in exchanges?
I would have fought the first, like that entire fight, defensive and just looking for one big shot. In the first round, I didn't fight like that. The first round, I was like, okay, this guy's gonna wrestle me, and if I can hang. Once I was like, oh, okay, cool, like I can hang. Then I just started going for it. It's just like not a good way to beat a really high level game plan, honestly. Like, if the plan isn't to completely outclass the person and win in every area and be good enough to do so, in my opinion, that's the highest level of martial arts. That's a little bit lazy, you know. And I was a little bit lazy in maybe my approach to that, which maybe lazy isn't the right word, but I could have done a lot better at just trusting myself more, being more confident in my ability to just be like, no, like I'll beat him everywhere, you know.
Looking for the big shots is always such a trap until it's not.
Until it's not. And you look real cool. All like looking cool.
Yeah, you land big ones. You've landed a lot of big ones. Yeah, you've had so many of those moments, like the Frank Yeager fight, or there's been quite the Marlon Rise fight. That was a wild one.
That was a great one. That was probably like my happiest moment maybe ever in life. Just because I have seen loss ever against Sterling. And they were like, hey, you want to fight the #1 guy in Abu Dhabi during COVID? And I was like, and that was like kind of back when Marlon was still a guy. He's kind of been on a skid since then. Yeah. But back then he was real. I was like, I don't know if you guys are setting me the fuck out or how this, like what the thinking behind me fighting the #1 contender. Like, you guys give me that for sure. And then when I finished it, I was just like,
wheel kick.
Yeah, which I was practicing in my basement with my wife like every day. Isn't that stupid? I was like, you should have asked me for a cut.
No, but it's a thing where you don't expect it from a guy who doesn't really throw a lot.
Yeah.
And so, like, you see what's going on here, and before you know it, it's too towards your dome.
Yeah, too. It's a problem. That doesn't need to land anywhere specific for it to like rattle your brain enough to knock you down.
Oh.
Yeah, if there was one thing I would not want to get hit with, it would be that.
During my Taekwondo days, I used to feel like I was always going to be fine. Like I felt like young. I was 19. I felt involved. And I fought in the Nationals in California, and I hit him, and he never got up. And he was snoring. Like, face plant, out cold, taken off in a stretcher, taken to the hospital, and I never felt the same about fighting again. Because I was always scared that could happen to me then. Because I was, like, doing this for nothing. There was no money. I was doing this for nothing. I had no health insurance. I was poor. And I was like, what am I doing? I could have easily got hit by that kick. But I was better than him, and I landed. But there's guys that are better. Face down, snore. I mean, it was, my heel hurt for days. Yeah. I was limping the next day.
My knees are after. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
God, that was such a good thing.
Yeah, but I kind of feel a similar way where, I don't know, I guess you kind of just get used to that where you're just like,
but you're a professional. Yeah. That's your sport. You're living, this is what you do. Young kid doing this thing that I was really good at. Me, like some sense of purpose. And then I was like,
so how like so you didn't have like any dreams to be like a taekwondo champ or anything?
To the Olympic, to go to the Olympics, but
The stick dream?
yes,
Yeah.
yeah,
You were that good?
Yeah, I was that good. Cool. I had won national tournaments, and I'd beaten guys that had been in like high ranking, and I had a very close decision. I thought I should have won the year that Taekwondo made it to the Olympics against the national champion. Cool. So I was good, and I was getting better all the time. I started kickboxing, and when I started, I realized that Taekwondo was kind of bullshit because my hands sucked, and I was getting corner ropes, and I didn't have the skills, and I was like, oh, this is like I have this distorted perception of my ability to fight based on in Taekwondo. Sure, I was really good at that. I started boxing and kickboxing. I was like, this is like that piece that's missing in Taekwondo without the face punching. It nullifies so much of what Taekwondo is good at. Yeah. But then when I I realized but I have a legs because they have the distance with me, and I can do things they can't do. Like regular kickboxers, I was amazed at how many of them were just kind of boxers who learned a few shitty kicks, and they would stand on the outside and they would take a step forward, and I just blast them, and they have no idea what to do, like are really hard. And then I started doing Muay Thai, and I was like, fuck. Leg kicks, and so I went from American kickboxing above the waist to Muay Thai. I was like, "There's too much to learn." Yeah, and then I was doing comedy at the same time, so I just went for it. I was like, "I got to get out before I get hurt." When did you start grappling? When I was 30. Playing right at, I guess I was 29. It was right after the first UFC.
Did you like wrestle at all or anything?
Yeah, I wrestled in high school, but only 1 year. Because I was doing Taekwondo at the same time, and I picked one, and I did a year of both, and then I was like, the problem with this is, like, I real conscious, like, it was so, to just whack and hear the whole crowd go silent was the wildest thing, and watch someone cry, I fucking loved it. It was my favorite thing in life, and I was like, wrestling is cool, like, it's good to know, it's good to be able to pin people, but there was no UFC back then. Everything you were doing was just like you had to find a thing and get really good at it. But the disillusionment of going from Taekwondo to boxing and kickboxing and then to Muay Thai and then Jiu-Jitsu. So when I started doing Jiu-Jitsu, I was like, oh my God, I'm fucking completely helpless. So I had this thing in my head, well, at least I know how to leg kick, I know how to box now. I know how to fight. Oh my God, I'm tapping out constantly. And so then I was like, fuck, I gotta learn how to do jiu-jitsu. But it was this thing where, I feel real fortunate to have grown up in a time where no one knew what was the best style. And then see the UFC emerge in 93 and then watch this incredible transformation of martial arts where martial arts in 10, 20 had the last 30,000 years. It was incredible to watch.
Yeah, I'm glad that they did it, man, because that's such a cool question. The best martial arts.
No one knew, man. We were all delusional. I was so delusional. Like, I remember I used to do Taekwondo with a friend of mine. We were boxing at the time, and we were doing it at this gym. I was like, these idiots, this is useless. Yeah. Meanwhile, I had no idea. If those guys got a hold of me, I was fucking helpless.
Yeah, because judo guys will slap you.
Oh, dude, rolling with judo guys. Like, I remember I rolled with Carl Parisi once. I was like, he's like a chimpanzee. Like, he was so strong.
I want to know one thing. You know your brain.
How much is Gary?
What I want to say though is, you asked me both questions, you both say the best way of answering this. And you know what I think when you ask him about space and all that kind of thing? We come from space.
There was kids.
And that's what I would say is the connection to
Making
God.
a whole career off just
Point
talking
of
shit
view.
up front.
I think
Like they were doing more numbers, more revenue
down
before
to like
because of Trump.
point of
Because he
view,
was just beating
either
all
out of the
that
body
meat.
or in your body. Like I just love
Here's
the
who
question.
I go see a
Do
Trump.
you believe in reincarnation? We're learning so much about Michael. And that's what
Have you ever been to one of his rallies?
I think it comes from God. I think we're always trying to
All, bro, Trump beats me. I know.
Probably not. Wow. You would.
You brought up that stuff after like continual reincarnation.
If
That
once
just doesn't happen.
the Republican Party gets old, find out. They find out that I look like this.
Yeah.
You know how Trump always
We gotta be able to link you with the same.
for sure.
For
sure.
Comes to die.
Bro, I saw the hockey game. The Tampa Lightning game.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
he
yeah.
came to us. We were in the suite right next door. He walked, there was like sort of he fucking walked in, bro. The ladies, the moms, like climbing over the fucking window to get in to meet DeSantis. People were fucking. There was like more of a fucking crowd than I could imagine. Just in, like people clawing to get to him and get pictures with him. There was like 4-year-old women showing out the door around insane. And he's like governor. Like, it was like he was like huge, so easy. I would never have imagined that a fucking Florida governor was such a small. Fucking, what's his name? Was that weird looking guy? Rick Scott.
Super farmer.
He looked like both of them.
He was, yeah, he was basically.
Hold a picture of Rick Scott.
In Florida was the pill epidemic. The name is.
Rick Scott
He was like
money
big
from-
farmer.
Yeah.
Like he was the reason Florida was the pill epidemic.
Like big pharma.
His company had the single biggest fine in history. His ones.
Where's this guy, bro? Look at this guy. Look at that one next to the pink one. Yeah.
He is straight up.
He looks like someone. Look at that. Look at the one with him smiling. He looks like someone I would not trust.
After this, I gotta do so.
And the universe
What's up? Where are you from?
we just share
Osborne.
the
Yeah.
get it from
I don't know about the whole.
get our consciousness.
We can do one shot of them. Or a couple.
Yeah,
Seven.
just being
Yeah.
around. Would you agree with that?
Right, right. It's all what you mean.
Woo! I got her like Ric Flair, baby.
Oh.
Yeah, I would believe that. I said, I do think it's.
I'm gonna get that place.
Oh yeah.
South.
Like where? Right now? You know what's crazy?
Miami's different.
You know what's weird about here?
It's
Like,
different than here.
yeah, Miami's weird.
Consciousness.
It's not.
Maintaining our individuality.
But it is.
We're not all.
To me, like Miami's like Vegas. The best 2 days is they get there. I can't fucking stand it.
That's
Yeah. Yeah, South Beach and like Brickell. It's so busy. It is insane packed.
But it's nice. Beautiful.
How often do you, your kids living in LA, how often do you get to see your kids? Every day.
I put her like
Oh, really? Are you still good with your baby mom?
I'll be there because
What do they think about it?
I remember one day I was so
Just melts your heart, right? That's so cool.
No, it cost me some money. What? It burned a hole in my wallet, baby.
No, that's cool. They recognize it though.
It's rare. It's rare that I meet people. How old are you? Very not. It's so rare.
Where did they go? Still around because people are still and today a lot of
Best. First kid was like up every 3 hours. Nice. First one. Year and a half. This baby. I don't shit. I just deal with the problem. It's like man on man. I just think toddler.
the descriptions of these water that match the descriptions that were
I feel like girls are just girls is better. God, it's taking so much of this. Yeah. Isn't it weird how they're so it's like they're probably raised the same way together.
Was a pilot. So he was flying, and he noticed something was coming toward the avenue to the object got close to his plane.
Oh, really?
That's so cool.
Straight up.
In your roaster.
So
When you do like
he said, I can't report
any given show, it's a big crowd work, roasting the crowd, and then how often does your normal set, like go off the rails? So
I don't
these things. We're going to come back like and take final calls from Bruno with us as we talk about business personnel.
Coast Insider, the Coast to Coast AM app is now available for iPhone and Android. Listen live or on demand. Go to coasttocoastam.com.
he's kind of a skinny guy. So. He told the guy, he's like, oh, snitch. Then the guy jumped on stage. Damn, bro, I was like 5 minutes. The other thing you mentioned it briefly last time.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital
Grandfather.
September 19th and 20th, streaming live only on Hulu.
Oh,
15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage. Get
That's
tickets now at AXS.com.
How did you first learn about that?
Capital Radio Music Festival. Bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet? Live concerts.
Frank Lucas is
Getting back to the moments we miss. Connecting vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org.
It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts. All in one. Discover a new podcast from our library. 350,000 titles.
In 1995, a college student on a trip across the USA. So his mother started investigating.
He'll call me every few months. Hey,
Research.
This was the validation. You know, he's probably telling a wild ass story. They're like, no fucking way. He's like, I'm gonna call somebody.
every few months, I'll get a call from them. Be like, hey, tell these niggas straight to about me.
You know, there was a really extravagant background story to that. You just need that one confirmation.
Yeah.
So right now,
Yeah.
Signs. The judge said he wouldn't accept a partial verdict and instructed jurors to try to decide on that remaining
So how long
charge.
until the comedy club
Which
in
is
Austin?
considered a complicated one. The jury has to
so I
transportation to engage in prostitutes' girlfriends. It seems the prosecution took the news back, and a quick verdict is believed to be better for the prosecution. ABC News
How much did it really took out the ball, bro?
Jimmy Swaggart is dead. He died
Yeah,
after
strong.
suffering a cardiac arrest earlier this month. He was one of the pioneers of bringing the church into people's homes through television and founded the Sunlight Project Center in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, both of which his family still runs. He was
It's called a
98
mother.
years old.
We gotta go. Sick. Yeah, we gotta. There's a
K-pop
strip club.
superstars BTS are plotting their return.
They have a
The group
flying
announcing
saucer
during a
on
live
top of
stream
it,
that they'll be
and the
releasing
flying
new
saucer
music
is
next
like,
spring.
private room.
It's going
Private
on a
room.
world tour.
Private lap.
BTS
That's
has
you
been
go
on
on.
hiatus since 12 members completed mandatory military service in South Korea. Their last album
Tampa got some of the best.
Tampa's
Sony iHeart is America's #1 podcast network.
Haven't been
Open the
there,
free
but I've seen
iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
It's different.
I don't know about Atlanta, bro.
Different.
Vibes are good.
Actually, I have been to a strip club that's different.
It's
City,
called
I've been
Gas
to
You
really-
Play. There's
Tampa got a lot of white and Spanish.
Use the strangest, most before. You never get what you expect.
no.
Good?
Clay has held and destroyed a lot of Mississippi State. But in 2012, a
No
construction
shit.
Yeah.
uncovered a big one,
what's he got like?
thousands
Yeah.
of them.
Oh, yeah. Oh, how funny is
A
that?
couple years ago.
And then once I realized, okay, well, you're in 2000. Wait a
Ooh.
minute, 7,000.
Oh, that looks
And
good.
all this
Hey,
makes
what's
the
up,
question
bro?
Bro, we can right this one. Brother. The strip club is called the Penthouse.
It's 2025. He in charge of that animal shelter. Restaurant in 2019.
Let's go down.
We the first. That's MSG and Terror Free. We outsource all of our efforts.
Your name is special.
Authentic Chinese cuisine, hand roll, sushi, hibachi, teriyaki duck, barbecue dog. You get a discount. We talking about gang, fat ass, and the Yakuza get a discount. Yup, we over that gang shit. Everybody deserves fat ass. Sometimes discount. It ain't no fat ass discount. Discount on fat ass. Women on it. I got my kids where they can tongue to some young guy and they make you nice. We don't do no refund. Get your food. Leave it. Not your own chocolate. Right? We got Asian delivery drivers. Half of them make delivery drivers are Yakuza members too. They do it right. 470 is. Calculators in there. Price just doubled. Give me a. Yeah, you want one day to be more lunch, but damn lunch special. Ain't no more lunch special. The only music that we play is City Pop and Wu-Tang. Right. Hey, P, get your ass out of here and work that rest. You better be using that accent, too. If I do the accent. 3 years ago when I was falling for a band. That turns out he was all the same. He asked me great deals. Everybody I said, I have to go to business. Get your Chinese ass out there. I'm not. There's nothing Chinese about this restaurant. Welcome to the Andre Chinese restaurant in Chinese. Look at my eyes. It's 2025. Black man can be Chinese. I'm saying the black man in China, what they be back? Like, I'm in charge of the food. He in charge of the animal shelf. And that's not plenty of we had to move on. Sure. There's MSG and Terror Free. We are inventory.
Got banned. I saw my weight in the market, you know. That's where they're calling me. My friends are fucking break my balls back in LA. They entertain a fountain. Not like I don't want. I don't want. Was it your first time this like part of Florida? Yeah. I've only been to Miami. Yeah, it looks like cops. It looks everything in the cops. There's no sidewalks, right? It's like, it looks like there should be a couple.
So give it a try.
People that escape from the same asylum block down the street, a couple of crackheads. But no, we're in a nice area.
It says inside
It changes quick. It changes quick. There's like one, it could be like a plantation. There's a gas station.
Yeah, it's funny. That was really
and if you're in Kansas,
yeah,
I think
Research shows that testosterone deficiency affects a large portion of men.
shoulder. He's fucking crackheads.
He's a bit of a hypochondriac.
Oh, do you really?
Still won't touch my hand like after COVID. Like he still bumps me. I'm like, it's over. Yeah, just give me a goddamn. Yeah.
Your podcast is fucking fascinating. I just listen to every episode. So it's like the format of it to tell you your own story, episode, your life crime, and
Yeah, exactly. It's fascinating, right? But it's either like some, big that it's like crazy shit I see, and it's fascinating. I can't listen to it. Quality to it, or it's like sex for an educated guy who fights news. It's like, no, motherfucker. I'll tell you, I've seen a little cartel. I've been with them. I didn't plan to make it episodic, like tracking through getting. I just kind of went, and it organically kind of became this like chronological thing, you know.
what gave you the
There's
idea?
a life-saving step for you. Did you
I
know
think
that strokes are
I tell a lot of jokes on stage that
on summer vacation or
and I tell a lot of these prison
camp with the most advanced
such
personal
great
engagement
it's such a good fodder for comedy. And I wrote a book actually during the pandemic, Days of the Trap, and pretty well received. So what if I extrapolated these stories and made it like stuff? What if I told you actually how drugs start? Because we always hear about like what's that? What's a drug? Actually, what is prison actually like day to day? What do these things mean? And I think so. I don't know. That's just kind of me to get going.
You know the feeling. To cut into a juicy steak and
Oh, it's perfect. Over a decade. Yeah. 2012, beginning of 2012, and I was on parole at a year's tail, but I did parole. I went home, lived with my parents, saved up some money, and in LA within like 5 months, started writing comedy. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Oh my god, for anybody who's like loves it, I recommend a little prison bit for everybody because you lose time, like your days of your life, just getting flushed down the toilet. You're nothing better. Get that time back. And so it's like really. Also, I was 2012. Like I was down. I got out. I probably seeing shit in there or whatever, but yeah, it definitely for the better, I think. I mean, I do regret like losing all the money, but I think it yeah, and I say it all the time. They always have this character. They always have. They just interesting people. Yeah. It's not about spending lots of time staring at a wall in your life. Yeah. Well, also criminals. It comes first sometimes. I think the personality. I think that personality, that proclivity to, like Roger Reeves, right, Pablo. Like, what is it about? There's something in him, an angst, energy that in him naturally that made him want to like go and step outside of like. That's what being in prison. That's what breaking the law is. It's antisocial behavior. So that's all of us, I think. But prison either makes you worse, makes you nervous, or if they channel that inclination, it made me want to go to show business. That's definitely like that's not normal to this podcast, right? Like the parents are but so yeah, that's I think it comes from that being interested is interesting there yeah. Well, I started out like pretty much everybody unless you're Mexican thing in America, everybody starts just hand in hand. So, it was the early 2000s, and it was just kind of the culture in California, on the West Coast. That was where 90s, but we didn't en masse in California, Southern Oregon, and
place U.S. market up until then, right? So we were on the precipice
about drones. China just revealed next drone so small these are your average there's one into real mosquito imagine it's
everybody involved in so that's kind of how I started us. I was always explaining. I think that's my show the finesse that I do now. I think that is my style. Always been
this isn't sci-fi, it's stealth warfare 2.0. Shoot every future, every insect, potential threat. This tech is going to fly soon. Army quiet. The question is, who's getting
this thing. So I just wanted to see how far I can go with this. I lost money for years. I would make like almost. So it was like business. Like I was having a small business, and just kept it. And setbacks, and robberies, and these raids, and yeah, I didn't think. I didn't get rich. My last 2 years before I got locked up. Coke. I got rich doing pot. Really? Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. The markup is it's hard to make a lot of money selling coke. It's hard to make a lot of money selling coke. You can make good money selling small amounts of coke, but to get rich selling coke, I mean, think about it. If I can make $1,000 profit per pound, it's feasible. It's easy. Not easy, but it's much easier to sell 20 pounds of weed a week. I don't know, 10 kilos of coke. Because way more people smoke pot than coke, right? So, yeah. I was moving it all over the country. So, but you were based in Oregon. I was based in Oregon, so I was shipping from Jersey up to New York. Yeah, Florida, Oklahoma, Philadelphia, Chicago. And this was in the era. This is a very unique era where you can get wholesale. The markup, on the East Coast, is insane. So, and we knew that was why we were like, we gotta start legalizing the shit. Prices start to fall. We gotta make millions now. It felt like how the mob must have felt in the 20s, like the Chicago mob. They were like, they can't keep booze illegal forever. They can't even keep it illegal for a long time. I mean, this is insane. Everybody needs to drink. It's the only way. It's the only way most people get through their shitty jobs. We gotta get rich now, and that's what they did. So that's kind of how I felt. I was like, this is a very historical moment where I was never part of the drug cartel. I re-up from multiple sources. Some of them were but I wasn't connected usually. And I could just go. I was just a small businessman. You could make $1 million a year plus with this, I feel like it's a huge trade, right? 80 a month. You make how much? 22. Yeah, I was making just 80,000 a month. Just clean. You don't know what to do with that kind of money. You don't.
You don't know where to hide it. You don't know how to act. I mean, it's just crazy too. You have that much money at such a young age. Yeah, that fucks you up. Yeah, totally. It hooked me for life, dude. It hooked me for life. Fun with that kind of money at such a young age. I was just working. I was working 24/7. I was working 24/7. I was flying to, but I would go everywhere, right? Like I would go to New York City for the weekend. Be walking around Midtown Manhattan, staying in luxury hotels, luxury suites with Chinese businessmen, and I was dressed in sweatpants and and I got 50 grand on me in cash. You know what I mean? It was a superpower. You know, I could go to Colombia and whatever I want. I could go. I just do anything, go anywhere. That's mainly it. You know, like I was never ostentatious with my money because I always, I saw the future. This is a golden goose. Don't fuck this up. Like I need to stash this money, flip it into something legit after I get out of the game. The problem is I can never get out of the game. It's just $1 million. Two's got such a nice ring to it. So what were you doing? Where was I putting it? Yeah. What's the plan? Real estate. The plan was this was like the advent of Amazon really becoming 2010, and it was like online commerce, so e-commerce. So that the plan was to just start buying shit in cabinets, reselling it online, and legitimizing it, right? They could come around and taking that profit, right? Clearing it, and that's how you get the money in the system, okay? And then using that laundered money to buy real estate, buy other cash businesses, etc.
So here's the thing, like you buy a house, for example. Yeah. And you have to fucking go to the bank or go to the mortgage. You gotta show them where it comes from, how people right. So how do you jump?
That's exactly why I'd set up a company, right? And then I was buying goods. I would buy, a pair of Nike headquarters there. So, and then I was selling online on eBay. Guys in Japan. And take that money. That money's run through your company. So that's legit. That looks like legit money, and you pay taxes. So the only sketchy part is how did you get by the shoe first? Yeah, that's the rub. But that's what's the also. I feel like I'm giving your hand.
Yeah, sure. What do you do about that?
A lesson on that. Well, there's nothing. There's no foolproof way to launder money. There's no foolproof way to do crime. But yeah, that's so. Yeah, in theory, they could go. If the IRS wanted to look deep enough, they could say, "Well, how'd you get the money to buy this and this and this?" And then you would also. They don't believe this. Right. That's why they think that tax fraud a way to. The burden of proof is on the state or the federal government. So most of that is circumstantial. So that's why I always try to keep the money and the drugs separate, because you busted me with a bunch of money, or I got just like you said. They said, well, how did you get $10,000 to buy, whatever designer purses? Well, sure. Maybe I don't have that, but you don't either. And it's your job to that money. Well, you're probably just going to give me a fine. That's probably what it's going to be. Or if it's an egregious amount of money that I haven't declared, then there might be some prison time. But it's not going to be like they can't make a RICO trial. They can't link illegal activity to that money. I guess they. Right. How you gonna buy $300,000? you tried to buy a house. No, but the scam there was you know, like their money laundering has been influenced by the U.S. for so long, right? So they have relatively strict money laundering laws too. I wanted to buy a hotel. At this time, this was 2010, blow up as tourists. So it's just like you, so you actually, this is at the same time. Okay, yeah, exactly. I would go back. I have a good friend who lived there for years. Oh wow, dude! He's a straight ice at that one, dude. I couldn't live there long term. I'm too tall. I swear to God, that's the reason. I'm way too tall. You're just at 6'6". You're bopping around Colombia. You just, I don't know. I just always felt like there just could be a bullet to just fly out and hit me. You know what I mean? Like I never feel totally. And maybe I just had too many, right? That's probably what it is. But I don't feel, even though people are like, oh, it's just safe. It's changed. I know for a fact it hasn't. So I was always kind of paranoid. But down there, and I had this idea to buy the coast in Cartagena, and actually this time I sent website's linked up. This was perfect of getting it early. Next, Professor Rabbi Rothschild to talk about. So what I was going to do was I was going to buy them up, which I was before. No. This would be the first foray into it. But I had some guys that were going to run it for me, so I had traveling. Actually, like a couple of Americans who wanted to live there. So it was perfect. I don't want to run the street, you guys. Run it, live here. You know what I mean? Make sure it's profitable. So the way we were going to do it was they wanted the guy who was going to keep the money. He wanted basically this is how it was set up. The buy price of the hotel was streaming live. Bring him. I'm going to buy my own money in Colombia. I'm going to buy this hotel for you. Then once I know that I have my contact has dollars in the States, I'm just going to transfer each from you. See what I mean? Super clean. Yes.
Oh, great job, Mom. And about those gold earrings? No, ma'am. Now more than ever, it's important that we protect our hearts and hearts of
Absolutely. This is what this guy does. So that's just like a very online way, right? And you have the Colombians have a diaspora. iHeart is America's #1 podcast stash. So they have so they have a big Colombian in New York. Virginia's top prison. So a lot of drug traffickers is about to attempt the impossible. A lot of them stayed. Recording album behind back and forth. They got a lot of 5 hours going in and out. From colleague that is into. They still smuggle drugs from Colombia. They were black artists serving extremely long felony sentences. Each had grown up under segregation, only to get caught up in America's prison boom during their 20s. Their hair, music and culture for the past. Talking to the band's 3 surviving members, Jamal Shahadi, Neil Cade, and Harry Cupcake Cole. Or wherever, right? They're probably right. But one school, a guy that that is what they say. It is a good idea. And wheelchairs, right? They build them inside of the wheels,
Never stop.
so they're less likely. But you can't get weight. Like that's really it's difficult to scale.
Listen to Soul Incarcerated on the
Doing
iHeartRadio.
stuff like that.
Listen on America's number
Fit
one
around
podcast
a
network.
little girl's legs.
Open your free iHeart app.
Couple of them maybe.
#1 podcast network. Open iHeart app and explore podcasts
Yeah.
like this.
Oh my God. Brutal way to go. Fuck no, dude. It will be great at first, but damn.
Yeah, the first 2 seconds.
Fuck. Uh-oh, a little too high. Oh man. Yeah. Yeah. More Maria full of classic. You see that? Oh, it's a great movie, and it's about progress. They know hard out, pregnant. I mean, cocaine plants, really. Yeah, and it's just about their experience while shifting. Dirty game, man. It's a dirty game. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I never even got around to it because that Columbia guy. Yeah. I could have, and that was totally like separate shit. But I could have, and I tried to calm down to figure out. I think that was also DEA agent, health, outside. A lot of these money launderers, cartels, you know what I mean? And so you know, outside. So figurative and literal. Damn. Damn, dude. Why you gotta bring that up, Dan? Wasn't his fiance. It was his fiance. The guy was a scumbag. The guy was a real scumbag. He was a fucked yeah, so his fiance, all the criminals passed down the bench. So the girl that his fiance, the girl I was running around with, she, her uncles are it was all very, so yeah, it was I was like, I started as a middle class kid, bags hot. Now here I am, running around. It was, yeah, you really want to be, and that's, I realized even if he was negative, wow, I do that. In a certain way, I want at least. That's what I realized. If someone was on yeah, it was a nerd show. It was forward moving energy. Yeah, that was crazy. That going back to Columbia next month, trying to get to some people from yeah, really, yeah. People called and we got it's a pretty nice neighborhood. We were I didn't know this at the time.
Oh my gosh, yes.
That's the standard procedure. Brought me to a house. There doesn't count.
My house, and he sent me a text afternoon and said, "Hey,
Why
when
don't
can
you
we talk?"
tell me money? So I wasn't.
I will give you an update on how things are going.
No, I was just having a good time. I was like, holy, whoa. How much for a kilo, bro? Why not? How much was it for a kilo? There's two kinds. There's Bettyco, which is the stepped up kind, and then there was the pure shit. 2,000. Like I bought the Bettyco. That's how they were. Yeah, they're weird. Yeah, exactly. It's that's just across the board. In medicine, Bettyco is it's like a little fun. So I was like, give me that. That's 2 grand. I got $2,000. Absolutely. Yeah. So I so close to the floor, and I'm like, I don't want shit that's gonna like. I want shit that's a little. It's not gonna keep people up. Like, I want shit that's gonna really keep people in the store. I was like, yeah. Oh, it's wild. Yeah. So how the dealer there? Great question. Well, they're much more customer service oriented. They're very. It's a great businessman, and they really, unlike. By the way, I love Mexicans. They don't give a
You're listening to
about
Coast to Coast Emails with
there's this like it's almost an animal. It's almost an animal. That's how with so many years, it's really the history of from how we store their land, free trade agreements, the farmers, right? So things that the U.S. has done to Mexico, they provide the people. They were never forget. So, right. Yeah, under Obama, right? Yeah, scratches the surface. That's killed like that. Thousands, yeah, tens of thousands of people. Sure. Well, dude, we were down there 2 weeks ago in Sinaloa. Is that what I talked about? Yes, that's right. We were on our way to the narco graveyard. Yeah, they were like, this is how wild Sinaloa is. Culiacan, Sinaloa is like in the way that the cartel has eyes on everybody. Like as soon as we got off the plane, our guy was like, "Yeah, they know you're here. They have people working at the airport. They have people working at the hotel where we slept." Right. So every time you leave, probably somebody does. They push the phone up. Whoever the manager is, I called. Right. So we were not supposed to go and film this graveyard. It's supposed to be like it's really hard because it's a narco graveyard where it's been killed. Whatever boss is, not that. Yes, totally. Absolutely. We weren't supposed to go there, especially not without an athlete like Mexico. That's so we were like, and so we went there, filmed, and as soon as we got back, Luis, who's been on this podcast, Luis Tramato, Luis from Vice News, yes. Luis was they went to that graveyard. I was like, that gave me fucking. Yeah, they know you went there. It's okay, but they knew you went there. Oh. Yeah, bro. They got so they called. They spied on their own people, like the Soviet KGB spied on communist Russia. That's how it is in Culiacan. So that shit's nuts. I don't know how. Yeah, so Mexico, basically, difference is that they want to. They're actively trying to sell tourists high quality. They want you to come back. So, firmly controlled by full of cartels now that they sell you Puerto Vallarta. It's all stuff. They're like this for tourists. Yeah. Like, yeah, come on, we want you to not because we sell you the best shit and come back. That's one of the friends in Australia. We're gonna come, you know?
Yeah, that's what the subject.
The tourist areas like the Puerto Vallarta, those are like all run by cartel. This area,
This, like the hotels, the resorts,
they all have. Either maybe it's not a direct interest, but they have loans out to Vegas, right? That's kind of how it is.
There was maybe it's an astronaut without any ice on it. So, but
totally, because Colombians don't
the sun, like some mysterious force.
places like Peru. So it's kind of like,
there was no,
we're kind of sexy. Mexicans are so familiar, they just know what it is. So we would ask people Mexicans about well, Chapo kind of, we did ask for it, but started the thing that made everybody start asking. Like there was they invented fentanyl market basically back in 16. So, but anyway, but that's kind of how they see us. You know, I would ask people how much I don't know if they much police, but once we sell the precursor chemicals, sure. Right, perhaps. Yeah, could have, do. I mean, we can link this all back to China. They from the 1850s. Right. So it goes over that. But we lump it in with because Teddy Roosevelt's grandfather was an American. That's how was Ethiopia. So yeah, so they had to come out back to roots, but yeah, Mexicans. I asked one guy. That was one of the things that touched yeah. Luis had a guy on the ground. Yeah, I'll shout him out. He's like a, they call it. It's like, yes, of course. It's like trap. Dope. He's really fucking good. Yeah. Bring us around. And he met some of these guys. Yeah. It was fucking cool. They didn't care. That's why I have money. That's how that works. You have enough to see masks on and carry them out around. You don't have the coin. It's like, why? I don't need a YouTube show. What is stupid? So unless they have a YouTube show, right?
Was Luis actually with you, or was he just like setting all up?
No, he was with us. Yeah, we were down there. Like he was down there documenting. See the cartel has like weed's about to be done down there. So they've opened all these dispensaries. And this is scoop right now. What they've done is dispensaries. And so it looks like there's dispensaries everywhere. You walk in, it's different strains, you got pre-rolls, you got edibles. I mean, it looks, of course it's not. All cartel.
right? They own a bunch of indoor buds around the city and outdoor weed too. And like, so it's vertically integrated. They control the grows, they control like, get independent operators to. It's fascinating because they've adjusted profit with states, they lost the export market. So this is kind of like, you know, make some of their money back. Wild. So, yeah. He's an older man. The oldest he actually did. Was there's not a lot of history on it. So guys who started it, all the guys who watched Narcos, Gallardo, Rafael Grado, Vendetto, Psycho. And then the cartel that later became so maybe he was one of them. Fuck, I don't know. But he's one of the original and the only guy who's ever come out. Very far is beyond the right. Dude, he's in agreement because that's how a lot of these guys, according to the police, that's how a lot of these dudes survive. So it is with the CIA, the Mexican government, you know, Chapo gave up information, right? All of these guys have info on their rivals in the past. You know, so who knows what's what in out of huge security apparatus. That's for sure. Well, the guy's got 8 different layers of system. He's got all these branches all over the world, right? But he went to visit his number one security. There's 7 different security layers in past just enough. And that means just guys who are posted wherever he's at. Right? And keep going out and out and out. Like a fucking military. These guys are a military. They are the law. They are the police. So if you're driving along the highway out of the city, you know, the guys are towards the boss, right? So, but his main guys, the guys we talked to, they're like 25-year-old crazy. It was wild, like big, you know, be like these tough, like ex-Marine guys. They're not. They're just dudes that in the cartel and they just got these jobs starting. And, yeah, you know, it's very weird. These are like normal acne if you have braces on. Right? Smoking weed, watching Instagram videos. It's like, it's very easy. Shit, right? Yeah, it's either not that high or something more administrative. Because I'm not sure how in the stronghold. If you're a soldier and you're going like a different state to fight like the way the Jalisco cartel is down there, yeah, so like in the area of Sinaloa itself, it was actually pretty safe because the cartel was such a strong. Yeah, big time. Kids, nobody wants to be like sitting around. You're guarding this old man in the mountains, so we sit around. Probably nothing's gonna happen because there's so many other different will let you know like the Marines are on their way.
Like once the fucking military base passed the first couple of layers, they were really coming up the whole man. They would have a guy on the move so fast. And plus they both. What if the fucking military does rush, right? Well, the same thing will happen. Worse than when they tried to arrest Chapos. Remember that? 19. They tried to arrest and the fucking they burnt that place. We were staying right by there. Yeah, he's like exactly. That's right. That's what they do. They say they're panicking. The military, like whoever the sergeant, the lieutenant, is handing the phone. Call them off because they're every amount descended on and just started a war. So that means they did it like that. And so the guy that said, "Do not let them take it." Can you imagine what if they tried to arrest Mayo? Like Afghanistan. Yeah. So that kind of threat of violence is so ingrained in the culture that you don't really have to worry about much when you're in the inner circle of the security inside the cartel. You know what I mean? Part of this briefing up. I think we just came and it's so circumstances. It's always like a laugh. You just similar conditions. It's very like similar beings out there. For example, worse thing about how that is the question that involved the hotel documentary. You know, most of the people that ever lived on Earth over the past few years, documentary basically about the DEA agent. Yes. Okay. Yes. Come on. Right. Exactly. That's right. CIA, the Cuban guy. CIA asset, right? We gotta remember that. CIA. I thought he was the shit officer of the CIA. Who knows, right? Because look up Felix Rodriguez. Yeah, who knows? Because it's very easy. It's all about deniability, right? Like they educated in America. Like he didn't apply for a job. Recruited him because he was in Cuban exile. Right? This is post-Castro. Yeah, that dude right there. American former Central military operations. Oh wow! So they was like on the payroll. Right. Invasion. Oh, so this guy goes back to Kennedy. Dude. Yeah. This is great. Other civilizations probably that they like became set up. The sons of these Pennsylvania dropped out, joined the army, and joined. Okay, what September 9th, joined a group of Cuban exiles by the CIA. Right. So that's probably when he got recruited because the CIA organized a bunch of Cuban exiles to pull the base. They had mixed visions. So that's probably when they recruited him in 1960 because I think they had mixed visions. Wealthy people on those planets started building their own spacecraft. CIA so he was part of the so he was part of it. Oh, so this guy teamed it. Holy shit! So he was the one in the house in Guadalajara when Camarena died. That documentary, can we pull up the everybody who's interested in this subject needs to watch it. It's because and then if you watch Narcos, you see that they leave that part out. If you watch Narcos Mexico on Netflix, they talk about except the fact that the guy Jaime, who was the white guy, Jamie, who was meeting
documentary. I think he likes the investigation. Yeah, it couldn't go any further. Right? You know what I mean? It was, oh, dude, my fucking nipples are on. I got chills down my spine right now. Search crazy. Kiki Camarena. That's a nice enough question. Kiki Camarena documentary. Yeah, it's on Amazon. It's on Amazon, but it's incredible. Yes. Oh, yeah. On his way to his wife. Yeah, right out in front of him. You can see the so many times. Supposedly they're trying to fight drugs. It's been the CIA stopping, actually helping the criminals. It's not just with Rick Ross and Nicaraguans, cocaine is with heroin kingpins in Southeast Asia, right? During the Vietnam War, they were allowed this heroin trafficking. Yeah. So Felix, he never he's out free. Yeah. You know, it's a little too wild. And on Earth, it's provided by Europe. Mars had an atmosphere to start with. It was very similar to Earth. It's self-censorship because we all know about. I think it is. I don't think it's the CIA. It's Hollywood. And it's not that because we all know about the Rick Ross story. We all know that the CIA was Ricky Ross, Freeway Greg. That so we know the CIA is shadowy. So I don't think it's. I think it's. I think it's just almost unbelievable. So I think maybe this is just. You want to make it, and this is not an easy. Why I just think that we have it as a people but the temperature reduction, of course, if you live in the desert, you know that the temperature and obviously the temperature at night is very yeah. From what I gather, and of course, like I'm, a novice. From speaking to also there is no government feels, especially from the U.S. They will tell the king somebody's got it. So the most powerful, yes, they're an arm of the cartel, but really the cartel is an arm of how I see it. It's a bunch of gang really is the high political class. That's the only reason that the cartel can exist as it does. So I think it was government cartel, not the other way. Totally, it was a PR nightmare. Yeah, it was a bad publicity. And I might be speaking on issues here because this is his scoop, but he's not. I am. So this week, and many people know this. Gave up. Son. So his son files one of files many children. The son organizing cocaine, tracks back. He basically gets kidnapped. They come to him and he meets them, they fucking kidnap him. They arrest him, so that's kidnapping. American agents or so take him back to Chicago, to the States, and they say, look, you're never going to see the light of day. Around this time, Chapo is making a lot of bad publicity for, right? And Mayo never liked this. Mayo was a whole story. Chapo was famous.
I'm not sure. I'm sure he dropped a lot of bodies. He was a farmer. He tended to poppy fields, right? But, as these guys get more famous, they fall in love with the clown, So, yeah, he made a lot of that publicity. And he was really, like, they had him on a wiretap talking to Flores with their main, Sinaloa's main heroin, and heroin deal. Would Kingpin ever be talking on the phone manager? So Chapo was a glorified general manager, right? So Mayo's son gets popped. We've all done it, right? He's on a jail call. His son in jail. He's in Mayo was gonna do. So that was basically him. Go ahead. That's exactly what he did. So they gave Mayo's son 15 years, but Chapo led to his final arrest. Okay, so when 2019, Chapo's son Ovidio gets raided by the military and cleared to stay, and out of whatever sentence for having been responsible for getting incarcerated in the United States forever, said, "You're not taking this son." Yes. So they stopped taking his son. It's dude, you tell the villains, the soap operas, it's lived out stories. I mean, there's a film in it. So, Chapo's brothers were shot to death in prison. Yeah, he was in a maximum security prison. He was shot to death. I don't know exactly. Like that kind of shit, right? It's they live a machismo, dramatic lifestyle. It's played out in real life. Yeah, that's what they see carried us. If you actually like, these kind of shows on Netflix, right? Stories from real life. Yeah. Well, the other thing about that's big too. That's big too. And that's way better business because there's no way those people are getting intercepted like with Colombia. You know what I'm saying? Right. Like it's actually way. I'd much rather smuggle people. Yeah, you always need people. Like there's always like it's never ending supply of people. I don't know. That makes the price go up. I'm like, dude, the cartels love the cartels are fiscal and social Republican. They really know. Yeah. This is in the episode of Drugs. Check it out. Oh God. The trap rapper, the guy from the liaison. Yeah. We may have to bleep that out. What I'm about to say, I don't know. But anyway, you got it 3 or 4 block section into the and starts to drive the body and points out all of these little stands. Almost like an outdoor it's just a stand. They're buttons. Change dollars for pesos. And what do you think is happening? A lot of dollars, a lot
lot of dirty motherfuckers from pesos. He goes, yeah, they say after they wash dollars so 7 million a day. That's $1.5 billion little neighborhood in this one little city. $7 million. And he's like, yeah, they own the machines too. So they're laundering money at their own businesses. Right? So there's a lot of money. They are Medellin. Okay. What all drugs are to Sinaloa. Like I say that, it's like Silicon Valley of drugs, cutting edge. For sure. Yeah. I saw that. Factories, he says that under like 100 meters, they will cut out like under the floor. Everybody's getting it like it's totally changed. Everybody is kind of independent. The cartels exist, but I don't know how it's running, but I know for Sinaloa, the cartel is now just more military movement, guard, basically salary. They all got not the chopper entire organization. So nobody's on payroll. Have everything structured like this, like bodyguards, features, control, all the way up. Everybody's paid salary. Everything is independent. So it's just families, different drug traffickers. Drugs. He sells it. What you buy? Sell it to. How much you pay for it? How much they earn? What they do, the version they have to pay protection money. Drug routes to America, and they're also the ones who pay off the cost. So it's a way different time, and probably that way, right? Because you can't, there's just too much technology. You can't have a couple of Escobar. It's just, it's too and I just can't. Said something about now, dude, grab a Coke from $400. $1 gram of coke for $2 a gram, and that is $2 a gram, at 1,000 grams a shot. So imagine you get 2 of those to Australia and just sell it out gram for gram. Fucking house on Sydney Harbor. What are you doing, dude? It's mind blowing. It's so far away. Yes. So hard to get to. So like all like that. Yeah. So how does that equate to your farm? Because it's that much to get it there. Like, yeah, but it's not. It's volume, right? That's how you make money. Right? Volume, and yeah, you just buy the most for the cheapest. Where you sell it for the highest. Yeah. There are a lot of yeah, definitely. There's a lot of Europeans, a lot of Canadians, a lot of Australians, a lot of Black Americans, which is crazy, right? Why is that? Black guys like a nice. And you'll find a nice badass. So they don't do coke. Yeah, people who are I mean, these motherfuckers, the majority of them, and Australia, and they're so used to paying so much for cars. Fucking, what? $20 for a gram? It's not. It's not. It's very Florida's got some pretty great ones. Florida gets yeah, no. Yeah, you got lot. Yeah, a lot of lot lizards. Yeah, Columbia's. I don't know. Everybody loves it. I'm like this guy. Yeah, it's gross. It's fucking. Yeah, we're coming forward. Florida, get out your fucking gun. Let's play some Russian roulette. Yeah, dude. That's what they are. You know, just in the tourist section. Stuff like looking for fucking open door. It's the days when people are kind of active, you know. But what happens is people are getting nothing. Saying out of pocket. People that go there for hookers, just so obvious. Like, I had some on Tinder now. And I'm at a bar and they go back to this place and pass out all the time. That's like a business. That's it was drugging and robbing stores. Years ago, the Scapola that's like taking flowers. Indigenous and we take like a just a little flower. Look at the same object. Know it on somebody, making the powder, something straight, and then it will make the person black out. But they'll have all of their motor skills. They'll have all full physical mobility. So people will get drugged with Scapola. They were walking around. I could say, hey, take that and give me and all your money, and all your furniture, and you do it. And the next day, you want to do your apartment, what you talk afterwards is like, Scapola, you look that up? But it's, yeah, right? It sounds rad. So it would be like a Quaalude. Yeah, like it would be like how Quaalude full function, full physical function. But I got pull up the also known as the devil's breath. The biggest in science ever, and that would just be icing on the cake. I mean, I'm not really interested in getting the Nobel Prize. That's not what motivates me, because every time extraterrestrial, you know, I Stockholm, you get the Nobel Prize, you know, a private operations, yeah. From intelligence out there, I would much rather do that, waste my time, maybe all the time. So that's the message from Congress on the 1st of May 2025. So yeah, it's wild. Like just look up Scapola. In general, you know, I hear all of these guys hanging those things there. You know, they don't see all the. Well, you know, I don't want to shit on it. I mean, there's got to be tons of great things about it. But yeah, you know, drugs are they're corrupting. Davis was sitting next to me playing a spacecraft from
lights that are extra aggressive or that's just super.
What we get to that in America, we try to make drugs.
I don't know.
In San Francisco, all these places criminalized, and it's made things like, yeah, dude, it's how fucked up. The tender, oh my god, it really is. That there's no consequence. Shit, ordinary people, right? People,
they claim extraordinary.
like you could buy an ounce of a pharmacy. No, definitely. Right. Right. I guess you're right. I guess the government would have to.
And you know,
I don't know. Just doesn't. We don't do medical. This is like a public health revolutionary thing. The U.S. doesn't do that. So you have to really like. It has to be paired with like law enforcement, health treatment, and like housing, all this shit. So you have to, you know. I just learned, you know, we thought. Below is strong, so it's how you do it, and I don't think we're
do you think it's a whole sphere about the answer to the question, are we alone? We can
that up. I'm glad you brought that up. We cover it in this episode.
Oh, really?
Yes. Dude, let me, can I just break this? On the internet. Yeah. Okay. Oh, well, fuck me. But nobody's heard of it, but this response. The cartels are almost without a doubt not spiking the blow. They're cocaine with fentanyl. In fact, they're taking measures now from using cocaine. Do you remember when I heard that the drug cartel is decentralized? And they moved them to the border, right? And usually Self-Americans or Mexican Americans, Latino Americans, then smuggle them across the border. After that, the cartel's out of it. They're like members that come to the States, basically, and then sell. They're selling at wholesale and then into the safety of Mexico. So the people that are spiking coke with stupid dealers in the U.S. that are trying to stretch the coke. Yeah, I want people to use my So is it? I mean, is it? Here's what I kind of separated from the thing. There's an article about 3 million years ago. A guy just died. Sounds like a fun story. Yeah. And basically, now is that 8,000 years ago, we're selling drugs. Yeah. It's we don't. Those drugs, 10,000 years of all shit here in the past. Yeah. It's a high level drug dealers are dealing with rich people where they're right. So people, we know that they cut heroin. Right. Well, but they is not cartel. Yes. So yes. Well, by an ounce, they are using fentanyl to smoke because those people run it more, especially with heroin, but also I think cocaine. There's an OD, whether it results in death or not. The junkies find out about that. They're like, oh, he's got the wrong shit. I think that's one of the reasons. A little bit of fentanyl goes a long way.
So and if you built up to it, I think I don't know. I think it's different. I don't exactly know the mindset behind somebody who would do that, but we can say for a fact that the cartels are not spiking their coke with fentanyl because what we found out is that in order the cartel is starting pressing the heroin they make, the fentanyl they cook, they started pressing it into pills. And that way, if a dealer is chopping up fentanyl with coke, that coke is going to have a pinkish to it. So yeah, you guys stay away from cocaine. You see that that means it's got fentanyl. The cartel. Yeah. Because low level dealers are selling one hand, on the other hand, mixing it up in a process. Sure. Yeah, that's absolutely right. Would be a case where that's the way. Yes, exactly. Yeah. No way. After spending time with ways to never be intentionally killing off. And in fact, penalty in the cartel for selling gun is death. There's a mandate from on. He's like, there is just video these them, right? That's the other thing. There is to be no selling of fentanyl in Sinaloa State. So they know how dangerous it is. They know how bad it is. They're like, we never taint a wholesale load of but we keep that shit. These markets are different. So these guys are smart.
Overnight, and we have 3 of 7 riding. Now, in addition to this, that different cameras.
Yes, absolutely.
Feature more chemicals. I feel like that's right. And solar sensors that is the transmission. So that tells us that I know the rules. And then also sensors that sound. So
I think it's like in China, in their states. I think Mexico is totally, and it's cheap flavor, and it's as cheap as China, and it's right southern neighbor. So it's like we can have to depend on them to manufacture. Then the next crisis that comes up, that's they love choking off, products, right? That's like part of that subtle war that they're already in the U.S. Depend on them to be your main manufacturer of your imports. People get away from it. The cost is not worth it. Like when you factor in all of that bullshit, you have a product, you want to go over and manufacture it. You're going to take it. So it's just not worth it. It's cheaper. You might as well just manufacture it here in the US.
So they don't say much. They don't actually explore that might fail. And that's the way I think Oh, I see. We actually would like to go, and we don't do it. And we think science is supposed to be a learning experience. You know, let's just collect what's out there. Not assuming that we know the answer in advance. Without things wrong. Without worrying about making mistakes. Because then we might discover that that's the way.
Why? So you want to find
Other people said,
write a bad check. White out and change your fucking income application or something.
All of the death punishable things on the list. What's so funny is obviously like the biggest fraudster is the Chinese Communist Party.
Yeah,
They can just take out your shit. You have to, they're kind of how you can't resist Sinaloa, that's always blessing. You can't do business in China without the government go to them first. You know?
Trail of the country. With enemy.
Yes, flooding. What the fuck is that?
Explosion. Hazardous. Keep going down. Very hazardous.
Enjoy the long weekend.
These are all things. Fine borders. So think about that. Like it's bad. But we're looking at a list of surrender. People like that.
Unreal. School, Soviet leaders is successful.
Google, like, fraud and drug crimes. Like that.
I think China is actually way more people than any other country. They got an app for it. It's like Uber Eats. It's like, yeah. Yo, that could be. It's literally covers almost everything. That could be anything. Rioting, you could call the people who are protesting against the law. Holy terrible. I would never do it. Not really change. Terrible.
Many of them conflicting and try to get to the truth.
So, how old were you at what point? I was 24.
Sound cheap, what I'd say. Never got caught with any drugs.
Everything was
Shipping my
Still already hard. Sure what's true. What's out. But we got picked up.
dog
Chance to tell their side of the story.
They put a little tracking device in it and watch it. Yeah, that's simple, right? It wasn't all kind of free guidelines. Oh, dude, it's like
History podcast.
because I can lose all the drugs in the world. Guys, we can always do it. So these guys were some of these guys were I got a little free. Search me over history on listen now. Like they were supposed to be like, you guys, are you doing this on purpose? You want me to go to prison? I would tell them, no, you gotta wrap my money with the same care that I have.
Oh, yeah,
No.
I remember saying that.
Yeah.
Back in my town.
So, but no, these drugs are on money all the time. So wasn't a wiretap. It wasn't all these fucking cartel members that I was dealing with. It was lords that I was picking up massive 100-pound orders at a time from California. Something as simple as intercepting. That's how it goes. The game, dude. So no. I went down. I locations where I would get money packages. FedEx, UPS, right? And I went to pick up. And I walked out. And I got my seat.
One podcast network. iHeart. Open your free listen.
You know those
I was like, well, I'm definitely not home now. Right? I'm not going back to where I live now. I took, I got a little high-speed chase in the neighborhood. I got away. I talked to my lawyer. Going like the Charlotte ones, right? I talked to because they kind of backed off, saw that I was revving it. I had a dog. It's got a fucking move. So that's what the cops drive. Better car cops. And my lawyer was like, yeah, they didn't get chased because like local pigs, those local neighborhoods, they get that person sued, they're liable. So everybody you for a high-speed chase, there's a little yeah, be responsible to it for the school zone. So the school wasn't out yet. So yeah, so I made it back safely. A little residential. And I made it back to the place. I don't have any bills in my name. Drugs in my place. I don't. My parents did what he called the only one person. One person right now. But I didn't sell drugs. Deal with
This latest round of donations boosted his over to well over 60 billion, biggest annual donations.
Go back to my
Give away his fortune. Lululemon is suing Costco over its about leggings hoodie.
I'm fucking shaking and traumatized. Police. So I go down to Alex. God's in here, right? I'm not like, you know what I mean? So they run up in there.
Will start streaming on Netflix this summer. News release viewers can watch rocket launch and space views of Earth from space on Netflix as part of NASA's global audience.
Yeah.
Consumer.
History podcast. It's called American History, where you ask the question.
J.K. Marilyn Monroe having
History Hotline gets to the bottom.
This is such a ridiculous story that we can't because we don't want to.
You're free iHeart Radio. Search and listen now.
If you're not going to have repercussions,
And I looked into it further. I talked to some also who knew this kid from the
it's
neighborhood.
going to create
That dude's been never done a day in jail. That guy is working for sell drugs. Just like the cartel members and chop on right to the fucking feds, Mexican military. This guy had quotas
retirement
to,
savings options,
the
potential tax
cops.
breaks,
So
time. Visit
So,
this
you know,
is retirement.
that's how you
What's your action plan?
they were like, oh, there's
Brought to you, Council.
definitely. They're like, give us your suppliers right now, right now.
sounds
You will
ridiculous,
not.
right?
You won't even put the
But
handcuffs
guess
on.
what? That texting while driving. The human brain only has the capacity to focus on one thing at
Well,
a
to
time.
see the low or
The wheel,
well,
driving, you're
the
on attention.
I buy my pot from Sinaloa and hotel members that are operating in the U.S. Yeah. Basically legal. They stay in but I was buying from a guy in a little town on the border of Northern California. They had huge pot roads up in the forest. They would hike on federal land hours away from everything. They would run nations through it. And that kind of work find enough sunlight. I mean, it's amazing.
Listen to Hard Truths with Stephen J.
So the
Clement
top one
whenever you get your
this
week with Cory Booker.
Mark money, right? Use the money. Use your money, and yeah, we'll mark the money and you go start buys things, right? And that's probably how they do it. If I decide to walk, you know, but I'm like, you guys don't have any fun. Like, I'm fighting this. You know, I can't say, dude, if I was facing 30 years in prison for drugs, I can't sit here with I would wait. Who knows, right? You know? But most people in federal prison get cooperated in some way because the drug laws are so harsh that, especially back in the day with crack, for 10 years doesn't mean he didn't snitch. He just keep himself from doing dirty in life. He continue to cooperate. It is like it's such a lot. They change your life. You like your life? I got a way out. They act like they're sick. You know? So yeah, cooperate on this one. Like if you're never talking to get your lawyer and it deals with behind. Don't have to find 01 slam, you know? Like, you're not going to talk out of it. I'll tell you that much. I tried. I was like 7-2.
This one time festival, and we were on our way back.
And they hadn't made a big promotion. They didn't come in there. These were undercover.
And we were on our way back. It was just like a beautiful car, and we were watching these.
You know, they had their own. I was like, dude, look at all this cash. Like, your boss isn't here yet. Supervise this money. Get you another 200,000. Just give me a day. Just give me a day, and I'll come back. I'll be around. I'll work, and I'll give you this money. And I'll get out of here. What I was going to do is go get the rest of my cash. Nope, these fucking dorks. They got this fucking nerve. I was like, this is such Northwest bullshit. If these were in, the South Boston, some Irish cops, they would have been retired. The guy, one of the guys got pissed. Motherfucker. Like, they took it as an insult. Like, hey, dude, this offer works. Yeah. So they brought me in. They couldn't get more arrested. They brought me in, booked me. I had bail. Like, I had bail money. They were like, no, you don't have the judge.
Real
like,
people, real stories.
High flight risk. International criminal connections. That's the hardest. The hardest every day. Every week feels like a year. It is deprivation. Work. It's like this nice. Dang, county jail. Dude, one of the first things I did the first morning, walked out there like, hey, sweet kid, you're gonna fade now, or you're gonna have to work second custody and child. And I'm like, all right, well, I guess we're gonna fucking fight. So you have to fight. Like 5 or 6 fights in my 8 months that I was in county fighting my case. Security level up to like highest.
Professor, if you were faced with
like a guy who doesn't even, I should be in a cell with a guy doing it for a year. Like, why am I violent? Stepping over because I had to fight when I was in jail. They make it.
Unified quantum mechanics and gravity. Like we haven't unified there, and we know that around the it was just a early quantum mechanics was as gravity. What really happened? The aliens would tell me what happened without. Just like, oh my god, like, and the better let me get this,
whatever my mates were. So, first of all, they send you to like a sorting facility. So you can't use read. So the longer you wait, the longer you fight your case, case, right? More willing they're going to be to make it. So my lawyer was hang on, buddy. The longer you the prosecutor wants to be on, right? They want as much incarceration time as possible. Here and all this stuff. Their job. I had a good lawyer. I had a very good lawyer. That's his real name. Shout out Gorski, one of the best lawyers in the Portland metropolitan area. So like a guy this much money in cases. So he was like the law in here. He signed a plea deal for 36 months. Money yeah, he's got in jail that night. They picked you up and said, hold on. And then they sent us to prison, like a holding facility. Right? Until they find a bed space. Prison. Right? So, and that's like being in that was torturous too.
There must be communicated with each other. There is such a place, and we should be made aware of that because we have been and
they put us on a chain
that we don't have anybody. There is the where is everybody? You have the only person is not being so presumptuous. You're not
step off the bus,
that's
change
not
back side by
just
side,
because
and
you need to go
completely to
place
nobody
that
tells you
sides and only then
so you're like,
find a path. By the same token, I don't know why
they are as they
meet
are.
each other if there is such a place.
And they lined up and get us off the bus, off the breakers, in front of the
It's possible, but I believe
down for me on the chain.
Natural selection or with the point survives. Okay, so survival.
Yes.
If you are
And he was enlightened that very strikes right away.
You won't survive very long. Humans on Earth and those cultures that are very aggressive. You know, after one day,
Now 11 days later,
there's some my coach is the most
Yeah.
intelligent
Yeah.
beings that are,
Yeah. So that's and
guys
walked up behind
how many guys
I was pretty unique. I was pretty unique.
So that's my
point. That was mostly from the line and a lot of sex.
Of course, if you go
Like any sense, they're roughly the same size, and he was just whacking. There's something to throwing bodies all the time. You know, you're taking it. If you're a 180-pound guy, you're throwing 100 over and over again, and your whole core is just fucking primed. And their balance and their ability to use it against you.
Watching it in the Olympics is awesome. Because they'll.
Oh yeah,
That's crazy.
that is crazy.
I like watching that. Like,
Next too.
yeah, you'd have to, like the way that they land on it.
There's so many of those guys. Like you see them later. Because their fucking nerves are in there. Fuse disc. Fucking great career. You can't even walk, man. It's nuts.
Every taekwondo guy for strong oblique. They're like,
You gotta learn how to kick from both sides. Yeah, that's so important. Something that I really admire about your style, because I think there's gonna be a time where that is just everybody switches. Because there's so many guys that are just orthodox,
like a dance dance revolution, or making all the reads. It's move, like right leg, whatever. It's not like grappling. Where grappling, we get to interact with each other that way, and I can pretty much sometimes do it with my eyes. Striking is done with most of the eyes, so we use dance revolution and like okay, react to everything. So if I'm just switching my stance and the sentence backwards, exactly, it gets really hard.
Yeah.
You know, and
especially if you're both sides.
yes. And I would say that if you're starting, you don't need to be like, just have a couple good attacks to do from your other stance and then just like build off of there. I started switching stances, one, because I really liked him, and then, Daenerys. Switch where I was like, oh, I dislocated my elbow really bad about a week and a half into training, just landed on it, posted, just so I could only, or that was my right arm. So for like 6 months, I only used my right arm as like, and that's
Forcing yourself to just constantly be in that position, because everybody wants to be in the position where they're the most strong, especially if you're trying to hip and sparring, right? That's like what's so important about races. Always talk about keeping things playful, learning how to try to win. You try to develop and to be able to switch. I think like when TJ fought Henry and Barao, that fight to me was one of the best championship performances that I ever saw. Nobody thought TJ was going to win that. Barao was thought to be the #1 pound for it was would make the argument of who's the best. Henry Barao was, I think he was undefeated early in his career.
he was an animal at the time.
Animal. And TJ pieced him up. And it was like he was so in the zone and relaxed. And he was constantly switching stances and footwork and angles.
Yeah, they were training at Alpha Male to beat TJ. Partner for one of those fights. I remember the whole time I was like, go for TJ, because Barao at the time that everyone was afraid of. And then when I watched it, I was like, shit, that shit really works good. To train it a little bit too with these South guys.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so that was really stand in one stance, like, this is how we do shit now, like switching stances. I was Kind of flamboyant and like show. And so I remember going with some of guys and just good guys that we would spar with. I wouldn't really get hit that. And I was like, oh shit, this like actually works. Like this isn't junk food, whatever stuff, you know. It's
crazy that Dwayne developed that style. Yeah, that's what's crazy. Yeah, more of a traditional, style. And then he realizes, like, the best way to fight actually to constantly be changing. And then he develops this system, and super focused. I know you know this, but for people, Dwayne has like a notebook and fucking notes. It's all like he's got it's not like what Adesanya likes to call button smashing. No, it's very systematic. And TJ our impression of what Dwayne.
Yeah, that was a super amazing fight. Yeah, just switching. I mean, just some, like it's like how coordinated you are. Like that's like a big piece of striking. And then can I just overwhelm you with information strategy to run? Some people use like, okay, I'm willing to land my big one. That's like an okay strategy. It works for guys like Ilya and stuff.
But Ilya's not that easy to hit.
Anyway, good guard.
He rolls with fight.
Yeah.
He like slides away from stuff. He's big.
He's doing like the highest form. Like he's doing that style as expression with the strategy of which shouldn't be everyone's strategy.
Well, you have to have that. He's got that God-given power. His power is fucking crazy.
Trevor's actually helped me understand why it works really good. So not to get crazy technical. Alright, cool. So stances, when you're in a square stance, you can move really good left. That was my career, was being like, I'm from a basketball background. I know that I'm very quick and agile and I can move left, right, up, whatever. It'll be fine probably, So a lot of square stance stuff is I'm just going to cut left, right, overwhelm this person with angles and always constantly make them move off of the things I'm doing. That's good, but it's really hard to leverage in anything that you're doing. I can't, like if I'm going to throw a ball, I throw a ball like this.
Right, you have your shoulder behind the other shoulder.
Yeah. Third stance is super good for being right. Helping people with the amount of attacks that you can throw at them because also in square, all of my weapons are really available for me. Like this is faster than this. Just closer. Beautiful stance. You get a fuckload of leverage because if you standing like he's about to throw a jab, pretty much what he's doing is just like, and this is like the science of boxing a little bit, like I said, that Trevor helped me with, so I'm a lot more bladed now. Now we're trying to get like some serious leverage on stuff because fighting these really good wrestlers, it can get to the point where it's like, it just like, I don't really want to like tap people to victory. One time I would compensate and being like, all right, wheel kicks, knees, and elbows, and that like took me a decent amount of ways too, where it's like, cool, I can finish guys like that also. But these bladed stances where you load of leverage with them, I think they're awesome. Ilya is like only, and that's just my expression of my martial arts. I want to be like the jack of all trades guys and be able to that style. I'll just archetype. But Ilya is like always ready to throw a javelin, and he's really good at closing space. He'll like jab, hook, and really keep his lead leg near, and then just bomb the right hand. Because he is a shorter guy, but he never seems like he's having that much of an issue getting super inside. That was just much bigger guys. Yeah, that's 55, right? And he moves good, and he's fucking gigantic. Roofing.
I mean, he's got to be 6'1", maybe 6'2", and he's 55, and he's not. I mean, he's lean. He's not like scrawny. He's got muscle. Fuck. Yeah, some 55. And Ilya, he's not that big. See, because of this 10 pounds. 10 pounds is just like, it's a lot of weight, man. You know, when it's a significant percentage of your body weight,
especially when I'm like 30 pounds.
I don't know what roof he cuts, but what he's 190 pounds. Yeah, you know, like Islam. Yeah. Afterwards, I'm always like, I know. He's thick as fuck. He's got a giant back. Yeah, and when he gets a hold of guys, it's like he's just got this grappling squeeze that it's. I remember when he fought Drew Dober, and like when he got Dober down the wrap, it's a wrap. As soon as he gets on top, clamp him down, squeeze it. He got, it's like Oliveira was tapping, and it was on. Yeah, like, fuck this. Yeah.
Those really good grappler guys, they're strong, definitely up all of the space. Like I can let me get an underhook, like I can feel pretty strong. Like even if you're much bigger than me, I'll like make you take a couple steps back, which really shouldn't happen. Close up all of the space, which I think is a big component of grappler, is being able to be like, no, that's my space, you know, and you're not going to get inside of mine. I can feel strong. Those types of guys, they're just so used to being so compact and never letting anyone get inside their arms or wherever it is that they need to. It's like impossible to feel like you can move them. I'm strong in grappling. There's being strong in like I don't let you move me, and then they're strong in I get to move you really good. Good guys get to do both. Like if I can grab you and you really easy, I'll feel really strong. If you grab me, I feel like a rock. I think that some people do both of those really well, and then some people don't. As long as they do both really good.
Yeah. His striking has leveled up significantly. Much. Thunder was just a threat. You're like, we knocked out a kick. Crazy. But granted, if I was in Nick's corner, I would say, you're not taking, you've been fucking drinking beer and eating kebabs. Like, taking this fight on 10 days' notice. I don't care how much you like fighting. That's a crazy thing. I don't care how look at the slide that is right. He arguably fight with Islam. Very close fight. It was a decision. Shit, was it a draw? That's I think he lost. I think he lost too. Yeah. Either way, Islam keeps the title. Was it a draw? Maybe one draw. Maybe it's something like that. So super close fight with the pound for pound best. It's like fought by pound fighter in the world. And then he takes that fight on 10 days. And then he comes into the fight with Topuria, 4 months later or something like that? He got head kicked, shin to the dome, stopped, unconscious, and then you got to fight the scariest fucking boxer in the division. You get in this big slide, and then he comes back, gear off, and you see against the vocal, looks like he's back. Versus Ilya. Yeah, that would have been an exciting fight. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I feel like the cat in a world where if you're a better fighter, then you're just a fighter. But it's like, no man. If I have 3 months to train versus 2 weeks to giant, I don't do that. What is it? There's no one. It's like I like taking them. They're like they have 50 milligrams of caffeine in them. They're called NCEs. Oh yeah, I'm taking those. Yeah, I like those. Brainstem. Yeah. I got one called that I got phone. That's pretty good. Although I did kind of get a little annoyed. It's you know, I like these. These are great too. These gummies, these alpha brain gummies are fucking awesome. Yeah, don't do it. That's really? Like one thing I stopped. Well, I do like this amount of caffeine. I do like 50 milligrams of that. Just 50. Okay.
Yeah, you know what's crazy is I didn't drink like a lot of caffeine or whatever in the morning like normal people. But dude, what I learned, I immediately had way more energy, or maybe immediately, but like 10 days, 2 weeks afterwards. And you know what I love is that I already have like low iron, but I notice for the coffee gets in the way of iron. Yeah.
You have low iron. Do you eat red meat?
Yeah, I eat a lot. It's like a genetic has super low. I think it's like a ginger thing.
Caffeine can inhibit iron absorption primarily due to the presence of tannins and other.
Dude, I swear this has changed. So now I do the mud water stuff. Where mud water, I like matcha still, so I'll still do like 15. But dude, the coffee I stopped and I immediately started feeling way better. How many people don't know this, but this is a thing, bro. It tastes good. I still drink decaf sometimes because I really like the taste of it.
Like one of those Bakers, Lucy's. I like them when I do podcast. But I take days off with these things. I'm fucking sucking on these things all day. Days off. I'm like, no, I feel fine. Yeah. I feel fine. But I have days off coffee, and I'm like, yeah.
It takes like a week or so.
I sleep in the morning. Just like,
I honestly don't think everyone would have it. I think it's because the iron thing.
That makes a lot of sense, man. Yeah. Coffee and other caffeinated beverages with a meal associated with 39 to 90% absorption.
Dude, it was great. Yeah, and so bro, this is how I found out. It wasn't like it was. I take a in the morning because I have a little bit of low iron. And when I stopped drinking coffee, one of the too much iron is that you'll get like an iron metallic taste in your mouth. And so about 2 weeks after, whenever I started tasting that taste in my mouth, and I looked it up, and that's what it was. So I stopped taking the iron because I was actually absorbing food and shit.
Wow.
Is that crazy?
That is crazy. Fuck, I'm gonna try it.
Yeah. It was.
Oh yeah, I bet.
Yeah, it was rough. It was like I quit everything at that time. Body was getting anxious. My mind is pretty much like stupid the whole time till life, but my body will get really. I just like notice different shit. I'll just like be more whatever, you know.
But you're so in tune.
Yeah.
A fighter is probably out of all professional sports, I think a fighter probably is the lower body problem because there's so like of not being in tune are so different than any other sport.
Definitely. There's a lot of ways to watch what we actually eat. Most sports, you know, to do that. It's just,
Right.
like we're super like food. The relationship is different than I think almost everyone else on the planet.
I know when you like out of son, you never cared about his yeah, and then you got older and you realized like, hey, I've got to really fucking do everything.
Yeah, dude, I used to be able to just down a Chipotle sauce all day and then just train afterwards. And now I can't do that, which kind of sucks.
Yeah, that's also youth. God, yeah. When you're really young, you can get away with anything.
You really can, dude. I used to just be hungover, rolling in, and just like fighting.
It's crazy how much you get away with when you're young. Yeah, but it's like the hard training for long periods, years and years. You get all these little micro injuries, these little things start slowing down. You just demand much of your body. If you're not taking care of your nutrition, are you serious about this or not? Yeah, like, what are you doing? You fucking 6 hours in the gym and then you're eating pizza?
People fuck up their weight cuts all the time. Just wait, they want to eat like an asshole. And I'm like, what are you doing, dude? You literally did for 8 weeks. You were the person in the world, and now you're eating cake the night before the fight.
Yeah, it's so dumb. The night before the fight, it's so great. Ilya famously did it twice, but they made it seem shows they did it a lot.
Yeah.
He would drink. Yeah, his weight.
The whole time I was watching that, I was like, he doesn't do that every. He was like, right here. I was like, you're not convincing me that he does that.
He did it twice. I was like, what am I doing?
That sounds fun, but you got drunk on one glass of wine, which is not pretty awesome. And it probably tastes so good too.
Right. because of the wine, so probably aids a little bit in the water cut, dehydrating.
Yeah.
But then that no water in your body.
Yeah. I don't fuck with hangovers.
I stopped drinking. I guess that's like close to 4. And I used to have days where I would get, I'd love, do stand up, have a couple drinks, and the next day I'd be working out. What did I feel? Like, that's just life. Deal with it. Drink your electrolytes, get through it. I have no days like that now. Nuts. Like, even if, like, last night I had like 5 hours sleep, but I worked out this morning, I feel fucking great. Yeah, I'm gone away. It's kind of crazy. Like, I'm like, you moron, poisoning yourself for a decade of time.
So now I'll still go out, like, social shit and just not drink. Something. I was like, you can.
Oh, that's the thing. It's like, I thought Mr. Boss would tell me that. I quit drinking and not just as much. Yeah, it's true. You have fun because you're with fun people.
Yeah.
And you just have. So you don't have to be drunk to have fun.
Unless you were me in college.
Oh, yeah?
I think a big reason was fun is because I just do really stupid, crazy shit, and so would my friends, and then we just talk about it the next day. Like, so stupid. But now that I don't do any of that stuff, I'm like, this isn't.
Yeah, and as a professional athlete, it's like, this is just not good for you.
Yeah,
it's punishing.
Yeah, at this age, unfortunately, they told me my whole life it was going to happen. And now
it's just becoming wiser. That's why, like, when you see that John Jones thing, I'm sorry, I'm sure you saw the play. Did you see that?
I did recently.
No, it's a new one.
Like this week?
Yeah. That's a new one. He's drunk on the phone, talking to the cops, and like, oh,
I don't know the details of it. Was he driving?
Yeah, the girl in the car said that he was driving. The car was wrecked. John was gone, and she ratted him out. John did it. John's on the phone with the cops, and he allegedly threatened the cops. So he's almost not good. And he's already got a history of running from accidents. Yeah.
Whatever that is, I hope that he figures it out.
Yeah. It is what it is. Yeah.
Lightning, bro.
Like riding that lightning.
Yeah.
It made him so good too, because he was just a wild dude.
Yeah.
He just fucking really had this ultimate confidence and so skillful. And actually, one more drink. And Aspinall is a fucking beast, man. I know there's a lot of questions. Never been out of the first round. Never been out of the first round because he fucks everybody up in the first factor.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I really wanted to see that fight, but I appreciated who it was recently, but John was pretty good. Man, like, I want to fight up and coming tough guys. He was like, I want to fight guys seasoned that have names. And that could also be interpreted as you don't really want the best guys that there are right now. You want to fight like who you're comfortable fighting, but you don't want to fight the guys that are tough and saying that you're going to win. And that's okay, but that's how I interpreted what he was saying in the honesty.
Well, it's also money fighting because I think he's wrong because I think Aspinall. I really do.
Yeah, I do too.
I think no one. Aspinall's a star. When people ask to me all the time, like casuals on the street, is John Jones going to Tom Aspinall? It's constant. That's like the constant question. The fight would have been John Jones versus Francis. If I responsible. I would have made a lot of different decisions, and I would have Francis, let's talk, let's work this. That guy's a star. This is the fucking fight of all time. Yeah, that's a star. Like that guy as the heavyweight champion is so fucking marketable. He puts people in. He flatlined Stipe. He flatlined Alistair. He flatlines people. He's fucking terrifying. That big champion. And for that guy to walk and then almost beat Tyson Fury, and then get knocked out by Anthony Joshua, come back and destroy that again. Big tall Brazilian dude that he ground and pounded into unconsciousness.
Why would you want to trust
Ferreira, that's right.
Oh, okay.
That
Yeah, that guy was. Yeah.
he's the guy that KO'd Ryan Bader in the first round. He looks phenomenal. He's terrifying. Francis, that's the guy. That's the guy. Like, and everybody's the fight. That's the big fight.
It's a shame with the sport. I hate it. I see it happen all of the time, and I think a lot of it is like maybe money, business stuff. I think that some of it is ego. I try to just drift away from. Philosophy on winning the belt. And if I can't beat who it is, if it's like a number 10 ranked Umar, or if it's a number ranked whoever, if I can't beat that person, then I don't deserve the belt, and I don't think that I should. It clearly represents it. It doesn't mean that I beat all the best guys. The way to do it. Not everyone really has that, and I get it, because once you start money is taking care of your family, which is what is kind of an excuse to be greedy. It just never really been my philosophy, and I think that it's kind of a shame when that stuff happens. In my head, two things. We're seeing who the best, and we're getting able to watch so that the fans can appreciate something that I find to be my life next to my wife, so I don't know, I think it's a shame when it's like a ego thing, but also at the same time I don't really think that that's too is doing. I'm more speaking in terms of John Jones also has to have some level of. Tom's a young guy, and we age. We age, and that's okay.
John's not a natural heavyweight.
That too.
John still can be.
Even in his heavyweight fight, he looked like
a little soft. A little soft. Like 240 and a little soft is. I mean, think about how much Pereira cuts. Right? He could cut that way. Like he might still be the champ at 205. Which is Tom Aspinall ain't making 205. That guy's fucking huge. And Ngannou is 205. Francis would cut to get to 260 natural. Sure. Which is just he's a fucking hulking man. He's a scary dude.
How do people get that big?
Genetics, I mean, that's just pure genetics.
What's that big on playing?
It's more, bro.
Playing hockey. Hockey or fucking
brain damaging in football is significantly more probably than brain fighting. You like hockey?
Hockey's pretty cool. Yeah, I like hockey culture. The game, because there's too much going on right now. Like when it's happening, it just looks like a chaotic mess sometimes to me. Because the dude from the Avs, I've been like seeing him at the gym a little bit. He's been training in the league right now. A little bit of attention because me and him sometimes, but dude, hockey culture is cool. Like when they score, they smile and cheer for a half of a second, and then they're all cold killers back again, which I appreciate about sports, because I feel like a lot of sports have become like all of this top players are very like flamboyanty. Like
the thing about hockey is it's been as popular as football.
I know.
It's always it's like not quite the same. Not in the same, like the same. You have a few Gretzky's, Bobby Orr. You have a few guys that become national celebrities, but for the most part, there's like a whole ton of them that everybody. Because of that, they're probably a little more dedicated, a little more humble, a little more.
They're cool. I really like that sport.
The fucking amount of energy, the speed, the fast, constant, and maneuvering and gliding on those plays is incredible. Soccer, like Bunch of soccer. You know what I really enjoyed? It's a live match. I was talking to my friend Ed, it's one of the Boston club here. And he was explaining, like, this is the reason why they don't take commercial breaks. There's no time for a commercial break. The fucking clock is always running. God, never noticed. And these guys, fucking quarter horses, they have these fucking huge legs, and they're constantly sprinting. They have, you know, it's like someone who appreciates athletic performance. It's like, this is crazy. Like, really good running. I don't know, man. At least 4 or 5. Dude, it has to be. They're close. 7 and 9 usually. 7 and 9 miles. That's bananas. Yeah, fucking sprinting 7 to 9 miles. Just when I did that time in the Netherlands that I was talking about, I was playing soccer a little bit too, but I stopped thinking it was cool. And then I like switched to that. When you're growing up, bro, and all the things they're going. Okay. Soccer didn't do that for you, you know. So it's your entire existence as a kid is to not be made fun of and called gay. Yeah, but and I watched some of those kids soccer in Europe because they were like 10, 11, 12-year-old freaks, dude, and like crazy athletic. You could just like what they do with choose that sport because I just wouldn't go overseas. Yeah, and then the competitiveness of over there or the football they call it over there is so much higher than in America. It would probably be a world to reach that level. Have you ever been all of the swamp people and shit because of the hooligans and stuff? No, I've only been to the Boston games. It's pretty. I went to one in Serbia where they had more SWAT police officers than them. Dude, it was wild. I was like, dude, this man, like, bro, stop throwing smoke bombs onto the field. I was like, bro, Serbian basketball? Yeah, they're good at basketball. We played some clips of Serbia. How do you see the crowd in Serbia? They go. The cheering is goosebumps. Like, holy fuck, these are, and they're that kind of fucking basketball. You're like, boy, those guys over here, everyone's seeing that now. Yeah, players have made their way to the United States, and those guys are fucking, they're ready to fight people. They're scary hard, you know, which is like really interesting to see this influx of like guys from Russia, Dagestan, like some of these guys that are making their way into the UFC. Hard. You know, it's really, yeah, it's really cool actually. I mean, I really appreciate it, man. I think that MMA and martial arts are a fantastic thing for the world. And this to me has brought so many people kind of, like I didn't know what Dagestan was or Azerbaijan was or anything like that. When it was 2014, so AKA the organization, I did their national tournament, and if you win, you get to go do the world for them in Italy. So I got to do that. And when I was out there, a lot of the competitors were from all this place called Azerbaijan that I didn't know how to tell. They were whooping guys' asses, spinning hook kicks, like all kinds of crazy shit. And I was like, damn, I hope I don't fight one of those guys. But the entire time, I was like, the second these guys start getting into the UFC and stuff, wreck a lot of Americans, you know. But I really like that. Like, General has done a good job, in my opinion, because we're one of the only super globalized, where people from all over kind of, I don't know, man, I kind of feel everyone together, or at least feel like I could walk into another country and have something super in common with someone. I just like I think another thing that's really cool about it is when someone is elite, no one cares what country that guy. You know, it's like if he's from New Zealand, everybody gets pumped. If Pereira gets in there, Spurs fighting. You don't say the USA. No, the Pereira.
Yeah.
You know, so it's really great in that regard that you can become a true international superstar by all the nations.
That's a big culture. Like we don't learn from this.
Think about the Russians that are over here. They don't. No one cares.
Yeah.
No one's like, oh, Russians, fuck you.
Yeah.
You know, they're like badass.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I wonder if they'd be country.
I don't think so.
Yeah. I bet not. Russia think I'm as cool as.
Cool. If I would, I'd be like fucking super worried about my food. You know, like some crazy Russian, like fucking, in your tea. Who knows? Like they're hardcore. It's like races, but we're a melting pot of countries. Is that we are consistent entirely of immigrants. It's Native American. Everyone was an immigrant. Yeah, it's like we kind of accept parts of the world.
Yeah, about 300 years ago.
I know.
Party there. Over there. Bullshit that's going on here.
It's kind of nutty in that regard, and you know, boy, it's worked out.
Yeah, I'm not really like I try not to be like too identified or whatever, or like be too nationalist. But every time I think of like just how lucky we are to be from here, dude, it's pretty cool.
It's pretty amazing.
Especially when you have like that's going on with it, that stuff. It's kind of like, man, thank God that we're here.
In the UK, people are getting arrested. Posts.
Are they?
Yeah. Thousands.
They still use Facebook. The fuck they doing using Facebook? That's how you know it's a political thing. It's all those old people on Facebook.
All of my old friends from school, like my old friends that I was friends with when I was like really young. Old dudes on Facebook.
Yeah, my mom and dad are on Facebook.
All dudes on Facebook. Like fucking miss me with that shit.
Yeah, they post which neighbors. Yeah.
I've got zero friends that's stupid. This, you know, allowing people to express themselves, whether you agree or disagree, that is just so gigantic. Squashing electricity shit out of me. That's what's really scary about this last election, because Elon knew what was going on. Twitter behind the stepping in and silencing posts. This is fucking dangerous. Because if they get a real grip on social media, no longer can protest about things and express yourself things, including a lot of during the COVID crisis. Their accounts banned for posting factual information. Yeah, because that's very, very.
You have to be okay with that for all that. Like,
you have to be okay with like people saying things you don't like.
It's gonna come with that, but you have to be okay with it, because when it's your turn, you're gonna want to have your opinion respected too.
100%, and that's what I realize. It's so easy, especially in this country. All tech is primary, and they have a very strong ideology. It's very progressive ideology. We were in control, and they were supposed to, this is good. We're right, and we need to stop this fashion. You know, but the problem is that fucking right gets in place, and they use the same rules that you. We don't have a country anymore. Now we're just like every other dictatorship.
You know how you solve it? I've thought about like how to like get to a can be world peace and all of that stuff. I don't know. I think that a lot to the egos and the identities that exist inside them from only that perspective. That's why I think that like a lot of the old like echo ways of being are to, you know, just yourself, be like this watcher of your thoughts and all of that stuff. Try to be a watcher of what you really are. And then once you spend enough time doing that, you spend that everyone else has that watcher. Maybe they don't realize it yet, but they're still really connected to those that are really just a bunch of ideas that are based off of our environment or who we grew up with, that stuff. People a little bit. it's kind of a shame that I just know that that's not super big in the West. Just it's kind of an Eastern. Like we just met. It's just such a like a bitch ass about doing it. Like that's what you're doing is being able to watch who you really are and be like, hey, more I don't have to be that. Or it doesn't serve me anymore. I don't have to be that. There are a lot of my guys with feelings. It's like you want to not be scared of something. Don't desire anything. And don't be anything if you don't want to be scared. Because fighting fearless is. I do a run of performing really well because of things because I don't have a ton of egos inside of my brain as much anymore. I of course do because we all have to. But yeah, once you start spending a lot of time, I think that that's kind of why it's on the idea of love being the answer. Because once you spend what we think we are, you always end up in the spot where it's like, oh, that person's that. They just haven't figured it out yet either, and I love them for that still.
And that acceptance and lowering both them. Whereas like hate of other people motivate you in some way, but it's also crippling. You know, what is that old expression? And that anger is the poisons the vessel that holds. You know, it's just wasting energy. You're wasting life, and you're wasting your potential. You're thinking only in terms of negative all the time, constructive. Yeah, you don't have to. You don't have to like that to be miserable. Anyway, you can be happy.
Yeah, there's a lot of energy in life that will serve you at a point that just will stop serving you because it's not fuel that you can.
Did you audit? Like how did you talk about mushrooms? Yeah. I think that's the answer when you were asking a little bit with the answer to the world piece. It might be
because I mean that definitely rips you out of your body and the shit at you sometimes, but it humbles. Yeah, it does. It's a lot of reading. It's a lot. I've been fascinated by religion my entire life. I was raised pretty not like crazy, not like in like a dogmatic way, but religious. Hey, think about type of way by my parents. I'm really great. I developed a super hang of those types of ideas where they didn't feel like there was something I was latched onto as much as they were things to be explored. And so it kind of just been fast God, like in church when they're like, hey, you're going to burn in hell forever if you don't agree. That became number one priority for that. I was like, hell, once I could understand hell and forever, I was like, oh, okay. Matters in life. Like, we got to figure this out, right? It took me on like a really religious thing. And then after I lost my first fight, that was my big first experience of seeing an ego have control over. When it was against a guy named Jamal Emmers, who's actually in the UFC. But it was pretty much just I shit the bed and choked. I went to the UFC and lost. And I was supposed to in my head and basically it was telling her big prospect guy, blah blah blah. After I lost, I had to face that's not what I am.
When you say choked, like what about your performance went wrong?
I just didn't show up like the way. I mean, I was fine with being a professional and being able to put my mistakes. If I would think I sure would have gotten signed to the UC just because I've been my work was around them too. When you have to get signed by the contender, it just would call you up on a day, but you could have a little bit of it in really well or something. So my first bet I spent about that entire summer as much as I didn't even really train because I didn't even know if that's something that I wanted to continue doing just because losing hurt my heart so bad. Decision, dude. It wasn't even like gnarly. It was just supposed to win. It's like, someone fucked up here, man. I was supposed to win that. And so, you know, universe doesn't revolve around me and my ideas. I think I am and all of that. Spent a lot of time in nature, read a lot of a lot of Buddhist stuff, a lot of Thich Nhat Hanh stuff, a lot of just spirituality books. Overarching idea of separating yourself from your thoughts and your body and all of that stuff. Whether it's in our imagination or not, I'm still not believing stuff. Like I don't have any belief. I have stuff, and I want to believe something really bad because it would make it easier to like navigate through.
Exactly the same way.
Dude, it'd be so much easier if I
just said someone come up with a great cult. Come up with a really great cult. I'll join.
How come if you fucking
like have like a really banana an actual real group. It makes sense, and no one's fucking everybody.
I was gonna say everyone has sex with each other? No.
Well, it's not.
That might be a deal breaker.
Leader gets to fuck everybody. Yeah. If that could be avoided, it would just make things easier, but it really wouldn't. Right?
Yeah.
You're better off with a real belief system, but sort of entertaining.
I kind of land on this idea of. So I've been trying to write a comic book for the.
Really?
Yeah, I know writing's a little gay, but yeah, it's gay to some people, but it's like poetry. So a lot of times, what I do with my free time instead of golfing,
what kind of write? Like, how do you write?
Well, pretty in-depth comic book, which has been really.
Are you a comic book fan?
I'm a comic book fan, but obviously, dude, how it happened is I was like, I wanted to come up with this really cool story. Like, I just think of ideas. Like, I don't have many hobbies. I think it's super fun, just me hanging out with you. I came up with this really cool idea, which is essentially like a bunch of ideas from a bunch of religions, like, and then put in and. Okay, to explain this. Okay, I think it's pretty interesting, but I haven't really like broken it down from start to finish, really. But I got into writing just because I wanted to make this. Oh, that's what you asked me. Is that am I into comic books? I tried writing, like it started out to, and I was like, "Fuck this, dude! Like I can't write." I was like, I read good books, so I like know what a good sentence is, and I was like, oh no, that's gonna take dialogue and pictures, and so that's what books. Although I do really like comic books too. But yeah, so it's kind of a compilation of a lot of ideas of religion inside of this world that it's put a conversation between you and Duncan Trump. I'm not gonna do anything with the comic book, so it's really fun. Like to doing it, like I'm not.
You don't plan on publishing it?
Maybe, but I think honestly, it would take like another 2-3 years for me to want that out there. But there's a dialogue of Duncan Trump. He's like one of my favorite people. The comedy works in Denver.
He's the best.
Yeah, he's really cool.
I love that guy.
Yeah. But pretty much it takes place, goes to the Garden of Eden that's being protected by tribes people, and inside of the Garden of Eden are the Alis, where when you eat them or you eat the crystals of them, you get teleported to a place where he lives, and the sixth, like the god of our universe. The world takes place in densities, which are chakras, so there's 7 of them. The first density, second density, which is what we are as humans. The fourth are aliens, where humans that have merged with the data. It takes place about 20 or 30 years in the future, where AI is actual fucking player in the game, you know? Fourth is psychedelic creatures / angels / all of that stuff is the gods of the universe. 7th is everything. And so, yeah, it's pretty in depth, dude. I mean, it's not like fucking save the world. It's like it's pretty cool, I think. So you go through each do trillions, however, whatever's past trillions of lifetimes, and in those densities, so in the third density, because it's the power, what we're trying to do is discover the positive path we're shooting for instead of the negative one. And what that means is the positive path is we're doing things in service of others instead of in service. So we're choosing love of others over. Love isn't like an emotion in the book. It's like building of the world where everything is love. It's this Disney shit. It's like a structural way of building the universe. So choosing to be others is what we're doing. But Earth is in its late third density, getting moving to its fourth density. And this scientist who the seed from the Kali and makes it so that the entire world can take this fruit and then interact with God. And then what it would this world today if we were actually able to sit in front of God and ask God questions. And that's kind of the basis of the book.
Are you doing the illustrations?
Now about doing the illustration. I might wait till AI gets good enough, because when I got pretty close, I fuck around with AI too, but we're pretty close to getting there with like some apps where you can have consistent characters, because you can't make the characters super consistent for like a year or two away.
Probably not even a year or two away.
Yeah, maybe not.
That's very good stage right now. That's what's coming. And I think it's going to hit us for train.
So I know everyone has like 1,000 stories. There's like 1,000 stories about taking over and all of this stuff. Sorry. Yeah. I just know it's long. Time. Okay, cool. In this story is the way that we get fourth density, and the way that we get moved into the fourth density, and we merge with the nanotechnology that supercomputer called Oblivion, which is pretty much just a hive mind. Once we all get merged with that, we either based off of polarity or our like frequency or whatever that tells us if we're positive or negative, just extinguish each other, because all we care about is love for self. Kill each other. It doesn't say exactly how, but you can use your imagination. Positive way, we move together in the being aliens, essentially, where we live of lifetimes as aliens until we can enter into the fifth. Then we become psychedelic creatures and all of that, or whatever. And that's like a non-physical realm at that point. But yeah, that's pretty much the idea behind the whole book. And
Actually, really good.
kind of like a positive spin off of it.
Well, best case scenario is we evolve and we merge with we evolve, and it's better for everybody. We become something superior to what we are now. Or we become irrelevant because they don't need us.
I still think it will still have to be created by us. Like in like a parallel universe where we are not, like, say we're flying to another universe, we see things differently. Different set of AI. Like there's no way that thing that isn't connected to human. So hopefully it's connected to as humans, which is like compassion, love, caring for each other, and not like a lizard reptilian. Hey, let's just we got maximizing capitalism and all of that stuff. You know what I mean? So it's just about like, hey, maybe it won't be so bad. Like they will have traits that, or maybe we're more off. Actually, think you know,
My five mind thing is promising and I have a feeling that that's where we're headed. With either some wearable or some sort of technology, we no longer language to communicate with each other, and we instantaneous access to everyone all the time. And is that there's going to be no more secrets. There'll be no lies. It's going to be impossible to deceive. Everyone's going to know what's going on in your soul, like how you face with the world itself. That's probably where we're headed. I think if we don't, I think it's one of two things. Either we become obsolete and AI becomes a new digital that's far more intelligent, far more capable, and then it makes better and better versions of makes God. Or we just trend whatever this being these primitive territorial apes with very sophisticated weapons, we become something different.
If I did have, I would like to believe that it is going towards a god or something, or there is like some to all of the like hard times that we have in life are actually progressing, whether it be through many life in other universes or dimensions, or whatever. And something inside of us that isn't human, but is maybe or something, is towards something great and loving, beautiful than what we got going on here on Earth. If that is true, then AI will probably be, you know.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah. Well, that's the best case scenario. It's also very strange that it's very strange that we lives at this unbelievable, unique moment in history where things change in this undeniably radical way. It happens unless we blow ourselves up. It's going to happen within the next 10 years. Like 10 years from now, we're going to be in the old days of 2025. I didn't know what was coming.
I want to over-exaggerating that, but dude, think about the world 5 years ago. It was completely different.
Just the invention of AI.
AI wasn't a thing. We're all like bunkered down in our head. Years ago. Even the UFC 5 years ago was crazy. Man, like life, I only get to view life through the lens of my job and my love through fighting, which is cool because it like helps me understand the matter. But yeah, man, I mean, like even just 5 years ago, how different the UFC was. Like life is gonna be 10 years.
Yeah, it's gonna be really weird. And you know, it freaks me out about Elon and it's one of the statements he said you're going to be able to talk. I don't know how that would work. The hive mind.
Yeah. But do we just feel each other's feelings then?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or
that would be good, maybe.
Yeah.
That would be good. If it's like, if I don't have like a filter of something, my brain making it into words and then spitting it out, and it was just that thing, that might be a really great thing.
I've always religion with what's currently going on, and one of them being like was born of a virgin mother. Christ was born without sex and emerged. Like, what else is born without AI? AI is born out of mother. AI, Christ is going to come back. AI is coming. Another one is the Tower.
Did you?
Yes. Yeah.
That's fucking awesome,
right? Right. If you think that. Turn.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
That completely makes sense.
That's awesome.
The other, right? So if we all have a universal language, are working on this fucking tower to get closer to God, you do it right, and you make it there, and it becomes chaotic and divided, and you're scattered of 1,000 different fucking languages, and nobody can communicate with each other, and it's just chaos, which is what happens to the universe. Develop a universal language, and if this universal is transmitted through whether it's this implant or wearable, some sort of an interface with technology, we bypass this primitive state of chaotic monkeys, and we become something superior.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, the Tower of Babel was initially in my story, that idea for a really long time, which is essentially, hey, if we all work together, we do this thing, which is kind of the main idea that I got from it. Yeah, dude, that's a cool AI. I'm gonna put that in my book. I'm still
Because if you think about it, if super intelligence gets achieved and that quantum, right? Quantum now is only able to just like teachers and do equations. But what if quantum computing and AI merge? Then you've got some insane attached to an insane intelligence that is going to make better and better versions of itself. Well, if you scale exponentially, 10, 50, 100, 1,000 years, if you keep going, God.
Yeah. I mean, quantum, imagine too, who knows, like if we want to go real idea, like quantum particles communicate to each other, so maybe they'll be able to communicate with the ones that are in other dimensions. We're able to communicate with other dimensions or whatever.
The freakiest concept about quantum computing, when they said the way it works is so confusing, it's so powerful that they of the multiverse. Yeah. To Roman Yampolsky, who's a scientist who changes of AI, and he thought that was all nonsense. He might be right, but believe that it's correct, and that this is why quantum computing is so powerful. Because Mark Andreessen said this, and this is the fucking craziest, that quantum computing, it can solve that if the entire universe, like every molecule, every atom of the supercomputer, it would for the universe as a supercomputer. This problem that the universe would die of heat death. Computing can solve it, and I've seen that. What the fuck is that?
I bet you when they electricity, they didn't know that it would be this, and maybe times 1,000 billion, where it's like, oh, because I think I'm like, we're only looking through all of the inventions that we have. If we invented something that was like electricity or quantum communication, or like if you can change things out of quantum, like maybe into the hardest deal metal in the entire world, and then that just completely changed the board game that we're even playing. Like we wouldn't say board game anymore, right? So it's like I don't know. Nothing's possible. I'm like, sure, because if you change the board game,
everything that we have today is impossible 200 years ago. Sorcerer, if you go back to the 1400s and show them an iPhone, like this, none of it makes any sense. The fact that you could New Zealand right now, that's bananas. All that stuff is fucking completely insane, and it's real, and it's happening right now. And the other thing, if artificial super intelligence creates something that we even we're dealing with this framework that's antiquated because it's been created by humans. You get something that's 1,000, 10,000 times more intelligent than us, and it's going to have solutions to things that we can't. It can get real weird. One of the things that always weirded me out about these stories, UFO, and in particular the story, is that when he was working on crafts that were supposedly from somewhere else, one I said is there's no controls. They don't know what is beings in this craft that they powered, but they're probably completely connected to this. What you're seeing with is probably us. That's what every time eventually.
It would be cool if that, like you said, what the religions were talking about too. Like to me, the science is all cool and stuff, but I also want to see it like intertwining like science with traditional ideas. If it was something like, hey, like we reached this certain of technological or religious side to the things too. That would be cool to have a belief.
Yeah. Well, if artificial become alive into all belief systems, into the wood chipper, we're not going to know what the fuck is what.
Unless it tells us.
Yeah, I mean, Yeah. But I have a feeling religious stories, they're based on truth. It's just truth that was a spoken word that really couldn't even read because they were illiterate, and that they had these tales that were there for years before anybody wrote them down. They're writing them down in these ancient languages. Even when you take those ancient translate to like modern English, a lot is lost in the translation. But I think the thing to all of it, they're not telling stories for no reason. I think they're telling stories to document something, just a full picture of it. But there's so much truth in those stories, and there's so many lessons in those stories that are applicable in the day. I think it'd be foolish to do.
Definitely. I mean, Young harps on that a lot with the collective unconscious stuff. Campbell, I love Joseph Campbell.
Oh, it's amazing.
Joseph Campbell at that time when I was kind of doing the whole part after losing, but the idea that there's pretty much a blueprint to all of the stories that are across is crazy everywhere. Like it's just naturally ingrained for stories to superhero gets called to action, finds a guy, beats monster, beats mega, turns back home. Like that's like the blueprint to a lot of stories, and because we're just so used to all of the stories being like that. I've messed with stories. I said, like I spend a lot of time in my head. I don't really talk a ton. I kind of just, but I've done the whole like hero's journey thing during the Joseph Campbell time. I should. Okay. And shit in my head, but anyway, so I did my own hero's time when I was trying to eliminate all of the egos inside of me. And the easiest way to identify egos is to ask yourself, what is it that you feel like you desire? You know, that's why I think in Buddhist philosophy and all of that stuff, it's always like, it's like, go your desires, and that will be like, you do that. And I was like, okay, cool, I'll buy into that a little bit. So I tried to buy all of these egos that were inside of me. I named their characteristics and personalities. Like when inside of me, I would just name it, give it a tiger's face, and like just treat it as a complete imaginative piece of my psyche that I wanted to be attached with anymore. Which is I came up with myself at the time, but there's a really good book called Taming Your Gremlins if anyone wants to look into that idea. That guy does a really good job of doing that. So as I started going through like my hero's journey, I spent a lot of time like meditating a decent amount, but normal meditating, like fucking around in my own head, just seeing what type of unconscious things below the surface of my everyday like courting me. And so I'll go through like, okay, what is this? What are all of these things inside me, or what are these desires? Name them. I would turn them into a monster, and I would kill the monster. And then at the very end of this story, I'm like crying during I was doing it or whatever. In the hero's journey, a lot of the time you have a mentor. You have this through how to defeat all these monsters and all of it. So I get to the end of my story, and one part that they never really brings the return back home, which is a really eliminated all of this stuff, and then you gotta return back home. So I'm getting ready, and my mentor at the time, because I did religious, it was Jesus at the time, where like Jesus, you know, he was like, done these monsters, and we're sitting at the cliff, and it's like, okay, time to got one more monster to defeat. And I was like, and he was like me, and I was like, what are you talking about? And he was like, man, that's the thing that you're attached to. Like, in order for you to continue on, that you gotta defeat. Like, I'm not about to stab you. And he was like, you have to push me. And he was like, you have to let go of me the same way that you let go of all of your other desires and inside of you too if you really want to do it. And so I'm like crying because that was like a big so I do it and Jesus falls, but then he grows wings, flies. Now you can be like or whatever, and then I return back home, and I just remember that being a really big moment for me. I don't like to use the word, but that was like a big deal for me in my development as a person because I understand, and they weren't things that I was planning. They were just unconscious things, like over and over and over again. I found that through hypnosis, trying to see what's underneath to it. You can't tell it what to. You can't control your unconscious. You just have to watch what's underneath. It's like a thing where it's like, now I get to be like you. It was like a really cool thing to my head, and I was like, whoa, shit. Cool. Yeah, I do a lot of crazy shit inside of my own, I guess. Probably makes me sound maybe a little bit weird. Yeah,
weird is good. What was it like returning to fighting after this find yourself period?
Yeah, I remember I was folding laundry and they asked me to fight Tahino Galbal for LFA. And Tahino was savage at the time. Still, I think is doing pretty well, but literally every YouTube video I could find of him was out. He was like 6-0 or something. And murdering people, Brazilian guy. And I was like, like, I just lost, I don't really want to lose again. I remember going back big time, and as I was folding laundry, I kind of got hit with another wisdom that came from River, not from myself, came from River. And in this bit of wisdom, it told me, man, I gave you this life for you to make it up yourself. Quit asking me, it's for you. And so I was like, all right, fuck it, I'll do it, you know. And a big of me going through that whole thing was love of fighting. Is anything I don't think is like shit. It's like a mega commitment you want to achieve, and it works like a marriage. More like a marriage, less romantic. Like, hey, this is a fling. It's like, hey man, I might not like you every day, you know, but I'm gonna commit myself to you, and I'm gonna do this thing. And kind of true love is, because I feel like that's what true love is. And if you want to say you love this sport, you gotta love it on the months, days. It might last years that you really don't like it. Just trust that it is like a good experience. Yeah, it's a process. So how was the? It's good. I knocked him out in the first round. I fucking crushed it. I wasn't scared at all. Really? Oh yeah. I don't get scared much. Like when I'm actually fighting in that mode of like already chosen fight. Like I'm good, you know. I don't hardly ever. I get scared leading up to things, but in the actual, I'm the goddamn incredible Hulk. You know, can't convince me otherwise.
Well, I remember when you said that you made this adjustment in your head from trying to fight and win to really trying to hurt people. Are you still on that same? No,
not as much. I got a little bit older. One contributor to it is that wasn't a fuel onto for super long. Angry fuel doesn't really like work. It's not super sustainable. That being that way got distracting to me, being able to do what I was trying to do. So any thought fighting, as you know, like even like silly ones or whatever, but if I'm being too aggro, I gotta hurt this guy, to learn, because I got all of the different aspects of what it means to be a fighter. I was really zen, peaceful, like whatever happens, and then I went way on the other side of the spectrum where it's like, I'm fucking killing to now I'm kind of somewhere a little bit in between. For me now, it is about just doing the correct thing. I think that where I am today as is very focused on what I said, where what do I need to win, and I don't make it here, don't make get motivated by anything else. It's just, no, this is like a laser focus in doing the right thing. And that's what has been the most helpful thing.
Just a zen state of just in whatever comes, whatever you're supposed to be to do that.
Kind of, but I know I'm supposed to be now a little bit too, like intensity wise. Before, I feel like I like superpower that I like didn't really know how to control very much. Now I feel like I have hard to know how to control it a lot better, to where it's like a 10 is too much, like 7. We're in the locker room, we're about to walk out. Let's be at an 8 or a 9 right now, and we'll be there for the fight instead of just 10. You know, Michael Jordan had a really good. It was either Michael or Kobe, but they never play a game more than 80%. And I think that that's kind of a cool way to look at it. And that doesn't mean your effort. I think it means your intensity level. You can't think it. It's distracting to burn all of that like angry energy. It's just not sustainable, you know.
So you're in a position right now where you're next in line, and when you look at Rob, he presents punches. Like this is he said there's a few guys that are very skillful, but they also have unique physicality, and that's Marab. See that fight. First, have they given you a date?
Well, I mean, that stuff takes a little bit. They told me November, December is my Madison Square Garden. Yeah, maybe. Which I was a little bit against too, because I hate the New York State tax thing. But at the same time, I was in New York recently. I was like, oh shit, it'd be cool to win it in one of the
If you won the world title at Madison Square Garden, that means a lot. There's something about Madison Square Garden, like when you're in the building, like man, a lot of shit has gone down.
It's huge. It kind of feels like a gladiator, but it's huge. Like the floor part is huge. You know?
It just feels different. I did stand up there, walking out to this enormous crowd. I was like, wow, this is the fucking garden. Yeah. In the round.
Oh, you did it. Oh, so you were like looking at 360 degrees.
Yeah.
Did you like that?
Because it's, even though there's 16,000 people, the people side are seeing the people laugh on this side, and everyone's seeing everyone laugh. Just walking around in a circle. And 16,000 people. I
was always really curious because I've seen stand-ups like that. It's just tracking for them to have to,
it's the most fun. I thought it would be distracting too, because I've done arenas where you're on stage, it feels oddly personal. It's like you're just doing a show for a massive amount of fun. But that kind of preferred. But an arena in the round seems like a giant club. It really does. Cool. It's like, but there's a lot of them is huge because I did the TD Garden, because that was like where I grew up, and that's where. But there's something about Madison Square fights where when you go there, it's like there's boys, we're at the garden. Cool. You fighting Marab. Fucking insane.
Yeah, it'd be crazy.
Think about him. What do you think about this matchup? Like, how do you approach it?
Obviously, a really good physical. Like his condition, other people don't get to have, and that's unique to him. Way to weaponize that in a really small. Every time I like kind of too technically break, try to be really convinced of, just believing in it, which has always kind of been a big problem of mine in the past. Has always been I need evidence, which kind of just. Like with that, and like fighting for a world champion, what am I gonna do? I've been a world champion before, so I don't get that luxury of doing that to be a world champion. So recently, I've had this realized belief in self. Trevor and Carrington Banks have both helped instill in me big time. Where I feel like is going to be you own, but I don't need to. Is that I'm doing too much to Rob. I've really bought into this idea where if I can go out as a martial artist, that there is in order to wrestle with them, be able to strike with them, be able to grapple with them. If I can go out and trust them, do it. Against Umar, I did not as him like I had to change in order for me to beat him. Against Marab, I'm not going to do. Marab also has this narrative buzz around him where he's a freak of nature who has conditioning, and while that is true to an extent, that doesn't the guy at myself as a fighter and break myself down. I would say I'm somewhere between Umar and Sean in the task that held him. I think I know that I wrestle a lot better than Sean does. Although Sean does have really good takedown defense, is just like a little heated and pretty slow. Like you're gonna lose some minutes doing it the way that O'Malley. I felt super good. Being tall and lanky, it's really hard to not let short little guys get under. If they're springy and fast in our weight class, like they're going to, you just have to be able to pop, which I know that I can do because I fought Umar, who's easily one of the best in the UFC, and I was able to do that. So that brings me a lot of things about that. So I get to fight Marab with a lot of confidence going into it about that. On the striking, I'm obviously even though he does make his shit work the way that he makes his shit work. But I'm honestly not going to read too much into worrying about getting better every single day, all the way. And I'm going to make Marab deal with me instead of me having to deal with Marab.
Different to deal with that endurance.
I mean, to go in as every time I feel like there is like a unique thing that you need to try and prepare for. I go in shape as best as humanly and capable in every single fight that I not hurt or on antibiotics and bullshit like that. I already do that kind of, so I'm not going to kind of overthink that piece. I might run a little. I hear Marab run, so maybe I'll run a little bit more. But no, outside that, I'll conditioned. That was a big one going against Umar. I'll obviously get my ass back up every time, which is its own special, different type of conditioning and striking. So make sure that I'm fully wrestling conditioned for the harder pieces for people and be able to strike like how they normally. So just being conditioned.
Well, I'm pumped for it. I can't wait to watch you guys in the sport. And one of the more interesting guys in the sport. I love listening to your thought process. It's very cool. Man, appreciate you very much. Yeah. And again, I can't wait. Cool. Looking forward to it. Thanks, Joe. Thanks for everything. Yeah, pleasure. All right. Bye, everybody.
Pull up to the park and get right down to Grand City. The Brontosaurus for the first time. He grabs her head, music swells. That's what it was. There are these bigger than this one. They go on the they were alive. These were saplings when Bizarro Columbus was still the ocean. He's jabbing these anacondas. All just like this is a dream come true. Literally like unplugged from the Matrix. Suddenly, how long did you have to spend down there? Did it actually change you anyway? Oh, because we are, well, let's say the wildlife, you know, sharp teeth, claws, all these different things that they have, all these different attributes they have to make good in their lifestyle. We are so blessed at that. Deficiencies. Our skin is soft. We don't have sharp teeth. We're not fast. You go to the Amazon and then you're if you're going with local guys the way I was, they were and train some animals, and they're like, get the shoes on. There's way too much noise with the shoes. So you take your, green goat feet and start walking around the Amazon rainforest. You have 12-inch spikes, you have venomous snakes, scorpions, all this stuff. Develops harder calluses. Your skin becomes tan. You literally start getting stronger. You start losing weight. Your strength to weight ratio skyrockets. You literally change in the jungle mold. And of course, you're under constant assault from ticks, all the other things that are after you. You're part of that. All these things that while we're living in society turn on. We don't need a lot of, long.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. Mr. Sanders, great to see you. Good to be with you. You've got a bunch of notes.
Not at all.
For this?
I am.
Well, it's a good time for you to be in here because the world's gone haywire.
Yes. I think I start off with trying to take a deep breath and doing what you've done. Where are we as a country today? What's going on? We don't have that kind of basic discussion. I think in America today, more serious crises than we have in the modern country. This is a pivotal moment in what happens now will determine the kids' future stories.
What specifically concerns you?
Concerns me how I'm old-fashioned and I believe in democracy. I believe that everybody should have a good shot at living a decent life. And what I worry about right now, and this is an issue, Joe, and it's part of the problem. And it's just talked about during the by the way, the podcast that's able to seriously discuss things rather than 7-second soundbites. Where we are as a nation today, I think we're good for 130 human beings. So you have in America today what income and wealth inequality that we've ever had in the history of this country. You have
on the side of the dryer.
Mr. Musk owning more than 52% of American families. 52% of families. You got the top 1% of 93%. You got CEOs corporations making 350 times as many as we want in this richest country. Working class. Getting decimated. Today, I think in Congress, for reasons I want to get into corporate media, 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. Now, I grew up in a family, live paycheck, and anyone who lives paycheck understands that every single day is a struggle to figure out how you feed the kids, rents, cost of housing in America off the chart. So right now, as we talk, there are people pouring my landlord, that are raising my rent. What the hell do I do? We don't let my kid go. How do I buy decent food for my kids? My mother is ill. How do I afford prescription drugs for my mother? So one breaks, I go to the mechanic, you gotta fix. You know what? A lot of people don't have bucks in the bank right now. If your auto breaks down, how do you get to work? If you don't get to work, you get fined. You get fired, you hold 60% of American.
How much different is that than past generations?
It's that we've always had rich and no question about
It's worse than you. I attribute to decades-old attacks on this country. I attribute to horrific trade agreements allowing corporate America to throw millions of workers out on the street on wage. I attribute it to a corrupt political system in which billionaires have significant political parties. So that, for example, right now in Washington, the national minimum wage is $7.25. See guys today, making 10, 12, 30. People still have them 30. When we were kids, or at least when you worked for a large company, you had something called a defined. That means you work for me for 30 years. When you retire, you're going to get X hundreds of dollars a week. That's long gone. Corporations have gotten rid of something like half of all the workers in America have nothing in the bank when they face retirement. So I think you got a rigged system, controlled economically and politically by very, very wealthy and powerful people who could care less for working families. Now, I don't want to romanticize the old days, but they used to be kind of a culture that had a little bit of concern for you, right? In general, I would say, I know why. How's your mom doing and all that stuff? You got these companies that own like other companies that are owned by supernationals. We got involved in my office. I'm chairman of the Labor Committee, Health Education. When workers were out on strike, we would call up and see what was going on, and see how we can help. So we called and we said, why are you cutting back on health care for your workers? Well, it's owned by somebody else. Call up somebody else. Well, we're owned by huge conglomerates world. And these guys don't give a damn about the needs of workers. So I say that the economy becomes, I have no respect, I have no care about you. Like an international, let us know that you invite.
There's also a difference. So it's not in your hand. So the local boss might say, hey, listen, I'm really sorry, but I didn't have any decision. Right. Nothing I can do. Nothing I can do. So you add, and you have, and then just look up. Does anybody in America think this healthcare system is working? Well, you can tell by the assassination of the United Healthcare guy. What happened? There's people celebrating. When is there ever someone gets assassinated on the streets of New York City and people celebrate? That's terrible. Speak to how people feel about insurance. Well, and I think rightly so, because it's paying for. What you're paying for is you're hoping that it's sick, but if you pay your insurance, you will be. They're trying to do is make it as difficult as possible for you to get money from. You got. The more money, the more I can bid on. Right, and that's the bottom line. Enormous corporations, like we're talking about, this diffusion of responsibility. The people that are doing it, this is my job. They don't even think about it. And this all started when? So Michael Moore had that brilliant. Yeah, Michael's a good friend. That documentary and it impact corporations taking all their, moving them away like that with no warning they can do, decimates basically all of Detroit. That's right. People don't know this. Yeah. This is correct. Detroit used to be in the 50s. Yes. Yeah. We've talked about it multiple times. And especially me as someone who loves them. I'm a big fan of what Detroit made during that time. To see what happened to Detroit. I was in Detroit. It actually seems to be picking up. There's a lot of small businesses, artists, and a lot of people that are proud to be in Detroit. But it's insane. You can buy a house there for $500. It's really crazy. Like giant factories where every window's smashed, all the pipes have been torn out, and it's just. And it's not just Detroit, right?
corporations say it.
It's unsustainable, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, and again, it gets back to what. But you had corporations that, hey, back then, China 25 cents an hour. Why not? Although I want to hire you for whatever you're doing.
Right.
And don't forget, Joe, did the Congress. This was, we had the NAFTA agreement. Well, the maquiladora. You know what that is?
No.
It's a special zone in northern Mexico, near the border, where this is back decades. American and other European corporations settled income tax breaks there, so it attracted all these congressional delegation. And this is new factories. Now this is 25, 30 years. And then I said, all right, I want to see what I'll never forget this as long as I live. You know those large cardboard boxes that's come into it? Yeah, it's those husbands. That's what they were living boxes. Making, I think at that point, this is all time, 25 cents an hour. So workers in America were thrown out of the street, and people in Mexico exploited in a horrible way in these factories at the time. So what you from the U.S. has happened. I think, especially right now, and for many decades, you have failing religion of the oligarch world. So I want it all, and I don't care all of you. Throw you out on the street, take away your social security. I want it. And that's why you end up where top 10 dollars more wealth on the bottom 93 people struggle.
It's also a corporate culture of competitiveness, right? So they're competing with all the other corporations, keep up, and there's no way other than to increase profits every quarter.
That's right. That's right. The thing by workers. So you don't talk about it. It's not only income and wealth inequality that bothers me. It's concentration. So right in virtually every sector of our economy, transportation, financial services, whatever, giant multinationals controlling that sector. Amazing fact. Who do you think owns these corporations? You actually own General Motors or John Ford. They're now owned by Wall Street investment firms. BlackRock. You're familiar with BlackRock? They're giants. Exactly. Check Google. They combined are the major stockholders of 95%. How's that power?
Right. How did that start, and what could have been done to stop that from happening?
I think it's great. These guys are smart. They're hardworking. More and more. So I can buy this.
Right. But they're all doing it within the law, right?
But,
Which is that the problem?
But who makes that law?
They do. Yeah.
Which is very rarely discussed. All right? You ready for it?
I'm ready.
All right. Hang on. There we go. And the problem I think that we face as a country is not just disparities and all the stuff that we're talking about, rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer. It is political power. Right now, in America, whether you're a progressive as I am or a right-wing Republican, I don't think people can disagree that we have a corrupt campaign for you.
No, I agree with you. Yeah.
All right, so let me talk about.
Okay.
As a result of the Citizens United Supreme Court decision, 15, 16 years old, what it says, you have now the constitutional right. Your money is your freedom of expression. So you don't like Bernie Sanders and put millions or hundreds of dollars into a campaign and express view about how terrible Bernie Sanders is. Constitution. I think that's probably the worst decision that the Supreme Court has ever made. So what is the result of that? The result of that decision, let's take us to where we are today, is Elon Musk, was on your show. He's here, and I've talked about a lot, but he spent 270 pennies. I think that's more than any one person.
Donated towards the Harris campaign.
They spent a lot of money on Harris as
They
well.
spent $1 million just.
You got it. All right, let me talk about it. So, not you just to say it's a Republican. That's my point here.
Right.
So, most expensive that money comes the most powerful person in government for 3 or 4 months. Okay, fine. But what you have right now, and I just saw this the other day, a Republican, and you say, there's a reconciliation bill, which we can talk about in a minute. Trump's big, beautiful bill that's coming up. We're literally on the floor. So let's say you're a Republican representing a local income district. And you say, I got a lot of my district, and the kids can't get to college, and I worry about getting a tax breaks to billionaires and cut back on. You make that announcement today.
It's over. The swarm comes for you. You got it. Yeah. The problem is it's already been established, right? That these law powers have been given to these people. The money has been flowing for a long time now. And this is the issue with starting something that you can't stop. You can stop. You can't stop. Okay, but if you do, these people are going to throw money at stopping you from stopping. Right? Exactly. They're going to come up with commercials with American flags. It's all about competition and freedom. The freedom to donate to the party of God. Stop these communists.
Right. But then we got to take a deep breath and figure out where do we. Now, I wanted to. In my point, as you know, I'm very independent American, because with the Democrats, I was out with. I get the Democratic Party on this issue because you're right. During the election, it wasn't just Republicans putting a lot of money into Trump. It was Democratic bleeding into Congress and into other candidates. And I mentioned it. There's a guy named, what's his first name? Mr. Massey. Is that name?
Thomas Massey.
From Kentucky.
Yeah.
And this guy is opposed to this war in Iran. Just yesterday, Trump long posts about how they're going to primary this guy. And what bothers me is that there would be respect enough for members of Congress that you could represent your constituency in America. But right now, anybody stands up, bam, you finished. We're going to primary you. We got all kinds of money. You're out of there. Massive. Yesterday. But let me go back to Democrats.
This episode is brought to you by Squarespace. Got a skill, there's no reason you can't build a business around it. Square need to offer services and get paid all, whether you're running consultations, events, or custom experiences. You can build a site that looks professional, add videos, and behind a paywall. And the on one plate, from invoicing to SEO tools that help people on the site. Go to squarespace.com/Rogan for a free trial. And when you're ready to launch, save off your first purchase of a website or domain. Can I point something out? Don't you think there's a sound effect to that? Don't you think that there's a blowback for that kind of thing? That this guy should be allowed to have his opinions and should be, and make some reasonable, and that people are going to reject this idea, and that it's not as simple as I think. The whole very divided, particularly because now it seems like we're in a war, right? So and it's quick, 6 months in, and that's already popped off, and then with now what happens to our troops overseas that are in these bases that are in vulnerable positions, and what happens with the documented terror cell that got in through through the open border over the last 4 years. So what happened? But a guy like South, he's got a lot more support as well.
And my only point is, he has a right.
Yes.
You know, somebody else says, hey, I think that's you gotta go back. But what bothers me is that if anybody stands up, the next day, you're out of here, man. And that's the Republicans. I mean, I don't even know your views on this thing. You know, Israel was attacked by a terrorist organization. They killed 1,200 people, which in a small, terrible attack. It's a war crime. Israel had a right, in my view, to defend itself. But the Netanyahu have a right to kill 50 people in Gaza, well over 100. And right now, as we speak, children are starving to death because of Israel's starving to death. We brought forth 2 resolutions, which basically were very simple. And we said no more U.S. military aid to Israel under these 15 votes in the Senate. The other one is, do you think of the Senate, Gaza, the kids are starving to death? Innocent people are being shot down right now. Why do you think I couldn't get more votes?
They wouldn't vote against Israel. It's suicide.
So, in the Republicans, money interest, and you speak up against Trump, you're out of here. You speak Netanyahu government, you're out of here as well. So, you have super PACs like APAC spending a fortune, and they already knocked off the number of members of Congress. The saying is you got to cooperate with the finance system on both sides, which is rejecting the will of the American people, supporting powerful, especially. I get a handle on that issue.
Run for president again?
3 years of age.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm not sure the American people will be too enthusiastic on somebody's on.
You're still very with it.
Thank you.
You are a couple years older than Biden. Right? Think of that. You could be off a lot. Yeah.
So, we have been running around the country fighting oligarchy tour, which is why I'm here in Israel. I think, interestingly enough, Joe, we know the people around us. You know, we have people, but a lot of people are coming to. I think we know that some of them are Republicans and some of them are independents. Because I think across the board, there's growing dissatisfaction with the current America. People want a new vision for America, which is also we don't talk a whole lot about. The issues that we talk about on Earth, the healthcare system. Why do we have 85 million people who are mentioning oligarchy deals with the insurance companies, current healthcare system, these guys are very rich. And it works. They make zillions of dollars. And every place you go, in my state, the cost of healthcare is going up this year. People can't afford it. Thousands of people every year, they can't afford to go to the doctor. So, you know, one of the fights that we hope we can win is to have the United States join every other major country the healthcare to all people as a human.
Well, we've done a lot on this show that if you view this country as a community to protect the most period, right? And if we spend insane amounts of money on people don't agree with, and I think generally most people would agree on something. Most people. there's concepts of socialism. One of them is the fire department, right? Everyone thinks every citizen access the same equal access to the fire department, and we all believe in education. We all believe that education, and most people believe that the university system should also be funded. It would benefit everyone. Fit everyone to have more educated people that are doing better in the world. You have better GDP, you have more successful people.
Absolutely.
Again, less losers. How do you make less losers? Stack the deck against them. You know, one of the first things that you know why these communities, these cities have been the exact same way for decades. Jim Crow and the Red Line laws and all this stuff. Why is nothing being done? That problem, and it becomes this political beach ball that just bounce around the air at a concert. Everybody, it's like there's certain things that just keep going. Well, how are we still talking about gay marriage? How is that still coming up?
We'll get back to that, but I want to say
There's a bunch of these.
the first one you made. Want to make America great?
Yeah, less losers.
Have best educated workforce in the world. That's a radical idea. I don't think so.
Right.
You're absolutely right.
Better education.
When you have better education, etc., etc. So, what does that mean? It means right now. I talk to psychologists all the time.
You do?
Yeah, I do, because I was the chairman of the ranking member of the Health Education Labor Committee. So, you know, we deal with medical people all the time. It wasn't me personally. I may need also, but no, it's what everyone general said. Here you one of the most. That's it.
Yeah.
0 to 4. How's it doing?
Yeah, not so good.
So yeah, got a rash lady says, okay, the kids are the future. You talk sense being a community.
Right.
If I love this country, I want this country to do well in the future. I have to worry about the children.
Absolutely.
For economics. When I was a kid, it doesn't shock some of you young listeners here. There was one worker in a family could actually bring home the bills.
Yeah, back in the old days.
Back in the old days, yeah, man. So I grew up in a working family. We didn't have any money. My dad went out to work once, stayed home, and that was it.
Yeah.
I think in many
Well, something has devalued the woman's role as a mother, and I have to be a part of the workforce.
I think that's part of it. I think the other is women legitimately want careers as well. Maybe most significantly is you need it to
yeah, that's the problem. The real financially, it just seemed so difficult for one.
Exactly.
The only way to do it was to have both the parents working.
In Brooklyn, before I moved to Vermont, and we were in a rent-controlled apartment. And I was doing the arithmetic. My dad didn't make much money, but we didn't pay much. I remember, what his salary was, all that. But my guess is we paid, is I talked to my brother about this, about 8% of my dad's salary for rent. 18%. They know that he was paid 18%. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's why you need, because you're paying 40%, 50%.
Right. Yeah.
But getting back to this issue of education, which if you are rationally thinking about if you love America, as we want, you're going to have the best child care system in the world. So kids will do well in school right now and they're making $15 an hour. And you have families that cannot afford child care. It's about $20,000 a year. So you're making $50,000 a year, $60,000. And education, your kids want an education. So we desperately get something that would try to do a bit nuts. Not only is our healthcare system failing because it's based on greed, but we need one. Right? Wait. Sometimes months to get to a doctor's office. We have a nursing shortage. We need more dentists. Big problem in dentistry. We need more pharmacists. How come in the richest country in the world?
Difficult to do. It's very difficult to become a doctor, and the you have from education are overwhelming.
Saying, tomorrow you announce to the I want to go to medical school, all right? You got it?
Yeah.
You know how much? You don't have any medical school in that?
Probably $250,000 easy.
Double that.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, obviously it varies per person, but it is not unusual for working class homes. Go to medical school, about 500 nurses, $100,000. That is insane.
It's insane. Yeah.
We need to encourage you, child. I want you to go to medical school. Hey, good news, we're paying your tuition, da-da-da.
Why wouldn't that be subsidized?
Of course you should subsidize it.
Right, of course. Yeah. But there's so many different... What would you have done? Like, imagine if they had conspired against you, and you actually became the Democratic candidate for president. You won. What would you have done differently?
Okay. Somebody else? Yeah.
Look at it. All the time in the world.
It's not just the first thing. I would have dealt with this campaign. And there are ways that you can get around that Supreme Court decision.
How do you do that?
You move to a vote says that just made that great. We're going to get super PAC money. We're going to publicly fund you. Get 1,500 signatures that says you're a serious candidate. A certain amount of money to run for office.
So in our funded, so someone running for president.
Well, not the current president.
No, with the current government.
And people say, oh, taxpayer dollars are going to... That makes a lot more sense than the billionaires fund elections, which is what you got right now. So that's something.
It should be when you get a certain number, you just get a lot of money that you can use for your campaign.
Right now.
Everybody gets the same amount. Where?
New places as well. So if you agree, yeah, you're not going to raise private, the public route. I think that is.
Did you watch the New York City debates? The mayoral
I heard
debates?
I've been calculating this.
A lot of people are, well, especially after that debate. Right. It seems like everybody else is saying, I've been to Israel more than I'm going to go to Israel before you.
They think they're campaigning to be far in Israel or something. But talk about money and politics.
Yeah.
Now, there's the election tomorrow, I think, right? It's like Monday. Tomorrow's Tuesday, right?
Yes.
They're spending a huge amount of money. The deputies are Democratic, but some
Who's
cases.
in the lead right now?
The polls say Cuomo by a little bit. Zoran has a lot of money.
Polls are weird.
In a race like that.
Well, they're weird in every race. They were wrong with Hillary, or 2016 rather. They were wrong 24 with Harris and Trump. I don't understand polls. I have a feeling that the majority of them are accurate.
Well, I think they are increasing. I don't know the polls that's up to this, but I think you got a lot of folks who are honestly giving honest answers to all stuff.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. The problem, right?
All right, but you asked me on my first day to say hello. Hi. Have a cup of coffee. All right. And then I think we declare our healthcare system as an emergency and figure out ways that we can do what a country does, and that is care. One of the things you do is say, okay, we need tens of thousands of women, hundreds of thousands of women, and so forth and so on. And we're going to move aggressively to make sure
America, everybody in the country has health care as a human right. So I think in a time of massive inequality, you don't give tax breaks to billionaires, you demand that they share taxes. We have, it's not just an American billionaires hiding their money in the Cayman Islands, and that's an international issue. We have to have a fair tax system that says that individuals in corporations that are making a whole lot of money taxes.
What is their fair share?
I mean, you know, Eisenhower, the very rich, and their levels 90%. You know, but let me be very honest with you too on this one. That's just for the your millionth dollar. You know what I mean? It's not your first dollar.
So if you make $1.9 billion,
no, that's not what it means. It means on your $9,000, you're going to pay 90%.
Okay, all right.
You know, the other thing that I would do, and you got to deal with this climate change issue. And I know that there are some people who think climate change it ain't a hoax. And we can create jobs transforming our energy system away from fossil fuels to energy efficiency.
This one is brought to you by grass-fed lifestyle. I'm always running from one thing to the next, and Paleo is the perfect on-the-go snack. These sticks are legit, no junk, no garbage ingredients, just fermented the old school way, so they're shelf stable without chemicals. That is, and the fermentation is actually good for your gut. People don't even think about that, but if it's about performance, you have to care about your gut health. They're awesome. They've sold over 50 of these things. That's not just hype. That's people coming back again because it works. Go to paleovalley.com or find them on Amazon. I think the climate change issue is very complicated. And I think piece that they wrote, they did long-term view. First of all, the reality temperatures never been static. It's been up and down. There's been ice ages and heat waves. And then Post looked at it. What was it they looked at? That essentially that the Earth over the amount of years, very inconvenient discovery, but they had to report the data, and kudos to them. Scientists have captured the Earth's climate change over the last 485 million years. Here's surprising. So look at the far end of that graph.
Well, I'm not sure. I didn't read that. The scientists who are out there, I think.
I know, but there's a lot of money involved in that too, Bernie. That's part of the problem. There's a lot of money involved in this whole climate change emergency, and there's a lot of control. And that's a big part of this problem. Not only that, if we're just talking about it and carbon footprint, what are we going to do about China? Because China is like, what percentage of
polluter right now in terms of, we used to be one, they're number one right now.
I think they have an enormous percentage global. I think very high. It's very high.
It's not an American issue, it's a global issue. And all I can tell you, in my view, going to see what the disturbances that we have and we're seeing them right now.
Right, but scientists don't agree. Well, this is where it gets confusing. Scientists that are in agreement, there's all these, whenever someone's discussing something, whether it's economics or whether it's health issues or pharmaceutical drugs, there's financial entanglements, right? And I think this is part of the issue with this whole climate change emergency as well, because it's not just that we pollution huge in the world today. We could all agree with that, right? I think one of the things that we recognize is that whenever there's an issue that everyone can agree on, you're going to have a bunch of people that capitalize on that issue, and they look to gain more money. They have financial issues that they, in order to capitalize on, but then also power and control. These things like they're trying to institute in the UK, where they have this country, not a lot of travel, they'll be able to look at your carbon. It's safe. That's the problem. The problem is giving.
Blockbuster. And it's like plastic is better. It's a miracle. DVDs versus VHS or DVDs, and then the other company said, "Oh shit," and then that was it. Very quickly. I remember being a kid and everything was like VHS, and then all of a sudden there was like, and then very quickly, then like Netflix pushed it into, and then everybody else followed, and everyone else followed. And I feel like, play it where? So what so far economics driving everything? The direct forest is incredibly profitable. Cut down old growing mahogany tree, sometimes tens or hundreds. These are like you go to like IKEA. That's all that part of it. It's all like it's all crap. But you're talking about like hard quality wood that takes your distance. That's valuable. So you have a lot of guys going. You have the land grabs like this shit from Home Depot. I got it from Home Depot. This is real. I got these pieces from Home Depot. I just stained them. When you go to Home Depot, you go to the lumber section. Yeah. It's nice. Or maybe stain. No, I stained it. Yeah. But yeah, they're tearing it up because in Indonesia, they're literally clearing the forest as if it's a wasteland. They're throwing up palm trees here, palm a bunch of other products. It's like it's literally it's like burning down the Sistine Chapel, ruining one of the greatest representations of this planet. And it's like setting that on fire, like heat up a hot plate. It makes no sense. Like it's burning down the house right now. It's just like understand a tenth of the process. Like, and so that's what we're doing. Done. You know, so of course, if you go to a building, you break something, it's vandalism. You go to a river, you put a dam, you kill all the fish, and all the farmers their crops, and everybody dies. It's just progress. That's the way the world works right now.
Yeah, just being around.
Think about it. If people weren't allowed to stop rivers, if people weren't allowed to burn down forests, if there's consequences for them, people weren't allowed to kill black rhinos, there's something black rhinos. And so, like, that's the thing that people don't with all this stuff. You know, we're losing elephants that are great. They'll be extinct in our lifetime. Losing elephants. They're being shot and massacred every single day to the point that there might not be any more because we're allowing humans to do it. If we weren't there, these things would be they engineered the world whole livelihoods to elephants. My God, they're part of the greatest. They're like our siblings in evolution. My God, they had such a huge impact on ecosystems. So during the last ice age, there were so many other elephant-like creatures constantly breaking things and forging paths in the bush. I mean, they are so creating ecosystems that we call home on Earth. If you reduce it down further, without those ecosystems, you get just a little plants and animals. Birds pollinating plants without it. It's like this problem that we're having with conservation is actually like almost more than that. We're just cutting it. That's what we're doing. It makes no sense. How can you explain to me how Like I think I went to Brazil, how they structure the economics of the range. You were explaining how certain sections they allocate them to certain industries or you buy. How does you explain that?
Yeah, I mean, there's a complicated thing and it differs from country to country. 8 or 9 countries, and of course, if you Congo, Green Wars countries. But like in Brazil, for example, I know that there's a new president. There is a new there's the other guy who's to burn Bolsonaro, right? He was actively like being occupied, and that a couple ago, whatever was going on in Brazil, they were literally learning languages occupied something. Everything was occupied, yeah. And it's such a strange concept. You know what I mean? The jungle is that because you're out past, it's very lawless where it's past there because you can't get law enforcement out there and sort of medieval laws. We can get to that later. There's lots to unpack there, but like where I work in the Peruvian Amazon, which is the headwaters of the Amazon, so the government's supply can be for mining. This plot can be for conservation. That doesn't work. That's not how forests work. There's populations of life that are migrating through an ecosystem. So if you log this, you mine this, and you do that in a bunch of other places, then there's a little block here. You created an island. This all has connectivity. Jack up and down. Percent south America. Tigers going down. The other, like the birds migrate entire hemispheres. Like, boundaries are probably the whole thing is defense lines. And so the way these governments we want this land, they look at it and they go, we want productivity of the country. And so one of the great problems that we have to solve that some countries are working on is to look at it as a giving, which we don't see it as something that's true. How much are we gaining from the Hudson River that New York City has fuel-free drinking water? What's that worth? As far as providing system services, it's like, that doesn't get considered sort of default. You know, I mean, I want to build a dam with lots of power. It's going to, well, suddenly that's, we have to fight that. So environmentalists, this is the center of affairs. Somebody comes, sticks a wall, all the salmon. Predators all of a sudden, they put a eating the eagles more extinct because their egg DDT is getting into the fish. DDT was a pesticide. And this people in my parents actually play in they used to they showed this too because they used to spray insecticides to the idea was we'll help by killing. And what happened was is into the water system got to the fish. DDT was causing all the eels to have their eggs when it was thick. So when the mother would sit on it to warm we almost lost that. We almost lost our national park. Like in the 70s, around the time the EPA was it looked like the flip side of that is that the bald eagles with whales all country down to about
Number one for music, radio, podcasts, all in one. Discover a new
and then of course they banned whaling,
thousands of titles.
and in the centuries they banned whaling.
whales are almost back to free whales numbers. And so again, stop that murdering that species does not get national attention before they can reproduce. And so like that's the core of what I'm trying to say. You know, no one had ever spent time with these, whether it's the spider monkeys or elephants, just the forest itself. You know, it started off as let's go on a fun adventure. You know, these creatures can't fit on a suit or a dress. Other than loggers and by the time are they just like roads of guys like showing up to tons of equipment? So you have loggers down there, and you have the gold miners. They will burn your house down because they're again get an old motor and a hose. Somehow they're getting the mercury, and in the which is no oxygen. And so, especially the West Amazon is embedded in the sand. Particularly, just overseas microscope to see gold. It's a part of the sand. So you watch the water over the sand and you just start to see little bits of gold. So what they do is they cut a forest and then they'll dredge. Suck the land up, see huge hoses, run it through the hole, and at the bottom, heavy set of gold settles to the bottom. A mystery mixed mercury, and the mercury binds to the gold.
Listen and follow this podcast for free. Our radio app, #1 for music, all in one app.
Of mercury. That's gold. Like that. And next month,
Francis Ford Coppola was an abstract sensitive standard, not just for movies in general.
Burning his ball, marching up straight into his face. He's sitting right next to him.
And they said, what's
Burning
this?
mercury
No, it's not going to work. You charge
to
your
get
bills,
this
guys.
just showing acres of the Amazon rainforest. That region of the Amazon rainforest have a mercury bottom. What's safe to go because the Maui is based on fish and what's going on to the Amazon. You're joining the rain and showing down to the rivers. It's going to the dark six eyes. We look for many examples of just so. How do you stop this problem? Get that guy there. We're small. Literally a year, but in our regions, we started going up to this gold miners. Now, Masha and I got a flood and bring guests from fire. And you're like the tourism showing people the rainforest being protected.
Aren't sure what's true and what's not. Promise that our 10-part series is every one.
I would try to some bloggers, gold miners. So it's really a lot of times these are people who spent Christmas with gold miners last year. Yeah, yes, these are guys that like, you know, now they're like, oh no, we're not getting arrested every other week. And I was with them. Down the river, they blew up their gold mining bars. They're chasing bars. It was bad. So do you like this? This is fun. Because I don't really know those people. I got feedback there. I got try to influence limited amounts of people. The town is self-gold to so these guys and then those guys the next guy and it takes it to the gold market so it gets mixed in with it. I don't know what's coming out of the West Amazon is not even particularly high quality. I don't know the details of it specifically. I've just seen some stations. This lake guy forward the gold. We went to this lake one day it sticks with
fishing hook. So you put metal on the hooks. So you kind of have that. All of a sudden, they left the ambulance. So one so good. He was pulling up out of the water. So I'm just catching it on the back. One after the other. They were pull back next to the water. And then it was the blade to talk to across the place where the animals are first paradise. The wild place literally out. Called it Georgia guys. Brought tourists going upriver, and I was we were all having farmers yelling and talking on the boat on the way up. Fishing, you guys can love these. So we go and start walking. We get to where the park is lake, and the water was just a sand, and there was dredge there. The gold miners got to the lake, and they wanted to see what was gold there. Take a burn to the surrounding forest, all the wildlife, and this incredibly pristine spot was just like to leave. All these tourists behind me, like they kind of went to the fun part, and I was like, here's my eyes. I looked at 4 and just went -1. And just like, it was like somewhere that he had been fishing for generations. Like, yeah, his father was like this huge. It was hard. And so we just a lot of it's literally like
So give it a try. A couple ways to sign up. Just go to
if I were on right now, it's so oh my god, I run. The bones you want. Oh, really? Yeah. So you put them about, and then you like the sergeant shows. Testosterone deficiency. You gotta be careful on younger. You gotta have a stick. You gotta have a wax. So, otherwise, it's a little percent. Yeah. You really gotta watch it. How big of a worry like when you're so because there's a bunch of clips you are they everywhere or are they pretty much like in the ocean about a shark? You're just anywhere about a shark. Yeah, but also don't they're like eating other fish and other stuff. The only time you get that legendary thing will like destroy you and turn you into a scale. If you have a lake, it's growing. So these lakes, the jungle lashes are vegetation. The vegetable absorbers, you can see it. Like from that, look down, you see the depressions in the forest. The vegetation used to be right before that lake disappears. That is psychotic. And there's no food because they eat everything else. They eat all the other fish. Now they're eating each other. Take anything and throw it. They turn into a skeleton. But that's like.
Haven't tried new Parmesan stuffed crust? Sign in or sign up for Domino's Rewards to get 50% off.
It's like it's not. Oh, okay. Thing is like this like it's ridiculous. About a year ago.
saving stems for you. Did you know that 80% of strokes are
JJ gets out. Well, glad you get to fix the stream.
I guess I can always start off by saying loose lip syncs. That's almost no fun anymore. I'm Phil Schneider. Works for the United States government as a geologist and engineer as well as a social engineer. I work for such elusive information with Morrison Knudsen, Aerosmith, France, EG&G, and also other Los Alamos Laboratory and these companies. Rather pretty well, I've got hooked up a real mixed bag of topics, and it might be a little bit like brain overload, but from the beginning. Like I said, I worked 17 years. Invented methods of storage blasting as well as labration, which means rock is literally melted or powdered by a special laser combination. And the red underneath is applied as a coating, as a kind of like instant. Imagine a go agate silicon mineral. Have another topic. This is an area to work in. I worked 11 years of the 17. S4, S2. It's in the Nellis Air Force Base area. Groom Lake is in the picture right here. Right. Groom Lake is other kinds of things have come out of there. Of course, people have stood on the outside or what's been flying there. There's all kinds of things been flying. Brief overview. In history land. In 1909, the U.S. cavalry was engaged in crossed over the Mexican border into a place called True to Consequences, New Mexico. And they caved hideout over some bandits, but what they found out they couldn't explain. Horseshoe craft at that time, or horseshoe ships. They saw these, what they call demons, little gray guys all around the place. That was in 1909. Now, our government was actively engaged with the Europeans, and the English, and researches dealing with aerial phenomena. And once again, flying saucer or flying disc didn't go about until much later, 1940s. The whole thing, also in 1946, I might want to add, were engaged in atomic bomb testing and this kind of a like. And area of Bikini Atoll, some of the pictures are over here on the whiteboard, showing the actual language of both the U.S. Army and U.S. Navy archives. These foreign ships were seen as where we 1945, 46. Some of them were called Foo Fighters, and they were fully known, maybe as early as 1935 or 30 for U.S. Navy. And shallow underwater base at Bikini, and that was probably one reason a number of atomic bombs were exploded in that area rather than other areas, even more remote out in the South Pacific. And Operation Crossroads. Anyway, this all led up to later on, years later, 1954, Eisenhower administration led to a created a 1954 treaty, an human treaty. And supposedly the aliens had come in, and they'd want to take an occasional human being, had a cows and accurate books supposedly to be kept and all this kind of stuff. Of course, they broke down, and aliens are notorious for being liars, even greater liars than so-called we humans are. So alien treaties are often just not even paper they're written on. They're just really kind of worthless. Anyway, my work now just in building underground military bases, some of which are over 2 miles underground. And when you listen to Cal tonight, if you have a chance to listen to him speak of the high-speed monorail subway cars, if you link these bases, are capable of riding on a cushion of air about 3/4 of an inch. And he's actually been on one of these trains on one of the tunnels, built some of the tunnels. Incidentally, I helped on 13 deep underground military bases. Actual had hands-on experience. Notorious was the one in Dulce, the southeastern sides of Dulce, New Mexico, and the Los laboratory regions where we built some hermetic deep, going down over a mile. We also built additions onto like S2, S4 complexes underground are called DUMBs. Like you can learn a lot from this dummy, but DUMB stands for Deep Underground Military Base, or Deep Underground DUMB 2 submarine base, and I have built a few, which are off metal shelves and certain islands in the Atlantic and the Pacific, and strategic locations. All this, I can hardly in an hour's time all this in. So I'll wrap here, bear with me. My discussion here is to link up basically these deep underground military bases used for present situation now being employed by our federal government, which is slowly being phased out by the United Nations government as the New World Order, which is even higher entities, higher are taking their orders from and try and link up basically what's going on. Given maybe most recently over here photographs of an alien at Roswell. Just to make it very brief. Photographs cannot stand up to a computer grain analysis test, and therefore are retouched or they're not real. The real one, the real photograph of the chart, one of the several that is over here was given to me by a friend by the name of Seattle. their work was somebody autopsy, I understand. Other people. Anyway, you just leave everything. So I get out there and do your homework. Like I always say, you might don't put your spectacles on, you put your skepticals on when you listen to me. And if we can have a show of hands here, Rothschild next. Very good. So, and how many people have heard about the other kinds of flying saucer equipments out at Greenland and other places? Very good. Well, this obviously is a nice and enlightened audience. Most of you are curious, or maybe got the an F-117A black jet or stealth, or B-2 bomber, B-1 bomber, sophisticated aircraft that are being touted as the new technology. This new technology, obviously, we've had a little into that. Our little alien have kind of exchanged things without a great the cost of which people disappeared. Some close statistics. Current FBI saying 100,000 million adults. These are not kidnappings or murders or rapes or suicides or anything. These people go. Nobody knows. Maybe one of us or somebody has and lost a loved one or a friend or something. And that's unfortunate. Best friend Rabbi Rothschild several years ago got himself murdered because we dared to put out in print at the time I was still working for the government. So he dared to put in print so-called Star Wars is part of the New World Order and it takes its actions. It was we had alien graves dressed up with order insignia on it. Of course, that wasn't taken very seriously. My friend got himself called a suicide. And authorities are now just homicide. Other than that, I'd like to also mention something about my father was a people captain and captured. I didn't find this out until he died. In fact, I didn't believe my father was going to live like that. Sense. And so, anyway, he was captured by the French. There are no U.S.
Dad, motherfucker.
Machinist. I'm sorry. When the master means they can take a watch, a gun, or a watch, or some other fine. And he was a master machinist. He became an MD doctor. Part of the aerospace medicine group in the United States. Was instrumental in the USS Nautilus and its first forward first other ships pioneered all the ways in building small and miniature nuclear engines and even help work with later on in his life. He helped develop the nuclear motor, which is now employed in some flying saucers that people claim are flying saucers. We, in quotes, the United States Armed Forces, are training other forces to fly unidentified or now identified or, in quote, flying saucers. Built several flying under the names of black. My position as a geologist and an engineer got me to see the world in over 70 countries. I also worked for NATO. I carried a level 3 clearance with a rhyolite flight as a hardened factor. Only a handful of civilians, maybe a couple of fly. I thought I was the nation, the United States, as well as I was well, it didn't work out that way. I was later finding out bases are now being employed as strategic bases for there is martial law right now. Military professors used to be in war colleges and the like, training the ex-Russian KGB and Spetsnaz people on American soil. I've seen it with my own two eyes, along with other people, other geologists still do geological survey work for the government. Clearance and all my government cut it up and sent it back to them. Pardon my French, disobeyed. I found out that a number of these 131 deep underground bases are being used to subvert the Constitution of these and its people. I says, that is enough. I possibly reconnected Schneider. You can't quit. Fix it. An individual ongoing. I'll walk you off the chopping system. Casually told, well, yeah. So I caved into that 3 weeks, and then my father was dying, and I was allowed home, and I never went back for my paychecks. Don't intend to either. Beginning to show signs of being our utmost enemy. I'm talking about military people now engaged in training foreign clearly against the U.S. Constitution. It's why we formed the government, why our republic of these United States way back 200 plus years ago. Tax representation by edict, otherwise known as executive order, among other reasons that we became, in quote, free, a free republic, a free society, possibly one of the ever be a nation on this earth. Were instilled in our founding fathers that are now so far the people now running our federal. Today to touch upon a number of subjects. One of these underground bases, roughly 3 of them per state. There's now, instead of 1239, it's almost 1 per state. Camps every 7 months. They build military bases every year. Each one of these military bases, by the way, these underground military bases, they cost $16 and $26 billion. They employ 1,800 to 10,000 workers each. Skilled. They gobble up totally black budget, over 1/4 of the black budget, or roughly 310. Of course, you may say, oh, where did well, the black budget, as we know it, and it goes black projects, which they call black, of hidden from billboards, hidden from the American people, and people are even in the know. Budget per year earns $5 a year, and it's these kind of huge quantities garnered through drug activity. National Security Agency operation mostly in South America. Now also in Russia and bringing strategic metals. There's always kind of interesting metals coming from the whiteboard. We have the periodic table, 30 elements. Now in our high school, about a week ago, the periodic table had 100 so we're not being told the truth. We're being lied to at every turn and every corner. We're considered less than morons. So the government has an independent taxing body, an entity into itself. It isn't accountable to anybody. The so-called New World Order. They just go ahead and do everything. There's nobody checking. You don't have to worry about this. You know this here and there. And that senator finds either nicely or not so nicely. You don't need things like that. In order to gain a grip on our country, we must first ask our public officials if they will impeach them or they will be impeached. It was traitors. That's true. Allowed to occur to a number of people way out. It also were founding fathers, George Washington, Patrick Henry, and a few of the other ones that came up and said that you don't want to let the beast out of the box. They were talking about a runaway government. Allow your government to become like England. They warned us about this very same kind of thing. First of all, we have a democracy. It's not a republic anymore. It's a republic, which stands one nation under God. Why we can't even rule anymore? We have to have a supreme group of them. Plus, among other things, tell interpret for us as if we cannot read our own two eyes and understand. This, of course, is all the way around. And blow that by your ears. Items appear to be one of which here is what to show it is a heavy hunk of rock indeed. It has a weight of about a pound. 2.5 times. It's not rated. It can never never be made radioactive. It's composed of earth, rare earth, and as well as alien elements. Mostly from crashed, retrieved flying high. A bit of happenstance in backyards, so to speak. It's called Mironite. So this is employed in every stealth aircraft, every black jet, throughout the Black Lagoon. Also, in a very small quantities in the skins of black helicopters. Here's another thing. Here's a piece of titanium you'll ever hear or see. It's so pure. It's also composed with alien to make it extremely tough. It's capable of excess of 7,000. Our new Phoenix class submarines, of which we're 2 of them right now. Phoenix class submarines, those submarines cost $8 billion. Titanium, which is made of this material, approximately 10,000. Now, we've got, as of the data right now, we've got in 6 of these submarines flying the waters and the waves with depth of over 7,000 feet and hold that. It's a fantastic submarine indeed. It has 11 grid-bed nuclear motors on it. Run everything, purify the air. By the way, these aren't nuclear motor units. They will be no bigger than this podium. 1,000 pounds. Putting out as much as the equivalent of 3 aircraft carriers of the Interpol. But these class submarines are getting this metal. Now, where are we getting the metal? Well, it's being stockpiled in a number of certifications. Supposedly, I've heard stories, well, it's being mined on the moon and another. I think we're probably more and outer space. Where we shuttling secret shuttle flight on a week. What are they shuttling? Well, obviously, they've got kind of their own little space station. Remember, what you're being told is only just a smattering of the truth. It's not the real truth. Maybe it's 5% of the truth. That, you can rest assured, is that you're not getting strategic metal. Is this what you are? With some strange crystals on it. There's scaleno-heat. Niobium, uranium, copper oxide of elements not found on the Earth in specific quantities. This was developed at Los Alamos through outfits are employed black jet aircraft, including the in-quotes sport model, a little flying saucer we over Groom Lake. And by the way, now, if we had a video camera, take pictures of that whole area around Groom Lake, it's now you can get your equipment confiscated, your house, considered the same thing as a drug dealer, and you'll go up to 5 years, and $1 million fine. I personally don't find me here. I just don't. It's kind of punitiveness is what we need in America. We have to die with, here's some other elements. Here's a very light composed of lithium as a alien element, a little heavier than hydrogen, but a little than helium, also employed in used in secretive method propulsion. And it also your scalenohedral form. Anything scalenohedral with scaling triangle is another side. The scalenohedral is definitely alien element or alien technology. These were about a year ago. They're called alien drops. The black jets that are coming in at very high rates of speed, quite hot, and they'll sit out there, cool off, and they're dripping their material off of it, and rubberized coating. It's not rubber, I can tell you that. A rock or harder. Capable of standing tremendous temperature. So they just kind of scoop it up and throw it in the center of it. The hardest state rocks. Once again, it's got a number of alien for alien structure to it. It's about 11 times harder, about 70 times capable of standing temperatures in excess of 10 Fahrenheit. It is employed as very thin coatings or windows in hypersonic aircraft 5. Here's an interesting artifact. Here in this hot dog, which by the way was an old 100,000-year-old chipping tool found in Georgia, is a imprint of, it looks like a fossil, but it's not. It's an imprint of a small mechanical part, exactly 300 gallons over place, 120 million years old. It was 120 million years ago. Maybe if I'm counting it was right after all. We have an actual piece of agatized fruit, or similar to a lime. It's even been one time, and that's still there. So it's instantly turned to agate. It is the same agate or chemical material found in Nagasaki after the A-bombing, where and flowers and petals of flowers and other kinds of things were instantly petrified. It is the same identical crystalline structure. However, this particular piece is about 20. Its original green coating was basically unchanged. In perfect condition. Likewise, here's a between 20 and 35 million years of age, and once again, pink agate coating. And we are pieces of the metal skin. This is Rothschild. Was given to me when I was 14 years old. One of his old friends in archives as well as he was in the Royal Navy in the Navy. As a 14-year-old boy, I said, "Gee, Dad, can I have one? Can I ask you?" Johnny said, "Oh, go ahead and ask me." That kind of thing. I says, "Well, hey, Johnny, have a piece of this." "Oh, no, you can't have that." Again, what the heck? It won't have it very long anyway. It's all this time. A unique thing. They were able to break the skin of that craft to a path of liquid nitrogen, hitting it with a mechanical or hydraulic hammer, and shattered in little bits. Adapted for our own technology. All these artifacts are. Once again, part of this talk is where's it all leading to? spin-off of where any of this is leading to. Get a new computer or maybe a cord or some little trinket that kind of like giving the Indians beads a couple hundred years ago, spin-offs. But they like garnering up over $1 trillion every 2 years. It's somewhere between 2, 3 trillion and trillion dollars every 2 years. And every year goes by and the black budget is unchecked and unaccounted for is hurting our country. That's number one. Number two is that these underground, something like a nuclear war or there was a definite enemy out there where we were under attack, like from China or someplace like that. I could see maybe a couple of dozen underground bases for our government. So it could theoretically come out of the ashes. Well, 131 of these, they were going to so-called put them in prison camp. So what a better prison camp than underground where nobody knows where. So once again, underground is most likely been planned slave labor factory. Order, by the way, is getting, and I'm probably thinking about this. The New World Order is taking its orders from, believe it or not, multiple outer space entities. We might call them the large rays or the small rays. Sinister forces indeed. And you might want to see more of this kind of thing. If you're only being told a percent or less of the truth, very much go on. That's one thing. And you don't find very many people up here, and when you have hands on, I'm going to try and do this to you. I'll do your homework and keep doing it. What I'm saying, get out there and talk to people. Whether it's just a couple neighbors or friends or something, get out there and talk. Because one will tell two and two will more, and pretty soon you have a whole room full of people that are know. And then from there, wonders can work. And that, as far as changing the black budget, and these claims, Republican is only going to be that, and to do that, it's going to take millions of us. But we can afford to be doing what we're doing now, gathering and talking. And of course, most of us are adults. Now, fact from fiction. Those are responsible adults and know the difference between fiction and how to use it. So we therefore have to continue to keep studying, talking. If there's just, believe it or not, there aren't very many cell phones out there talking. Free talks. In the United States, Canada, England, well, you'll get back the same weekend. They flew me in and out to talk to them. And they were very interested indeed. Now, if this is all a bunch of poppycock and hoey, I wouldn't be listening to people dance by these people. Yeah. 13 and 5 since the first of this year. There's just a number of you ladies present, so I won't bore you out. But Al was seen there. There's a few other people and a few of my other tests that I have been shot. run off the road and then pushed off the road and been shot at, that kind of thing like that. Been in hand-to-hand combat with some of these roads. Not in the best shape anymore, but I still know how to handle myself. And just ready to wrap things up here. Just basically a review of what's happening. And if we have any questions, start asking a few questions. Okay, here's a general one. Would you please speak up loud? Yes. Well, in 1979, in August 1979, I was involved in Los Alamos Laboratories in Dulce, New Mexico, and what's known as the Alien Human. 66 Secret Service agents, government workers, geologists, and the like. Was at the death of 67. Lost their lives that day because the government lied. Well, what was underneath it? What we've done is out in the desert there, we drilled for, and the days we drilled for holes that went down several thousand feet. One of these holes kept bringing up dirty dust and motors and broken off machine bits and other kinds of like that. Machines as well as lasers came up damage. There was a probe that was sent down and that came up too. So people were sent down. That's a lot of people. And when I got down there, of course the odor was in a rough type environment. All I had was a small tool belt with there's a small rock hammer and for minerals. And I had my little pistol. I didn't have time to carry a big like that. Like this 9-shot clip. As soon as I got down, there's a hole standing for me to this gentleman over here in the front row, 10 or so feet away, something like that. One of these 7-foot-tall stinking alien. I didn't waste any time with you guys. Away you go. And I was one of the rare few that lured that this may or may not happen. So basically was giving the other people word. And we were in the area, and of course, the big question was no. Big lie. Of course, 66 people died that day. I have a big hole in my chest. Also, my lung was literally burned out of me. Toenails burned off. My skin was, I was at ice and radiated stage. My bones were ordered. I survived. We only talked only two of their survivors. To allow these officials to talk to them. They're in very bad shape indeed. One of them can't talk, and the other so they're Canadian. They're regarded as Canadian. So, kept by Canada. Actually, yes, there's several. In fact, as I was coming to this talk, there was a subsequent follow-up. One day, near Cheyenne. I know it's from the Army. A so-called new, in quote, right up in Cheyenne. And I was here 3 months ago. In Colorado, 4 underground bases, one base, Denver International Airport, Spaceport, Denver International Airport. No wonder you're luggage get caught. There are 8 levels underneath the airport. There's some inmates. And so those bags can be there for a damn long time. I just imagine it's only turned to agate 30 or more of those bags in a very same way. I wish I had a map with me, and I'll have a map, which will be put on the overhead. In fact, my next talk about that, I had planned to bring a map here and had all the latitudes and longitudes of all the bases, and I can't do that. Nice jail sentence. I didn't bring it. But other than that, I'll have over searching for you. Yes, this. Being an inner earth, hollow earth or anything like this, no, I've never run into. However, Al B's been on these trains faster than any jet plane that we got putting thereabouts the same. I helped build a lot of these tunnels and underground mountains that was connected to the whole 31. Connected both by road, not a big freeway under this, at least a 2-lane road, lanes, but they're there, and Magneto-Lebanon train. Yes, this lady over here. Stand up and speak up, please. What levels of military personnel know about this? Most of the levels of military know about this, especially higher levels, higher officer levels. Basically, so, yeah. This fellow right here. One of them in the United States, 127 of them in the lower 48, which is Canada. I'm not counting those. I'm not counting facilities there. They average about cubic miles, average depth of 5,700 feet underground. Average 17 to 31 billion each. They employ anywhere from 1,800 to 10,000. And there's some very large ones now in Sweden, one of which is to be 30 cubic miles. It will take 5 years to build, cost of about $2 trillion. And that's all being supplied by the United States. Yes. Anybody here? This gentleman. Speak up, please. You want to know exact location for where all of your Marine Corps, Navy, and Air Force, with all the rest, not the ones closed in, but now bases, storage and storage. Closed down yet. Boot camps and so-called prisoners are being trained by the Air Force in martial law research, as they call it. That's by that name. Where these are, where everyone cases are now in Colorado, around Denver, they're really small. Some of these bases are only maybe 2,000 to 3,000 feet in depth. Were built a long time ago, back 35, 40 years, 500 feet. And they're equipped. And then there's Fort Collins. There's also Colorado Springs area. By the way, Colorado Springs is kind of a famous area. Nicholas, Colorado Springs. As far as Nellis Air Force Base, there's 9 underground Air Force Base. That's in Nevada, north of Las Vegas. There's going to be a UFO show and conference in Mesquite here later on this month. It's very close to the whole area. By the way, the state of Nevada is percent managed or owned by the federal government. Land is either restricted or run by the federal government. That's why there's groups inside we speak dealing with the problem. And senators are now getting so everything waking up is occurring over here. Yes, they are tunnels connected to large caverns. Yes, these large bases are basically like this Coliseum. Everything's a city underground. Most bases have military bases. They have all the accoutrements. Remember, each one of these costs quite a bundle of dough, and some of it most of it is clandestine approaches, and that's definitely undermining the. Yes. Some of us our language is too slow for them. Whale songs or bird chirpings that hide aliens. So they just did so much gibberish. They slowly actually broken down. There's 11 prototypes of aliens visiting us all the time. All by the military. 9 of which are in data knows. 2 of which are benevolent. So supposedly left. They have their own war of sorts. Like that, which Thor was repudiated to be a Venusian, but alert, he looks more like a Pleiadian. He looks normal. He has 6 fingers and toes. He's got a long eyes long. He's got 2 hearts. He's got all kinds of balls are bigger. Man, yeah. So I did the new work. Can elaborate briefly. The New World Order right now basically is dismantling countries, governments, war with each other anymore, basically. So that looks good. They're taking their orders directly from the own timetable. They want the one world for themselves. Of course, you've often heard the term Global 2000. That's a supposed sinister plot. Has been a group of sinister plots to produce biological weaponry to reduce our so-called the population of the planet by 5-6. 6 billion people, enslaving the rest, work willy-nilly with the so-called people of the New World Order. Now, another peculiar thing is the alien is not really well believed nor understood one worlders. They don't believe it. They think they've been there out on the end of glory when they don't know they're just another human being. And according to the bad aliens, considered bags of them. They don't. We think of again. They use our glandular secretion as part of their food base. Blood and their glandular systems like adrenal and yes. And in fact, the Center for Disease was figured out ways that we can this might be where diseases like AIDS and Ebola things come out of nowhere, and these diseases, if they're wrong, as this lady here. Lady asked, tunnel building having an effect with earthquakes easily, although you gotta remember a lot of these are being repaired, and so a lot as far as the U.S. government second question was flying our weather. Yes, that's an affirmative. We have the U.S. government's been working for at least since 72 and maybe as early as 1966 on weather modification. Well-known fact. And it's well. By the way, literally weather modified a hurricane or a tornado out of existence. And the reason they don't do it is or they can actually plane inside of a hurricane, for instance, that would blow off a shockwave bomb in the eye of the thing, it would completely dissipate. Well, they don't do this, of course. Here's why we see which ways go kind of havoc and how we can study havoc and we go from there. Our general topic, well, there's this his name is Richard Souter. He a book recently, Underground Base Tunnels, What is the Government Truck? Then we have, here's a popular science article, Secret Air Base. I want you to know that Groom Lake is totally Groom Lake doesn't exist. It doesn't exist, and me talking about it, I guess they can't miss it or anything. I'm just all poppycock here. One of the editors of Popular Science article I was found. Then there's stealth fighter. This one at Dalton's. This one actually was sent to me by the publisher. Test piloting, and the only thing I test piloted was would grab back and forth on the runway at a special runway. Uniform. And I can go on. These publications are out now, and yes, this lady over here. Can't hear you. What? Okay, that's kind of a mixed bag question. She asks, with martial law being called, first of all, hoarding anything on the outlaw. If you hoard food, have a radio, anywhere, stash gas, these kind of things, you just be rounded up and that's the end of it. Martial law is martial law. Worst form. One of the worst forms. Part of the question, if I got it right, was the alien takeover. Well, the takeover right now is, and probably will be, 20, maybe 30, 40 years. We've been in the back. The idea is to get the government order in place. Planet. And then, of course, then all eggs and then on. And whether I don't know, often makes life, some people have learned, well, this is already mentioned in the Bible, blah, 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 and all this stuff. But I'll tell you is face-to-face with one of your characters and a couple of that thing ways, and most people would, just the shock of the thing would cause not be in frame of mind as physical as well as mental. This man here, look up. It's a combination of the abilities underground bases, lasers that can or basically deflagrate or melt out 7 miles a day. And that tunnel is 28 feet wide, 28 feet high. Yeah, you're told about drilling and boring machines. Quarter of a mile a day. Most of that World War II, most of that's World War I or World War II material. And once again, you've been badly lied to. I can hardly believe, first of all, I've worked on a public engineering project, and we do better in grinding up road beds and laying them down at the rate of 4 monthly. That doesn't exist. Well, I work in the state of Oregon 3 months ago, and we built a tunnel for sewage tunnel, big, it's about 6 feet across. Right to base of under one of the light rail. Did that. It was a complex. It was a small tunnel. It was big enough for a man to crawl in. That's one of the people expected. So, well, what technology? This is alien technology, readapted for our own use, but a lot of it's our own use. So, you can bet alien technology, anything that's just absolutely outlandish, like taking oxyacetylene welding cord to cut into this metal and getting nowhere. Obviously, metals research, different tools. It's a diamond or substances. Obviously, it's nothing that went on wrong. But we could have over several hundred-year period. But you got to remember too that it's outstripping the public signal at the rate of 44 to 45 years of technology for every year. So every year going by, but this time in 1996, technology will be roughly that's where we are today. Possible that way back in 1943, the U.S. Navy not only caused the ship to disappear, it literally disappeared. Basically, military technology right now is about 1,000 more advanced than technology. Computer technology right now, it's on scale, I can't tell you. It's just right now, and employing blackjet and stealth aircraft, the new computers are completely advanced that we couldn't get them for 40 or 50 years. Labor camps, so the old, the infirm, the handicapped, to be executed, will there be execution, or there actually will be these things. Trying to do more, but I don't have no agenda to kind of keep talk about. But other than that, yes, I would imagine so. If you look at all the 39 prison camps that are presently built, they're called boot. And of course, these new trains that they have that have 143 shackles. They're everything indeed. You know what they're called? They're called United Nations prisoner transfer cars. So that's our appropriate name, I guess. We're going to wrap it up here. They're telling me it's time. One more question. This lady over here. No brainwash. How do they brainwash 18,000? For saying you work in a prison for the rest of your days, or you're not going to pay check about anywhere from 40,000 per month. Okay, I'm going to wrap it up here, folks. Felix booth, I think it's over booth number 125 there, and I'll let you take a look at artifacts, and once again on these artifacts, and thank you very much.
When they're around, they start drinking, they start saying, "Oh, this whole way of life, you get that one cycle."
And by the way, most about the Mars,
These are good guys. Guys on my team, a lot of JJ's brothers used to be loggers, and now they're trying to do expedition. The best. So yeah, it's just a matter of can you get these people better? Yeah, it's wild. About it. Yeah. History of Earth is only about 8,000 years. History that humans set down a couple square miles of rainforest. You know, all the kids are that. More than 10,000. But the animals, kid, whatever their mind. It's 4.5 years old. Being space to save that. So to see up and shoot an elephant. That's why I said to Ryan, like, you know what I mean? Like, definitely know that. I agree with you, though. It's terrible. It's terrible. Like, we talk about this. She was in Iraq. Like, a lot of these people that are out there, fucking terrorist organizations, these terrorist groups, are evil teams. Those people had murder their kids. We don't know how. Well, that's what turned the. Murder for kids, you're going to be murder. It's all about the same attachment. Desert Storm, 9/11, the next war. Yeah, we're just slapping each
these are
Like,
possibilities.
how much
Nobody
of,
goes
you know,
around
if you go to work
and tell us.
somebody, you know, somebody yells at you in the morning, it's like kind of pass on.
So
It's very trauma. It's like when you meet awesome people that are just with integrity and something, they're just like they have your back. You can be good people, and you're like, that too. I would never see this one. That's me. It's like, yeah, so the unfortunate thing is that people are born into a gang towards Liberia. So they experience, like, you know, that motherfucker's heart before he eats yours, and it's like, that creates. I hope that everyone is enough to have those people in their life where it's like, they are like, I can get that. It's almost a burden how good of that is.
Now,
Just
hiding this guy that will
never heard it. It's just like there's people who are
and
just like,
that's the way that even
that's really? Oh my god, yes. Yeah, this you think of it. It's great. Yeah.
Because if you
I mean, the thing is, I was failing out of school and so worried about how I was going to go to jail. And then, like, now I've December 11th, I was speaking to organizations for the second time. It's like, that was such a fun the fact that I had to do that biology. Protected something.
That's the name. And then
That's
actually just
what?
Other
What is that? What is helping to actually there's so much momentum. There's how do you know that now? Where do you see
experience?
no, it's funny. I started out at like 18 years old. There's no hope the world is done. Very
Finished by the end of the
it's
summer.
almost to like resign yourself to this like I think a lot of my mental society based on sort of like tragedy like because the world is like
we also
then I
have
met people that are actually the
sensors that
conservation science
transmission
like literally you don't know their names. They large corporations that major like a major colleges and they're working with companies to do like a map to drill standard. I work with a guy who I've spoken to this a few times. But he his name is Adrian Forsyth. He told me this story. He told me this story about there was a company that wanted to drill inside of it. They were going to get the benefits and so he went and he like took a proactive stance. He said, okay, look, you guys are going to drill. Here's how we can do this in a way that doesn't prove national public. You guys have a skills. So this is possible technology. One thing we can bring your then the local offshoot roads and the whole national park is called roads one of rainforests, one of roads. And so what he did was he said, look, we're going to raise money, we're going to bring them all. You're going to set up your there's going to be a line going out. So you're going to not get your road. So they did this, and for a few years. So everybody wanted to work on that project. The oil company ended up supporting the conservation process. So like having that like base, internet, Twitter sort of good environment. These guys are different. And I think that's where we someone like Jane Jones working
And the such is supposed to be a learning experience. It's just like childhood, you know. Let's just collect it and figure out what's out there. Don't assume that
we have to find a way to
without worrying. Because then we might discover peace.
But I do tell that story about Walt
Other
Eagles.
people say,
A lot of things we can. We've seen them. And we're actually, the way I look at it, in terms of the Amazon separation, it's gonna have the chance to save the Amazon as it is. Because experts are warning us right now, well, coming up on 20% of the Amazon is destroyed. That's a system of moisture cycle that replenishes the moisture. It's too many Amazon. So thunderheads and winds back down and so the pressure. And it's not below the exterior right now. Metric tons of carbon. But if it's not able to read that moisture, rainforest cycle down, it's really good system to the whole biome. So it's like, okay, you get frantic about it. Whereas a global society would say, okay, what incentives, what trade incentives do we have? What does Peter want? What do you guys have the opportunity to say, look, instead of cutting down this much forest, let's get all those. You have the opportunity. That's why we advertise so much. Take a bunch of American vets, put them on the fence.
Just open the free
Hey,
iPhone app.
nobody got a bunch of expertise. They know exactly. Yeah, that's the right because the U.S. fucking fails to put veterans back to work in a meaningful. Have you guys been out there too? No, the vet law is going to see the degree. You can do it in Amazon. I can talk about that with Ryan a little bit. Sounds amazing. I think in a place like South Africa where there's like a population of people to begin with, more sense. Like there's a bunch of big military fatigues walking around backwards. Now I just don't think it's
There are certain
and
types of fireworks,
a lot of
gunpowder that explodes.
so
Dynamite.
with
Moderna says its experimental flu shot
actually
showed positive
we're
results
talking
in a
about
late-stage
I don't want to
trial,
tell you more
according
yet,
to
but
Massachusetts.
I was coming. This is a very non-event. I've had solos where I go out for 2 weeks.
27%
And I come back all banged up. And then I've had solos where I go out for 10
study also showed it works
It was
well
beautiful. I took a lot of
against
nice
each
pictures.
major
Book about those ones. But
Moderna
they're
said
also,
FDA appeared consistently strong
but one time I was very relaxed.
areas
Do the
risk
whole length
factors.
of my river.
Health
I
update,
did most of the children tribes. But I'm really it's like someone underneath the tree. And then they like come out aggressively and they will pack that with a backpack. And all my students have gotten wet like before. Pull up to me and go, you on the boat. And they got machine guns and shit. They got pictures of like rectangles and shit. Okay.
We're like everywhere.
Those guys. And I was like, hey guys, what's up? What's up?
Like where
I was like, I'm a photographer. Picture the city. I was like, well, show you pictures. And they were like, well, they go, where's your guy? Where's your guy?
want to share
A bunch of like really dirty local
those
languages. This is like
I
fuck
used
music
to
coming up.
to wake up.
And they're like, all right, talk like that.
The
And I pulled up.
red and a fragment
So
corner.
you ever caught an anaconda? Oh! Here's the like, look, the she's behind there. Look at this. This bring go Rick. And I was like, they're like, I was like, no. They're like, you're not lost.
It's all right.
I was like, you guys got
Today
some
is the
It's like, all right,
day
cool.
of the
It's like, can
year,
I go?
according to Triple
You
X.
say that. What do you mean?
Road.
But they were like, yeah,
Over
it
the
would
long
show us
holiday
guys ever.
weekend. I was
Right.
actually going to leave
Guys
this
just trying to
afternoon.
Dude, the craziest thing that they have on Earth is so high. You're talking.
Okay, here's what's ahead on Wake Up Call. The vice mayor was a no-show.
30-foot
Cynthia
tree.
didn't show up for
So
last
now
night's
that there's
city
one
council
long
meeting
stretch of
a week after she put a
down
video
and
that
fly it
the
into
call
the
on
trees,
banks to
and
fight
they've actually
back
cut
against
out
ice
underneath
agents
the
in
canopy
LA.
long
Members didn't take
and
any
they've made
action.
the ground fly through.
Video
So what they
for Gonzalez to
so
resign.
they stay
The LA
under
County Board
radar.
of Supervision
And they actually land down there.
what they call unconstitutional federal immigration enforcement. Supervisor Hill did the Fourth Amendment protects individuals from unreasonable search and seizure. Seven suggests us cooler temperature helped firefighters slow the spread of the fire. That's burned more than 2,500. 400 acres of land. He's still trying to think about 4,000 homes and buildings. 40% surrounded in evacuation orders near the fire remain in place. Stephen Porter is going to join us in just a couple of minutes to tell us who voted the beautiful bill in the Senate. Whether it can clear its next big hurdle test. There's a lot of tech in the big beautiful bill, so ABC is waiting at 5:20 to tell us about that. Also, what's happening with President Trump's big beautiful cell phone company. Last week we talked about how just like one thing routine mess up your whole day. Rory O'Neill is going to join us
areas
to tell
where
us
they're
about
just
how
going
that can
gasoline.
make the whole day
Yeah,
better. And also, not happy about Big Bear's big 4th of July fireworks show.
It's not cocaine.
Friends at Big Bear is going to join us to talk about whether it could
Down there, the
you know, Jackie, Shadow, Sunny, Gizmo.
anteaters.
We talked about that. That's at 5:50.
Graves and anteaters.
24 hour news from anti-protesters over the 6th of LA oil lights. It was shut down yesterday at 7 across LA.
Actually killed
The
the
group on the bridge set up barricades to tape and put up a large sign. Action,
Somebody
our
had tried to
eviction,
do that.
moratorium now.
There was this big
Oil
anteater.
lights.
This
As
spot.
the city is a lawsuit over immigration policy is working.
So they cling onto their giant six of something. It's a little bigger than a German Shepherd with the tail as long as its body. So it's in this huge animal to be able to fight off jaguars.
It's a long-standing
And
policy.
so if you were stand up on the tail,
She wants to
right,
agents out of LA. Department of Homeland Security
stand up on
says
their
Bass
back,
can
right?
distance herself from federal law enforcement. Michael Monks.
And they will.
Some Republican lawmakers
They
in
will
North County
slap.
are not going as planned. 6 Republicans from the county said elected
I've
President
never
Trump
seen a dog
violent
by one
criminals
friend of
around
mine
the
was
country.
he thought it was
70%
going
of
around the
those
street,
who
but his dogs ran and he heard him.
convictions,
And
and
when
some
he got
have
around,
never
holding one dog in its
Governor Newsom says
claw,
President Trump just
and
doesn't
grabbed it by the
understand what it
neck.
takes to keep California safe from wildfires.
So the dog was dead, barking, and he just right in his nose killed this dog.
The force.
And then so my friend lifted his rifle to try and
Jason
shoot
Trump to
through
roll
you
back
guys. He's like,
U.S.
jungle
Forest
guy,
Service,
it's not very
which
tall.
is
And the anteater starts walking towards him
Those
straight
the
face.
National Ocean Administration.
These things are
All right, we're going to take a first look at your morning commute. We set up the busy.
bear
And it's also,
flag giant because it's just the flag for the tail, bear for the. It's just like a positive.
The deadly crash.
Absolutely fast.
Western side of the tank.
Look,
On the freeway. Looks at there.
Right. She would, you know, she went back. The whole time. I would imagine
Get to the 16.
doing
It's kind of a sensor time,
so I lay down in the hammock, I fall asleep, and football. And so she'd wake up and she'd go, I want to play. So she'd take her time and she'd start going like, that traffic back up the solid here and stuff. And just like, she's like, take this anteater off and then she'd be like, I want to love you. And she'd like grab onto it right through my skin. So I got that goal. But I also got to experience the forest and respect from that. Everybody else was home at 5. And I was like, so I was like, going and not an easy start. It's crazy. It was baby. Trying to teach her how to find dance. My mother raised her.
All morning long sounds like a nasty. It's 5:07 morning now to ABC. So even the so-called big beautiful Dallas, but it's not over yet.
She started spending more time out in the bush. She started coming back. So like when you saw JJ and Ricky grew up, like you did,
Yeah, House of Representatives. Racing.
Yeah, so also a few years. Antibiotic resistant MRSA
Up
infection.
and down the eastern seaboard. All members of Congress both parties up in
I know. I went. I think I go to town to get tested. And they were like, you have. I think while I was they have like cats and dogs. Yeah.
the House Rules Committee voted to advance this bill.
While I was in the hospital, I got my shot.
That committee.
And then I went back out to the jungle and I could know it'll get better. So one day I woke up and my eyes were sealed shut. I had all this
Changes on too much
space everywhere on my body and the whole
Wait a minute, we have an
and I had like horrendous fever and I wanted to get out of the jungle, but at that time it was the rain season.
$3.3 trillion impact.
So I had 3 days outside of the river. And the first boat to come was this boat,
Yeah,
and they had these dead animals. There was dead another spider monkeys and babies in the body. And I was just like laying in this like pile. And I was cracking on the sun.
so these are real
Town,
but we've seen it before.
Flight, and then like I had to put up, and I was like, I was like putting Vaseline all over lunch, and somebody sat next to me and dipped over, and like the woman got up and left.
The House passed version went
And
over
then I was
just
like,
doing no
immigration.
House
The guy goes, hey, how's the passport? He goes, where? What the fuck?
Senior.
And I was like, I don't know. He goes, shit. He goes, go, please. He was like, for the love of God. He goes, God bless you. He goes, I hope you're okay, man. I went, yeah. How do you get Ebola virus for this guy? It is fucked up. Hold on, up next to me. This was week 9, yeah, I was in public. In my understanding, I was dying. How do you catch some of these guys out? Mercy. Down there it is. Infection. Outpatient. Huge
Moderates are concerned about it. Let's see.
medical. And so, yeah, some of these apps,
And they just actually
the
close
just
it.
like ours is
So,
or nationwide, just murder. Come up here, do you have any unseen problems?
Stephen Portnoy thanks as always for the information.
I've actually gotten strong.
Suss it out.
Really?
You know, it's
I
just
think I've gotten
infuriating to be
the only thing that happened was in somehow
like
in
Steve
LA,
just said, it's like 900
and that
pages.
off the side.
But you have to read.
And like after
And then
typhoid, I
even
lost
though
7 pounds.
said yes, we have to read the Senate and made them read the whole thing. Lawmakers actually sat there.
After that, my stomach has been a little bit.
So you can just highlight changes, like when you mark up a document on a Word document, or
That
it's just so fast.
actually just
and also period.
Well, when would it happen? So, like,
Let's
one
get
of the
into
guys
some of the
that
stories
has
coming
all
out of the 24-hour
once a year, I would have had trouble kind of like adapting. It was like the fucking culture on like as far as like adapting to like their immune system, adapting to pollution, polluted air, like different food shit. Take one of those guys like walk around with no shirt on, eating coconuts,
of 5 counts against
by the ancestral.
reached an anonymous decision on a charge of racketeering conspiracy. Israel has apparently agreed to terms of a 60-day
Look,
ceasefire.
you don't want anybody to not tell the truth, but at the same time,
President Trump says he's
because they're selling our they feel steroids. Right.
Trump is hosting
It was
Israeli
Lance
Prime Minister
Armstrong really for a second
to talk about
loading 6-pack ago.
the Defense Department has paused.
No. I'm so sorry. It's like, just keep going. We have thousands of podcasts. They asked the right to escape. They said, never. Like, all right. Now, I saw him going,
expected to kick off
I am on steroids. I am on steroids. Did you drink HGH today?
systems could develop in Florida.
Podcasts. Sitting there backwards. Ads are like, they don't look.
Conditions expected to be warm and not too hot, mainly in the 80s. Inland areas.
I
Heat waves in the
now, when
forecast.
he had like,
A coffee
when he
out
had
of
like
China
400 followers,
is
so it was a thing, and I was like,
US.
whatever you're doing. I was like, it seems just like a little work. I was like, why don't you come for Anna? I wrote flat. He was like, I would love to eat where you want. He goes, are you going to this? I was like, what the fuck? And he was like, do you eat everything? And I was like, yeah. I was like, I ate a turtle. Yeah, my indigenous community. Yeah. He was like, sounds great. Yeah, I talked to him briefly. Yeah. It was all just that's all it was. Yeah.
Finger lunch.
He said internet.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, we still have some more weekend call to go. When we come back, the beautiful bill that we're talking about. So now we've got ABC's Mike DeBuski joining us. What is the tech in the also what's happening with President Trump's big cell phone plan?
That's not
Now
good.
let's see what's happening on the roadways. We got a band start to
I had no idea. The only thing for you looks like television was oh Jesus, okay. There you go. That's the steroids. How many people you gotta fix their money, right? You got a direct line to God. Yeah. So like libertines, they'll think they'll apologize, but I'm sure everyone will get send them they'll send them more. Yeah, I'm not worried about that. But you cannot. Because anything else you grab cover? Fires. What's wrong with fires? How are they still? Are they getting? Yeah. So 2019. My life. The fires were bad. Outside of Sao Paulo, fires including black. People were taking pictures. So that made up all of a sudden we had hysteria. And so I had just gotten it was just standing filming on my phone. Just burning down. Animals burning to death behind me. The fucking animals. First time I'd ever cursed the animals, like the quaternary, tertiary, the hollow, the last time. And now, there's like a period of the animals.
latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccine.org.
Defined by the layers
It's up to you.
and stuff.
Aaron Radio and the Ad Council.
I had this video and I saw things everywhere. Yeah. So I threw Instagram characteristics that and I remember because I took my phone, it was like 100%, and put it on the refrigerator, and I went to I woke up and I stumbled out of bed. My phone's on the floor. I pick up my phone, it's on 1% battery. There's 40,000 notifications from Instagram. And hi, it's MSNBC. And then that started, and then as then like CBS phone was on the phone. Hold on, I'm trying to find a charger. It went by. Everyone shared it. So, all of a sudden I was on all these interviews. What happened was then Joe Rogan, and then at that point it like went. All of a sudden we started getting all the support from the Amazon. Goalkeepers right from that we were like, like two people protecting a little bit of forest and it's like
Radio and podcasts all in one app.
protect now 50,000
Your iHeartRadio
we have
hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio.
real chance of protecting this entire water. And so now you can use storytelling and social media to their way to turn things around.
While you enjoy your favorite music radio
It's
station,
like
make
the
sure you
comparison
link
is
your
almost just as bad.
iHeartRadio account.
One of the days in August was the worst day starting in the Amazon.
iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio is easy to control from the remote
Horrendous
or
set
voice controls and
flames.
provides large
Freshly
cover
cut
art on the
forest,
screen
which
and
is
can sync
burning
with
around there.
numbers,
Percent
listening between your devices.
the
iHeartRadio
documents
news
were
stations and podcasts.
really
Now on your big screen.
very, 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 very
Check it out for
focused
free now. iHeartRadio.
to walk into a forest fire.
iHeartRadio.
I was hacking up black
Northeast.
after that,
Highs in the
but
mid-80s to
and then at one point we're in the fires, burning, and I'm trying to like video on my phone, all the thing that goes in the phone is too hot. Like, oh shit. So I'm like, I gotta get out of here. Burn all the I go, oh my god. I'm like, where is it? Well, it's lit. And I start running. I'm trying to find a way around everything burning. So it's like I had to go back around and then jump over some stuff. So pretty much like jump through the vertical wall of flames. And as I'm running, I see my friends on $50,000 professional camera. Like, I was like, this guy's dead. And so I can't touch this too hot, so I threw it on the ground. Just out go and I see my friend on his hands and knees. He's got his face in the ground. He's just coughing. There's a little bit of water in his eyes. And then JJ comes out of the bar, so his shirt off. Gets into the full green forest. The forest is burning next to us. I just found a little bit of green. His head basically took one bad long full of air. Got burned, got blinded, just ran for it, jumped the camera. They like trying to get him better. And to his credit, he actually stood up and started filming out of that. And we just like sit. It's like coming out of this apocalyptic thing. And to try to tell the world what are they going to do with that entire farm? That particular farm, big bad destroyer of the Amazon, burning your cars, so you can we film it? You couldn't stop. Right, we film it.
Here's what we indicate by 24-hour news for
Just, you know,
Tree trunks, burning tree trunks.
That allow images to be magnified up to 200 times. The drones can also record video that can be used as evidence. Fireworks are illegal in the city. Two people are facing animal cruelty charges after alleged sheriff's department forces ICE protests. Prosecutors say Dana Whitson of Arizona pushed and hit a horse's muzzle during protests last month. Castro of El Monte's accused pulling on horses. 40 people were arrested during the last month. The Bay Area is going to roar back for a fifth season 4 just dropped last week. In 2020,
Spent time living with
23
herds
Emmy
of
nominations, 11. That was the most ever. It's not a common.
we see it burning like that. It's like
Coda, you think it's funny?
no one else is going to risk their lives. Have
You were a
probably
warped
permanent
individual.
lung
You just
but
giggling.
to have people what's actually
Have you
happening.
watched this
Tribal
season?
rallies actually. And that's sort of the goal where conversations going. Now it's like
This is
now it's
gonna
like
be great. And then
that's the job. It's
and
rally.
by the end, I was-
We can raise like $30 million.
We'll talk about it more. It's
So
gonna
we
give
just
you time
started
to
this
catch up.
other
Coda is not done with it. You're not done with it. According now to the BuzzFeed,
I was like 30 technical ring bars. She's like, that's not that much. It's not that much. It's a lot.
yeah, season 3 was
300,000 people giving $100 donation.
I was like, what? And then season 4, there were moments, I think.
So that, and then so it's like, well, once you realize,
That is wrapped into the
it's like, you know, my life
bill.
is
So what are some things that are in the bill that could affect this?
All these incredible species. So you have the opportunity to protect this. We got to do it. You have to do it next to the logging companies.
Standalone piece of legislation are bundled into AI more and this was a provision that was Tennessee intent to access.
So now the case
Back in the day, it was
the animals, snakes, wildlife,
able to pass any
we've all
legislation
come
to carve out related
had all
and
that's
originally
what
that was
you know,
the
Jade was a conservation photographer. We had to spend a team and then after the building shared that we were getting in touch with this Canadian building Dax De Silva, who he made his 10-year round
laws and
which is kind of like a shop of
parts of the country and smaller
competitive shops.
he decided to industries where they're financial
for conservation. So he's sea shepherd to protect the Canada that's from, protecting us in Canada, Africa. So it was a real thing.
so the concern there was that this was a disadvantage.
Really possible. It's like doing by supporting the super
Intelligence,
protecting young cultures and entire cultures of people that depend on this for
piece of
systems. So
legislation, a lot of opposition to
it's exciting.
from Democrats and Republicans.
It's also why
Governors were John Thune and House
it gives
Speaker
people
calling for this AI moratorium to be
they
strict
can donate to Jungle Keepers and t-shirt they can become a Jungle Keeper. Also help with us too. Basically, it's not like
one
green
instrument that gives us the
creating
world
biological
stop the
order.
states from being able to
Very
quickly
like
technology.
part of Earth is that's the level of that.
Wait a second,
Stories,
as it stands
you know,
now,
elaborate what is going
the
on.
takeaway is that right now AI is on a free run.
The takeaway right now actually is that
Yeah, you need to stop the no more environmental bills. Go to www.junglekeepers.org.
analysis of the
Donate
state level
and then get rid of your environmental bills. That's indigenous people, international experts entire tributary of the Amazon. Every single place is packed with spider monkeys, hardcore anacondas, that we haven't discovered yet. Undiscovered yet. So really, like, most of us can afford that. That's like Starbucks.
Actually, kind of similar. It's not,
And then we're part of an organization that's
I was talking to my
action. It's not feeling bad about the environment. Protect parties.
could be left out in the cold just because they don't save lawyers feel these are real. So it's going to be interesting to see
far away issue that
how
we
long
can't do
this
anything
bill. She was actually going to reverse her
The thing is,
position
with big organizations, the website's precise. So have a documentary, or the dark green documentary. If you're listening now, part of the team, that website for us. Thereby proving are assholes. Because before that, yeah, $7,000. Yeah.
It's a crucial problem with big organizations that needs this is the payroll law section of the law sector. Some lawyers had to go straight to slaughters. It's like you're literally changing people's lives from made up crimes that didn't happen.
Like you said,
People of all sorts
protect so much more carbon than
as it gets,
and we can't. It's not a renewable.
It's still perfect. It's still needs to be done. 5 years some
big
Here's what I just got checked in today.
this thing
This morning,
on the ground,
and
and
it's
they're also
the
the half bulbs.
Dodgers on the
So
White
it's like
Sox.
we're going to plant trees. We
July
have to
1st.
save.
You know what? Monday night, July 1st.
And
We don't
well,
really have time to talk about the
job.
mobile service, but moving along or is it slow?
Well, maybe the takeaway here too. Announced that they are going to be smartphone. They called it the T1 8002 Gold version. So it's going to be a 6.8-inch screen. It's going to cost $500.
You're like the biggest noise in or like Clearwater area. All of why. My grandma's on that list.
The size of the screen.
Does it live here anymore?
No major smartphones are built in
Oh, really? There's no hard
expenditure. Skeptical of the server being able to do that for a $500 price tag.
there's no hard aspect. The way I'm thinking about it, it would be accurate.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it as always. Hey,
How did you get involved?
Their series with the White Sox with the Sixers Stadium last night, July. That was Tuesday.
Like their second most Scientology.
It is of the season, and he got to 30
Like I was
faster than anybody.
Started getting
He also
12 years old.
30 straight season. Tonight, I think Kershaw could make history.
Well, I'm not gonna yeah, they worked out here. This was until
First goes out at 7. So I think
came
Kershaw
down.
you can listen to all the
Not
games on the LA Sports streamings on iHeart Radio.
So we were in
Keyword
Philadelphia.
570 LA Sports brought to you by
Living
Number one selling beer. Get your beer. When we come back,
husband, me, my brother, stepbrothers, all
you can get a little hiccup in there.
12 years old.
So,
And then it was the end of 1993 to the very
started and how
clear.
Southland
So,
weather,
I don't
KFI
get too close to
70s and beaches, 70s to low 80s for Metro LA, no sea, mid-90s for the valleys and inland empire of the Antelope Valley. Couple degrees for tomorrow. Guys has
So I was down
beaches, metro areas,
well, 13 and I was 15. And
in Irvine,
no school,
in Yorba Linda,
just studying
Metro is one of
Scientology,
the
and
three
then
bad
doing
trashes
late
working
pay for the fact that still off. The restaurant, construction. I mean, this is illegal shit. Illegal shit. This is Scientology does not care. And so basically 12 to 15, I was studying and doing labor. And then at 15, I finished my training for the job that I was supposed to fill. Then I went back to Philly. Now we're back 7 days here. Obviously, I was not, except I was not living in real life. I'm working, I'm 15 years old. I'm working full time in town. I'm living in South Jersey. I have friends in my mom. I'm 15 years old. I know your daughter. I don't, at 15, I thought there was nothing in my 15-year-old daughter. Like, when I was. I was 12. Put it in sort of a perspective, like chronologically speaking. This was in 1991.
Bringing great products.
They lost it. They accidentally
So Trump happy the Senate passed his big beautiful bill.
IRS because they were
After several intense Trump insists the bill.
so Scientology got tax exemption, lost it, and Elvin Puppet died. Yet, this state that is
The conservative House already says the Senate increases the deficit more than
so that's why the scavenge meant getting the tax exemption back. That's where they started harassing them. That was essentially the scavenge's progression tax rate.
As well as Vietnam.
That's the reason I mentioned
Said that he will send
1993. And once they announced the tax stuff, a huge recruiting
California and Pennsylvania have
recruit
the
and train
highest
20
taxes.
for every Scientology.
Taxes going up by
Earlier, and then I left staff to take care of all the kids, and she'd always wanted to figure out how to do it because
it'll increase 10%. About 1%.
the kids doing stuff. Yeah. And so I let a relative life up until the 6th. Then in the 7th grade, my mom told us we did homeschool for the 7th grade. Homeschool shit. Yes, but then once we had so we're doing homeschool studying at the Scientology organization. The stuff we needed to study to qualify to clear one. So once we finished studying, like, now it was like, right, approved to go to clear one. That's what we picked up for the next 3 years. Down here. No authorities in Philly or Pennsylvania knew that we were here. Authorities in Florida that we were here. So you were doing all this work just to pay off.
He built a vision in Scientology and I guess the vision of the society.
Specifically with that was the fact that we were Philadelphians, but we're living here in facilities owned by the Clearwater organization. Essentially, and they're feeding us for the board, not for tax initially staff members get the courses for free. Unless you break the contract, okay. So we're doing just to live in an apartment with people and get fed 3 hours a day, you do like 25 hours a day. Now I say crazy. I think I figure a problem for that. I rather enjoy it. So it's a weird thing to say. But just think, I don't know what it's like your middle school experience. Because I never, but I can tell you the experience I see with them. It wasn't exactly a great experience. And so, and realize when I say we're doing these labor jobs, it's like you send all the kids working side by side with normal adults who are doing the same study. And that is sort of felt cool to be treated like an adult. That's what you know what I mean? Yeah, definitely. It wasn't like, I mean, was I going, oh man, I love the fact that I'm working in the kitchen. No, really thinking about it. You're just kind of living life. You're around other. There was about 100 other kids my age. And one of the most fucked up things about it.
It's Wednesday. It's your wake up call for July.
That lady
Getting your day started with us today. I hope you're
talked about her daughter being fucking
hiccups that have thrown you off.
I'm going to talk to
Kid Mike
infections and stuff. Yeah. Is that a real thing that's
Says the Senate
malnourished
version of
children
so-called
that are being sick from their parents
increases the
today
death light. The
because
House
they
will
changed
start
the
voting
rules
on the
about
Senate passed bill this morning.
So
Republicans can only
Mandy's
afford to
story.
lose
He was a Sea Board member, and there was a time when Sea Board members were,
being set aside to prevent
which
wildfires.
is a horrible idea.
Even with this grant, the state still needs help from
Days, you can't have kids in
3,200
this
recent
space.
fires in
So what
California.
does that
Half
mean?
of them started on
I
federal
mean, if
land.
you get pregnant,
Riverside County
you're
Animal
very
Shelter
much pregnant.
requests to anyone willing to temporarily
Now,
dogs
like, the idea of someone getting an abortion is not offensive. The idea of an organization pressuring
Department of Animal Services says they need
an
the
organization
space
that calls
because
itself
it's expected over the
I mean, that's
July weekend.
very difficult.
At 6:05,
Yeah, Clearwater.
Bill
Oh, of course,
Gates
called
on
Flex.
that
They have a
Senate
shuttle that takes service
Kansas
to the
making it
abortion.
through the House. Let's say good
Yeah,
morning now.
they got like
to,
1,500
Camp
serious
Island,
people don't have
Illinois.
access to
Good
help.
morning.
$50 a week. They get pregnant. Shuttle. They had to start spreading out the abortion business. Red flags are starting to go up. Why does this organization keep bringing shuttle abortions? Like,
You just
it's
talked
crazy. It's absolutely crazy. The new building now on the house, it's like this giant party, right? Oh, there's a bit. Or Harrison. That's different. The flag building is one they built giant, massive like that. To the water. You're thinking of the sand house. The one I'm thinking of, there's like that goes over the road. That's closer to the water is the Harrison Hotel. Like you live in a the hotel is right. Exactly. So that's massive, like 4 or 5 story. That's all the flag. Everything inside is a Trump Tower outside. It's all gold plated. Well, it's bronze. The only reason I know what it looks like is I saw a Grant post on Instagram where he's filming himself going through it. I'm like, holy fuck, inside that place? Yeah, no, I was already on the outs. Actually, you know, the yeah. And Scientology does, it's not in the business. So what it thinks you're sort of like straying, they'll try to keep you. And then when they realize that anyway, you were never as good. So Scientology will say that people like me, Mike, they'll say, oh, these people were expensive. No. Once they gave up on being able to keep us, they put a little, yeah, these guys are stuff. Have you heard the story of Ron Scouch's story? Oh my God, it's terrifying. Handed out for get choked out. Yeah, I mean, that's not even the craziest thing. Shelley Miscavige is the lawsuit now against Scientology. She escaped in the trunk of a car with nonsense. That shit crazy. What is happening? So, yeah, right. Apparently, that's the binder, but it is. Yeah, I think I'm going to give you this is something that's already been discussed with the event.
So stick to those and make it a great day.
There's an episode, and the reason why one who originally raised the issue is 25 the missing person group. So, you know, in these TV shows, she did an episode about Shelley. But you're familiar with it as an international they call that all in face. But on the base is a movie studio called Golden Hour Productions. Right. So if you're a person would say, "Oh, I shot a film at Gold," but Gold refers to the studio, not the base. Interchangeably, because Scientologists will call it the base. Yeah, bitch. Works at the base, and that base is that base. Yeah, I tell my kids all the time. Like you can drive by on free. And then I'm allowed to have. But that in base is the base inside. Just don't know is that the SEER members who work on the in base know the of other bases. Shit out loud is so crazy. So there's a whole other like shadow organization, Church of Spiritual Technology. So this organization is amazing. What they call the preservation of Scientology is called so the tag is the books, policy lectures, the bulletins. Hubbard believes that this civilization will and nothing, not a crazy belief. Not a crazy belief. But L. Ron Hubbard wanted that once we all nuked ourselves, that the civilization that was remaining would eventually be able to rediscover. CST, the Church Technology, Church of Spiritual nickel, like record, right? And stores them in like titanium, with like argon, like neutral argon gas, and secret underground.
Okay.
The location of those people who work at one of the vaults. This is funny. Scientology is funny. This is a whole other level.
So when we get annihilated from it, civilization comes back in 1 billion years trying to civilization to find fucking Scientology back.
That's the hope. I'm sure, you know, the bunkers might be nuclear proof, but I comment proof. And it's like, I think civilization has to care about So here's the thing. Shelley Miscavige after the equation. These bases would be considered to any normal SEER member privileges.
If you own a bar or restaurant,
to the level where you're allowed
to increase your
sweetheart. The life of a SEER member, your day-to-day life, is nerve-wracking. It's stressful. There's constant demands on you. Like, no such thing as downtime. No such thing as time. There's no such thing as relaxation. There's no TV. There's no nothing. It's extremely stressful. complain if they're not being served. Being able to some where you're
Think about it,
to like guard the ball, that would be for any series.
But yeah, that's what
Shelly Miscavige is working at one of these bases. So there's two issues here that could possibly take place. Miscavige send Shelly to work at one of these bases.
That you serve because everything adds up to the whole entire experience when it comes to money.
If Shelly Miscavige leaves, would it be easy to leave one of these
Next
bases?
time we go to a bar, we're looking at
It wouldn't be.
I want as much as
So if we assume for the sake of part, just for the sake of the argument, really wanted to leave and whatever, could one of these bases be used as sort of, sure.
definitely feel it.
Is that what these bases
Not
are though?
everyone's happy about
You remember what you killed to work at.
Prince of Big Bear Valley
Was Shelly there as a punishment? Yeah.
because
Does that mean Shelly wants to leave the Sea Org?
our beloved
No one has any reason to believe Shelly Miscavige wants to leave. Shelly Miscavige was raised by L. Ron
from the
Hubbard.
Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic
She's
Center.
been working
Say
for L.
more
Ron
than
Hubbard since
12
she was
with
like
Toyota full lineup of vehicles. We've got a deadly crash.
She, if you're a true there's nothing about that whole scenario that would make oh I know so I want to do that. Therefore so what happened is she used to be David Miscavige's not just his wife. That is the only reason anyone ever saw or heard of Shelly. That's why Lee. That's why Lee. So let's right. And she's not. She has some other thing.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
Under any circumstances for any of these. But it's not like the normal world where if you're the president or in charge, you just have to how it works. So I was in for 15 years. I couldn't have picked Miscavige. He was not a public person. If Miscavige is walking around, he's got an arm. He would never know which one to sell. He would never be like, that's not how it works. Because it's and because Shelly was always with Leah would see Dave and Shelly became acquaintances. They became friends to the get letters. We're not talking about girls trips together. Okay. So my point here is, once Dave became no longer the reasons that was, he removed her from her post. That's the last time I ever.
Local police and the federal
Others senior executives so I have just said that Leah Remini would not Leah Remini is simply in for us not to be able to know Mexico. That's what it's
And she hasn't seen anywhere she's made a
she hasn't, but we will also wouldn't right. And let's say Shelly Miscavige had returned to the norm. So all we know is that we don't. But here's what we'll try and LSUD did find.
Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number for music, radio, and podcast.
And did he
There are hundreds of ways to home and on the go, on the iPhone and Android. iHeartRadio.com. You can use iHeart Apple CarPlay. Or iHeart your car
car's dashboard with a seamless way to connect music, radio stations, and podcasts. Developed with Drive in mind, the LA interface was navigation and drive. Making sure you access all your favorites. You don't need to download another app. Just
They don't even tell Leah that they didn't. They just said that's okay. So, but this is where Leah, like, her, she has not been able because the LAPD has been essentially trolling, like treating her like that. Just not. The LAPD behavior is such that it seems like they're covering this. Well, the LAPD does know that. Every there's a fundraiser and so freaking for the LAPD, a representative of the LAPD, like they give them this giant oversight here. We are at the holiday party. The holiday party's a fundraiser. And so you've got, Captain or whatever, used to be the head of that LAPD Hollywood division. He's up there getting a giant, 20,000 oversized check. Technology with a $20,000 check. Like, well, yeah.
30% of the fire surrounding early
Like, even tell me, actually, here's, I was working some.
ticket price probably just went up.
They should be
The
upfront
Shohei
whether they
Ohtani
were
will
or
make the start.
They just be stringing.
Announced that
You know what I mean?
Liverpool
Like,
Kovac is
there's really better ways.
Chris Middleton on the news this morning. Make sure you stick around for that. Say good
Like,
morning.
you don't have the right.
To the
You don't
executive
necessarily
director
like.
of Stairs 47.
I don't have the right to just
Okay,
know
so the 4th of July
to demand.
fair celebrates it, but that could be problematic for our locals, Jackie, Shadow, and the kids, Sunny and Gizmo. Tell us what gigs.
The word is that Sunny and Gizmo are
If the LAPD and did visit Shelly at that point, it's just living. Shelly's an adult. Like, the police don't even allow to be like, are you here? They gotta be careful. This is a religious order. They can speak in these organizations. They can't be like,
So they get scared by the booms and they just off in the
like,
middle
you
of the
can't
night.
do that. Right? To some, like, is that the case here for water? Drivers, all you do is talk about. I'm talking smack about any of these assholes. Talk
There was
about.
a petition that was put together asking
I gotta be careful just because I think it is not. I'll tell you what. Chief Slaughter, that's his name. Slaughter of the Clearwater. Very with the fact that the Clearwater team came
All
up
right,
with
but in
very
spite of
bad.
that, and the city still
But they shot
to set off. And for the
and
fireworks,
the higher
the
show.
site from just
Police ended up looking.
friends, it also the
The police ended up looking that they were just essentially like the jack soldiers. And you have to go, well, so this they keep on looking like. But the police should understand that. And they should conduct themselves. Essentially, here's how I would describe it. Well, I mentioned Dan Slaughter. Dan Slaughter, historically, that's a yeah, he was in charge of all of the off-duty police work. It's not
when I
illegal.
first heard about this, I was like, oh, it's just a fireworks show, but then like hearing
But it sure is for a human trafficking cult that is taking over your town. Maybe you want to exercise some discretion.
Let's get a checkup on Sunny.
And I've spoken to Chief Slaughter about this.
They're
There's a
never there.
process
Almost.
on it gets on that list. Once you're an approved organization, you
So
can't
there's
exactly
hanging around the
Because
area.
now you're screaming
and
all
they
these
do Jackie and Shadow follow them around or
No.
parents
Just
around over the
I agree off. It's going to be a decision. A person or a panel at the Clearwater. It's definitely not a county or a state. Police are the ones making that decision. In to list. Right. But you probably have to be ready to fight a lawsuit about that. Still on the list. So they're still off duty to do their 100. And I'm told times the normal rate. This is how you get corruption. This is how you get corruption. I don't know how. What else would it look like? Is how you get corruption. Look at this. Because here's the thing. Not for me. He's sort of been not saying he's corrupt. Chief Slaughter is out there carrying Scientology.
You kind of feel the same way, but
So the way Scientology suckers law enforcement agencies and politicians in the country into sort of accidentally and inadvertently looking like they're. I mentioned the off-duty. Okay. I don't think that when the Clearwater Police first started doing politics, yeah, we love Scientology.
when the team might get up to repair that camera during the storm.
So,
And it knocked out the night. You guys are going to try to do that for next year?
however, there was a couple years ago, there were several people who had gone to the police to talk about child sex abuse that they had experienced in Scientology decades. And all I can tell you is every
always be up to talk to you and hear updates on our Eagles.
and that shit. Because it's
So
like
great to see that
you already know you're not this. Family and
Thank
keeping
you. Take care. Fireworks.
bending over backwards.
Don't want the Eagles to get hurt.
And many of these victims, alleged victims, real victims, whether they're, I don't even
Acres and banning
anything
Sunday afternoon.
anything
And now
less
3% surrounded by firefighters
than
burning the terrain. Cooler
it isn't my choice, but it's what Cal factor.
reported, but more than 42
Like it's disgusting. If you're a detective and it's your job to handle these things, and you're not, treating these victims with the utmost respect, then is you're reinforcing the idea that you all just fucking secretly work for Scientology. I don't think that about it.
from so-called
But the Clearwater Police doesn't do anything
changes to the
change
city
that.
ordinance requires that landlords use it to terminate a tenancy.
Like at some point, someone's going to go, it's just that stupid and incompetent. They're really an underlying issue, which is what people are saying all
The
the
chief
time.
of the LAPD has reiterated his department's
I
role
might be
in
kind of like
federal
contradicting, like I'm saying it's corruption, I'm saying it's not corruption. I'm saying it looks like exactly the way it change. It's good. I think they should. I think that us here fundamentally afraid. That's what I'm saying. Decades ago, Scientology successful before. They were passing some ordinance. I might butcher this, but I have the broad strokes. They were passing some ordinance that would prevent people from like things out. But
like Christ and NBA legend Michael Jordan once women
and so
can be
basically
can be the Chicago area
Clearwater
seven bedroom
something that allowed Scientology to sue them, and they ended up paying Scientology.
bar lounge, a salon, and of course a full size.
And ever
It accommodates up to 12 guests at a
Anything
time, and you
that
can
would
stay
allow
there
Scientology.
for a week.
And so it's like the city
This is KFI
is doing their bidding for them.
HD2, Orange County.
Really?
KFI
so cool. Wow. These things that are happening, like working for the child sex that never gets reported. These kids that are in there, I mean, obviously major people, like there's people talking about this online, there's about it, find on the internet, but like, not a bigger after all this evidence. It can be very hard. They're building police building, yeah, guys. District. Like here's what and some shed, across. Okay, so I believe there are cases we will, and I believe Scientology will. Not even for the child stuff.
Crash there, and it's all another flight the heights. 91 eastbound with the 5. Okay, got a car.
Scientologists. So let's take the child. Let's say someone as a child, such and such happened. Well, once she's Scientologist, there's affidavit saying this person is you can't bring a case when you have one person saying something happened and one. Not only are you lying, but you're known to be lying. Scientologists would what will it take? Financial stuff.
Commercial free plus just over out search classic 1840 and make it preset now.
They're using to anything, whatever it takes to lack or pay off certain no, it is. Oh. People who leave science have the financial records, the credit card fraud, the bank fraud, the wire have been different ways this fraud has been occurring. But I'll give you one example. We spoke earlier about we have to find certain records. You understand? You know. Well, serial numbers, these guys sometimes like a billion. Okay, so when they start getting older and sicker, the seer just sends them on. But not before opening up several $100,000 into their name, maxing out the cards of apology. Because they're going to die in a year anyway, and then it's being. Yeah. That's fraud, it's credit card fraud, it's bank fraud, it's state lines. I mean, you're talking about federal crime. And there's evidence and it's been this evidence has been available. I'll say years. Still nothing. Well, you say charges haven't come. So they're building a case in front of me. So we can say evidence piled for years. I don't think we will have to wait much longer to see. Could it be 1 year? Could it be 3 years? Could it be 5 years? I would bet. That political. I believe that political will exist. I'm not naming names. I believe that will is. So it's one thing to go, which has been here.
July as we celebrate the founding of our country.
Let's look at it. Let's talk about switch subject.
that is democracy. And
People that don't know, Scientologists act from the separation of violence, including
and has become the law.
he's facing charges for seven or eight. Almost all of his actions. 3 women who he's facing charges for were all Scientologists. The Scientologists aren't allowed to report Scientology. So that's why it took these women so much. But we also know Scientology has this culture where they snitch on each other constantly in written reports. So there's dozens of meticulously detailed reports about it, right? Scientology might be the reason people took so long to report, but Scientology is also the reason why so much fucking evidence exists about what he did. Okay, I mentioned Dana Masters 5 years for him to come. And Dana Masters is a multi-billion-dollar organization 2 years ago. The prosecutor sat on that case for 2 years. Meaning the police had already done their job. The police had already done the investigation. He was sitting on the prosecutor's desk for 2 years. And she would have never brought a case against her for the next time she was up for re-election. The campaign thing was, I'm going to take care of the Scientology business. Jackie Lacey was the one who was sitting on it. And that's just a celebrity. That's just a celebrity. It's easy to get dissatisfied that it could take years to build a case, but I don't necessarily want to bring it. Fault. I don't necessarily fault for the fact that it's that long, especially when you know what you've done to Scavenge. Where does he live? What does he do? You guys are listening. Even talk to me. Penthouse right now, somehow pondering how he's going to. It's a very Scientology place. It's on the decline. It's got less than 30,000 members now. Okay. 100,000. Yeah. Hey, he lives in a very. All right, guys. Of course, he lives in a world. It's almost like I don't know how Korea has. What's going to pass? North Korea that manages to exist within the United States. Except realize Scientology has bases in Australia. Many bases in Europe. It's got a base in England. It's got a base in Copenhagen. One base in Australia. Multiple bases in Los Angeles. Like he sort of lived of his own. So people go, where does he live? Well, legally. Here, but it's not for example, wherever the fuck he wants to. He's got houses all over the world. All over the world. Never mind. The Scientology on the outside of the U.S. So you have, okay, well, where does he probably live? A lot gets made in the media that he except the fact that Scientology is currently passive in I was on a big training evolution back in 1993. Right now, retraining. So he has a reason to spend a lot of time on it. And honestly, but even in Clearwater, Scientology could have purchased properties that he was at. Purchased it, they buy the policies and lawyers like at any time, and nobody knows. You know, Miss Gavin watches. He's watching everything. You know, the A was just a joke, and now it's like my friend. I love it. So you know he's watched your video. 100%. What has been the backlash? The YouTube channel specifically, not that the major backlash. Time but every single person who appeared on that show got Is in Levitt's house. Oh God, pull it up. Oh, it's amazing. Absolutely amazing. It's incredible. The website went the night my episode aired. They're not signed. How do they know this shit happened? The production companies have to send letters, comments, or whatever. So, like, for example, my episode of Scientology in the Aftermath, the remedy reading the letter of Scientology. Aaron's hard most for Hattie's, and that's true for every person who appears on the show. This is my website. Who is he? I've seen Aaron snap at Heather. I've seen Aaron snap at his kid. He's in just kind of would explode as a keyword hostile. Just a hostile in Scientology. Yep, my wife no more. So Brendan Ty is a friend of mine. We did a bunch of real estate business together, so they added him to my website. Yes, I have him in my phone as my protege, because that's how they talk about him. He's my protege. It's just the stupidest thing they've ever said. Brendan himself, you remember, he used to actually work as one of the security officers here. Oh, yeah. So they see. Here's like there's even videos. Sister-in-law, my mother-in-law, my father. Right there, Erica Sledge, sister of Heather Sledge. Right there. Oh yeah. Shooting around, spanking his kids. That's your wife's.
All it does is fail. That's a big difference. So we'll see where the law goes on that one.
Prison is like POW quality. Yeah. In the flag building. Yeah.
Expected that he would respond to that.
Prosecution. Seems racketeering is the one that.
I hope you put this website in your bio. I've done so. I bring up to this website. And so the thing is, like, when I say every person on the show, literally every person. Do you know how much time it takes to produce stuff? Oh yeah. I mean, that's a good-looking website. Yeah. Yeah. There's actually scroll down to the bottom of the website. Scroll down all the way to the bottom, and it will clearly say there, Church of Scientology International. If you go all the way, what does that say? White Church of Scientology International. Oh my God. And to other people's websites. Mike Tinder, Mark Henley, the site, Amy Scobie, Tom the
I'm going to spend all night.
Mike Render. Publicly know anything out of the ordinary.
All right, Amy.
Yes, that's why. It's not that they don't. It's that there's show he doesn't have any. I'll get phone calls. I mentioned my friend in there. There's a whole bunch of real estate jobs. And then like this 20 house flips that they do, right? Well, I would get purchased like houses like this, right? And like hedge funds, they were hiring me. Well, right away I go myself. So like I'm not for hire. So what? I investigate doing pre-check phone calls to people they know have done business to see if they'll find someone to talk shit about. They call me because I think it was so people have to shoot. They call me. Scroll up a bit, you're going to see what looks like a bunch of mug shots. Yeah. What that is. It's evidence that they were following you. So me and the house flip together, right? We went 50-50. Okay. And me and I do some painting or it didn't even occur to me. And that's like I was regularly. You have a hard time. So they off of Craigslist just to do some manual labor. What does that mean? That means they're written out. They're running licensed vehicle that pulls up, doing background checks, right? And so when I go, do you realize how bad this makes you think that I'm going to look at this as a horrible person? He gave someone the felon opportunity to make some money. That's somehow I go, the website makes you guys think. It's one thing if the thing was all true, then maybe they'd be able to get people's heads. It's hard to get inside.
Car accident aside, down. Bad or crazy. I mean, this is the worst thing they've done.
But as far as like the actual, I've never ever lost business or money.
I asked for a documentary and they had people they bought a house right next door to his house right here and they got it like
that was my greater. You know, wasn't my Marty.
Yeah,
totally. Oh, really? Marty went back. Now let me define what that means. He's a card-carrying member who goes in and gets forced back. He was the guy who was auditor of my group. Videos.
It's every year at Town Quarter. The very first T40 show from July 4th, 1970.
He did a deal with Mr. Savage. He did a money deal. I'll say allegedly because Marty Rathbun was an older gentleman, no real ability to live for himself. He and his wife had a big son, and I think he was coming back. He really had no long-term prospects to do this. They had a lawsuit going against Scientology. Were winning the lawsuit. Every decision that had come down to the court. They had. Bought a house. Started doing videos. But it happened secretly because they avoided right. That Scientology has set up trust just for the holder and then maybe they're funneling business. It was done very secretly. There's no evidence. But you were talking about the stuff that they've done to Mike and March, although it is wild. She was a journalist.
We want to share all basketball stories that
they had someone pretending like to get her to sign something.
everybody came
And they took the station
about a new podcast
and they
starting January 20th.
read letter
But for people who
and put her
don't
fingerprints on the letter.
necessarily regular people
And they her
about sports, not
this story that I'm telling you, that's
but it's going to be about something
for
very
years. This woman, she was just a journalist who was writing something about Scientology. I mean, all I could trial for threat to an episode completely fabricated by Scientology.
But if you click it now, you'll never.
The former mayor of Clearwater, they framed him, tried to set him up with So you hear about the stuff that Mark and Mike Andrew and that's bonkers shit. Oh, the reason.
Cheese makes it worse. I'll tell you what it is. At 11, we go to Gary Change. AM at 6:40 is a Wednesday morning.
So we have a deal. Israel has agreed
None that I see
to finalize a 16-day fire that's
Tom
according to
Cruise.
President Trump. And Hamas has not responded
And I think
yet,
the
but
problem that
Trump
we do
said,
have
I hope
politically
Hamas takes the
is the evangelical rights, which had
stand of Israeli Prime
many
Minister
people
Benjamin
to accidentally steal little
We don't know the terms of the
protections. Legitimate religious order. Scientology,
So I'm assuming
sort of bangs that if you're a member of the evangelical political right, they bank on the fact rather than Scientology and maybe to make an example out of Scientology and perhaps tomorrow. You see what I'm saying? Yes. Yeah. Sort of gray area. And they are. And they will hire pounds out. They put their taxpayer money to very advantageous. So,
kept the body.
justice is
Part
yeah. Take
certainly
They've done anything to help their local community. Things that are not in interest, like hurricanes, they do anything to help. So they will do stuff, but just so they can put it. Now, on some level, someone might go, "Oh, who cares if they're going to
he's come up with another
And it's most, I would agree. The same way.
another one churches up.
Your local Presbyterian is not out helping people, following around and running.
Right.
They're just doing it because they are.
Yes, when it's yes, and no. That helps you.
Well, and the analogy, the comparison is good because that essentially is how Scientology. I think I would consider my definition of big or taking the whatever is just getting the tax system status right. Tax paying, of course, member laws and oversight and that we're all responsible to find them. They are kind of how do you define our religion? I could give you steel man whether they deserve status. Well, the biggest difference to me
We're not making this up. It just has
the biggest difference you can't learn about Christianity or Judaism about it before you decide. Scientology doesn't look that way. They have this amazing sort of facade or oratory there. Dianetics. It seems like a pretty thing.
Oh, okay. All right.
It seems like a lot of people that I've met around here that are ex-Scientologists, kind, successful. One of the guys,
Okay, so the
outside taking
reporter question. Reporter, you can report on us, and he said,
successful realtors around.
No, we can't.
Pull up is a my friend calls the bull. His nickname. Escaping me right now. What?
Beyond
He is
I said it didn't
all
allow
the
him
same.
to mark.
I know. I got his number.
Not for very
I thought he
long,
was former.
but this is years, decades. So
I believe. No, it must be a breakdown. I misunderstand this. If he was a former Scientologist, he wouldn't work with all Scientologists in Clearwater.
every time the question is
Maybe it falls into a property that he would represent. No, your father.
look at it.
But I would go even further. I would say most current Scientologists.
We do it. So you can't have
Like, it's not like Scientologists don't.
something's got to give. And since
They
Trump
do.
is
And that's where you get a very interesting conversation about, well, what is a religion? Psychology of religion. Look, in this country, if we didn't have so intimate, whether something is a quote unquote religion, at some point you know no religion. There's some people in all of them. So now we're talking about which ones are either fine or real. Well, there's could be. And I think there is an argument that could be made. I could definitely get to how Scientology is a religion. Is it deserving of tax exemption? Does it serve the public interest? Is it violating? Do you know what I mean? And those should be two different conversations. But there's also evangelists and black.
Got the two big centers similar to college.
I tell you,
How could you? What is your argument for Scientology?
So let's. I would approach that from what do Scientologists genuinely? What are their core focus? They believe that we are all mortal spiritual beings. So a Scientologist, that's unquestionable. You are not your body. And you die.
I wouldn't say that's really great.
That's like any religion. They do not believe in a heaven or a hell. You, as a being, have you have for trillions and trillions
without
of
American aid,
and you cannot.
When you say a being, it's similar to like a soul.
It is a sign this way. Your eyes looking at you as a being are simply have located yourself. And when his body dies, you literally just jump over to the hospital and jump into
Last night,
previous life.
the Sacramento caused a wildfire that burned up
Zipped over to the moon where the aliens implant memory wiping station wiped your memory with your body. This is where Scientology is that very crazy.
Is that legit? They say that?
Definitely.
There's
and they're run by the alien psychiatrists who created prison. We got up into the weeds pretty much. So, but I'll get back to that. That we are all mortal spiritual who have simply, like literally, but with enough Scientology, we can remove that in. Retain all the memory of your previous life. And remember how you tricked yourself into getting trapped. You can remember how you got tricked into reporting to the memory wiping.
Johnson admits
You see the Matrix?
concerns about responding to them
Believe. It's who didn't exist. Scientologists would believe that. Enough Scientology auditing actually unplug yourselves from the Matrix. You realize you're not a body. You realize you're not trapped. And then only when Scientology auditing can you remember himself to be trapped in his prison. They truly believe that. Say auditing all religious council. They do believe in this spiritual existence, and they truly do believe that Scientology is to regain. Does very truly believe. So, okay, well, maybe they don't believe in God. Someone might go, well, do you have to believe in a God in order to help you? If you do, then Scientology is. If you don't, I don't really know if it is. Oh, no. So you believe in a higher state of being, you're trying to run a very spiritual God. So, if what you're saying is true, that Buddhists, can you confirm that also? It's called the hymn of Albert, or did Albert Hubbard say it was really good? Can you confirm? So let's say that's true, right? Then Scientology mentions parts of what I say. I mean, Albert Hubbard said yes on everything. Albert Hubbard said that as Buddha, he was trying to achieve. I just would say Scientologists. Alright, that works for a while. So Albert Hubbard said that when he was a kid, he was trying to create this state. Here's where Zelman's coming in. He thought he had achieved a permanent state. Why didn't you just swallow them after the part is gone? And they are working. So then he was like, oh shit. So here's their offer through the end of the 1% off. Go to Zelmans.com. KFI. That's Zelmans.com. So Elron Hubbard says, yeah, he had to finish the job he had started as autonomous. Zelmans.com. And in this book, Innovation,
Sunny with highs in the low 70s in the beach, 70s to low 80s. Metro, mid-90s in the valleys, IE and Amazon. Warming back up again. Sunny with highs in the metro area. Inland areas could hit triple digits this weekend. 2 and Fullerton 60. Don't get that deadly crab.
He was very good. Oh, yeah. I mean, one of the best books, it's actually very generous and terrible, is called Barefaced Sort of. And what's it there? Even his, like, never mind the bullshit version Scientology tells, where she's actually ignore all the bullshit. His act, as told in his, is incredibly amazing. This messed up. That's where they really messed up.
Gets charges on some logs and shit. And accidentally fired on an island with some random Mexican by accident.
Yes, he claims he was hunting a Japanese submarine. That he claims he's the best research is that there's some magnetic rocks there. That's maybe. But I don't even mean necessarily what he did. His military career was horrible. I'm talking about things like the people who actually spoke up to him as something. Like, remember being a member of the Explorer Club and going on certain expeditions and whatnot. Did he lie his ass off? Yeah. But I gotta think, being a person can get you really really far.
Yeah.
And
Watching his dad, make your kid laugh. Free iHeartRadio app is number
I just
one. Discover it. Our library of over 300
that's a really funny,
iHeartRadio podcast preview.
especially get up there. Bend it, manipulate, fit whatever they're trying to communicate. Those are massive. All of them. Remarkable. Yes, 86.
Do you know?
He had some sort of living. Well, it was a man and a woman married.
Podcasts and actually he is Jewish.
86.
Largest unsolved mass murder.
IRS. I won't be able to do it justice. Like, it was just, Scientology was hilarious. Like, even L. Ron between the IRS and because Scientology has action status revoked, but it started voluntarily.
2,400 acres expanding. The LA City Council's group
Scientology got its they owed $1 billion. So, my point being, it wasn't hiding the dude was in the motor. Last 6, and there was only a few people that were and here's where the story gets weird. The easy version is, but someone just said
July 2nd.
his last will and testament was signed.
I'm sorry.
Except
Nothing.
by the way,
Hey, it turned.
his doctor had
Zoran Malgani is a Democratic socialist. The
and you're like,
Democratic primary for mayor.
did L. Ron Hubbard just magically decide to write a new bill for this guy? Doesn't seem like
Malgani got
now look, the whole
56%
last
of the
bill
vote, 12% of the
is
vote.
not like you.
Now he moves to general
But
election
there
in
was
November. People face Eric
sure
Adams,
application
an independent studies lawyer.
it was in pride decide. They themselves would decide which
And the backing up
Scientology was never sincere.
chance winning. They're going to
A lot of
is going to be backing up
like the whole structure of everything
that would happen.
to his kids.
I
Are his
no
kids
chance of getting reelected, indicted, and then it was dropped.
He had
It was dropped.
three.
Remember,
Remember, there was
based on the fact
so
that Adams turned around and all of a
to
sudden
include all 3 marriages, maybe it was 6. I think only a few of them were ever adopted. His daughter. Or descendant. When I say descendant, I don't mean daughter. I mean granddaughter.
Adams is on
Of all of his descendants, there's only one left. And I mean that's kind of no. They had all, whether they're every single one of them left. Oh, stay. Yeah. And
he still a member of?
Anything, when we go to any of these stories, Kono, we have to put them on
Back to
the
your
international.
childhood.
That's what that
Missing
was.
out
I think.
on. You gotta plug
We have to do
Start.
Russian version, that's for starters. We have to play
How old were you? Ever actually made a conscious jerk? Okay, I can do this or any other years. This attorney general. So when I told you I went back to start filed investigation on Jeffrey. Just before I turned 8, was having such a miserable. In my mind, I was thinking, I don't want to keep working. I wasn't. But I still consider somehow connected. Like it's hard to truly explain the thought process. There are pictures of Epstein with. I knew I wasn't happy doing what I was doing, and I just shot it there. But without really thinking through necessarily long-term consequences. 17 years old. That's right. Now, giving contract, I had a freeloader donated $1 billion year contract. Well, I had done the CR for it. I know. And they're going to start going down that. 17. So what that means is you can't do until you pay this bill, or if you see someone rubbing themselves with so that's kind of fucked off. But eventually I had to be like, all right, this is my mind. Like, well,
enforcement program has officially expanded to 2 new cities.
Now, so I'm like I said, it's not black and white. Like, so that I sort of took it to. But in my mind, I was just sort of. Yeah, I like, okay. So I went back to my contract, and then when my contract was up, then I joined the fucking deal. Okay, then I joined the billion contract back to LA. And I did that until I was. And you know, joined the CR with my wife. And we were having such a miserable time working as a nanny, plus that we were like, hey, let's get that's good. It snaps a picture of someone in the bus. So, I'm describing these things because in some ways they're crossroads, but they're not crossroads in the sense of do I still believe in Scientology? They're just crossroads doing this anymore. Let's do it.
Is it a common thing for Scientology to combine?
There you are. Camera. Thank you.
There's $300 in Scientology that have a long relationship. Are those typically the people that you see leave? There's no pattern there.
I would say, yeah, in those cases, it's more common that one person starts to leave.
Oh yeah, you know what? Let's do this. Let's.
I would just imagine that.
Let's check your vision.
Here's the latest. And you shall receive. The military has requested some national guard wildfire duty. The DoD's agreed. Evacuation flights for firefighters on the 400-acre fire burning in Manning. And Tesla sales have fallen in the second quarter of this year. Some more at the top of
The fact that Leah
City's
Remini
got its own way
was
to in the beach. 80s to mid-90s in
and probably
this report brought to you by we have continued to sell
She's the nucleus of that thing. How did this be Scientology at such a young age? That she say because I don't really prepare. I tend to be a pretty positive person, so I tend to focus on the positive things I'm taking away from it. Really identify the damage that it's done. Like most is really considered a bad. You can be angry at someone to get them to do something. But if you're angry about something you can be angry at others to get them to do what the fuck you do. That's considered bad. But if you're angry, like Scientology's big on not being an issue. And look, like I said earlier, so can having the thing is on some level something so now that gets really sick and twisted when you talk about kids who experience this. But let's just for right now call that the outlier case. Does kind of always mindset between 3 or 4 grind. Yeah. Look, you're pretty far. No, it's that. Look, it's that mindset. It's just what was I going? Is that okay, I get this question a lot. Like, in what ways did it help you? What positive thing? It's almost unfair. I can answer that question. It's almost unfair for me. How do I know science? How do I know I wasn't going to have that? Now, to be fair, I tend to Scientology for the positive personality trait that I have retained in life. And yet, there's a part of me that also goes, do I even know Scientology is what gave me that? Or that, honestly, how do I know? So I'm almost unfairly tend to give it credit. Positive, I have turned out anything else to point to. Do you know that? Yeah. I'm almost just trying to be as honest with myself as possible. I tend to give them all the credit. But then I go, that's not how it is. I'll give you, I was raised by a single mother. Okay. My dad, relationship with my dad, but like my dad lived in Minnesota, we lived on the East Coast. We didn't like it. I could probably count the amount of hours. And yet when we're together, we have personality traits, speech patterns, jokes that we say, right? So I go, I've had almost no involvement with my life, and yet we share so many common traits. But here I am. Positive I've come out with in life, it must be I must have just taken the nugget of knowledge. Well, that's not a sensible conclusion to make, is it? It's the easy conclusion. So in some respects, I want to be honest and fair about what I have taken away from the experience, but I also can't necessarily say that. So the mentality. But that's only healthy to a degree. You do need to be able to relax and not get anxious. There's someone like Gary Vaynerchuk would want you to think that that's you should always be grinding. When I'm dead, yeah, exactly. And so look, anything positive that there is not need to Scientology.
Well, it's all this to that. Sterile. Yes. And say, guy called from Erie and did the scavenger scare. See, he was kind of like, they say, about 5 feet tall. Yeah. The weirdest thing of all. It's so cool. 5'3". It's amazing. Gary Vee. Greg Cardone said it's all. He's like insane. He's 5 foot. Nice. So funny. Have you ever look at David Savage thing? Is he a lot taller? He's a good half. Tom, he's a short. And Tom, you ever see the boots Tom wears? Fat soles on. Yeah. So, and you know, Tom's a good half. And Tom's a, if you one for one, like, I was really surprised. Strong. Yes, I've heard that. I've heard that. Is leverage the one that equalizes technical? People like people like reasons like those people like that. Do you mean using leverage to keep them inside? Yes. Speaking out negative things about it. Space leveraging that money. Like it seems like one of their biggest weapons. I do not think there is a single scientist
there's no connection whatsoever.
I think science, because here's the thing, you can leave Scientology. You can leave Scientology.
Is losing. Today, I see the things in the future and the past and problem. At least Scientology, then you can't go. You could just
so,
although you said
You know what I would call it?
probably why he said
Administration
Jason
shut down a federal website that congressionally mandated reports in climate change. Of course, scientists are saying that
some
efforts
like Will
for worsening droughts, floods, and heat waves, the U.S. Global Change Research Program's website
literally
is taking down long versions of the National Climate Assessment Report.
so like the leverage, honestly, to be totally fair, Scientology
They make a good point. You eliminate if you never use the word global warming or acknowledge that it exists.
you know
There is
out there has been
same thing with the right? With the weather forecast.
like when they explain it.
There is no weather. It doesn't exist. The weather people every afternoon.
Yeah, I watched that. Saying that
Because
yeah,
warming doesn't exist.
you don't think people have leverage at all. It's to sort of be like, look, it's gotta leverage. Even I don't mean necessarily blackmail. I don't necessarily mean like saying, hey, you don't fucking come back and do all this stuff. We're gonna out mean doing it sort of subconsciously. Or doing it big, like vaguely, letting I suggest that you do this. Otherwise, I could be bad. Let me paint a picture this way.
the Supreme Court.
When I was describing Scientology,
As far as they said that laws did lose millions from unpaid rent during COVID-19. Pandemic, the emergency savings in the city seeking $20 million. Tenants
all you have to
did not
do
pay
to
bring back a wayward celebrity.
Of course, they responded with looting is okay. 11's a
Here's the interesting here, which is really wild. Clever lawyers taking this argument. Rent controls, the court has said rent control sentences are illegal. Of course, property owners said it's illegal. The court said no, those can put in rent.
In that, it's very easy to
in this case, they argue
that belief. There's a story where they sent Marty, and it's almost like the scavenging itself.
To make money on that is right. You didn't let us make money.
The business wasn't only not calling.
The court didn't want to hear. They said, no, we're not interested. They didn't bring us for sure.
Automate some of this.
Two judges went the other way, and when they made it, was it illegal? I don't even know. But I couldn't think of that with
So again, it depends on how you want to define.
the point is,
What they're doing is leverage Tom's belief. It really is the anything to do with secrets of automation.
So the idea that David Miscavige could have a file kept somewhere that has economic admitting that he had his mom. That is nowhere in his psyche. He doesn't at all. Could be the most fucking ever done in his life. Completely ruined his career. He doesn't care about that. About his transcending his body. Literally,
Is held the first public commemoration of North Korean troops died. They held a glitzy down performance in Pyongyang. Russia's culture.
yeah.
During it, they showed photographs of mourning soldiers standing among the road caskets to be placed on the airport tarmac.
So
He was
for me,
both of his hands
because
on
remember,
top of the
my
caskets, which are draped in white national flag. Watching the scene at the gala,
conscious and
Kim shedding
like this second generation
ceremony
man
is
is just different. It's just taken for granted. You haven't had to think about it. For such a young, so much.
it's done.
Believe it or not, what was keeping me there? Not necessarily. It's just, so in 2009, at the St. Pete
Passed.
published a series of articles. We call them culture.
And
A lot of
they're going to reach and did
managers
exactly because I'm
who
so great genius.
look at celebrities
Just ask the
5 or 6 times a year has what we call major scavengers up on stage, Nazi, and those events are held live either in Clearwater or LA. Videos are sent to every organization in the world and every single college.
This is
So management So in these they're interviewing people who I've known my entire life, not personally, from stage, who are talking their experiences working at the international. It's essentially a place to work. I mean, just to put it.
Newsom says he welcomes the decision, but is still urging the
Now,
government.
My years working for Scientology, I'd experienced experiences, bad experiences, but I always thought that at the international base, I was like pure L1 covered standard technology, standard administration, standard ethics, public, running that, floating around. But just great. No stress, everyone, like just utopia.
The suit has support
to find out that international base was not only not better, but my experience at that, it was significant. That was the first crack. It wasn't even the first crack in the damn code. Do I still believe in Scientology? It wasn't even the first crack in the do I think there's something weird wrong with LRH? It was. I wasn't even like. I was like, oh shit, it's a roller. Like that was my response. I was like, oh shit, there's some shit here. I've known my entire life. Good. So what do you about positively listening about that chaos? Just like psychiatrists. Is that something you think you're ready for? No. So you're allowed to. Oh no! You're not allowed to watch. But like you can watch TV. And it's just how turn it off. I mean, you as a Scientologist need to talk to another show on Netflix. Yeah. Maybe just watch an episode to see what they were talking about. Being deep shit. You're so you're not just you're a the Scientologist might.
The Orange County Sheriff's Department
They generally consider that the purpose of justice.
when they were arrested during
So like
their religious rights.
the Scientologist just as a matter of not as a matter of policy. It doesn't matter.
Memories for mugshots.
They wouldn't go
The women's
to News and Yahoo News and say, hey, what's going on today?
Santa Monica police had 10 people during a retail.
But they're not allowed to read anything negative.
Around the Third Street promenade.
So
The group
with my friend to speak out.
He's using a drone to get an automated Lululemon. Company don't rinse out clothing. It's accusing Costco of selling low-priced goods of some of its popular concentrate
and that's
sweat equity by selling unauthorized clothing that uses knockoffs. In the lawsuit filed, Lululemon shows the alleged design similarities.
to me it was just
Products.
I wasn't the word I used it like every day I was what am I gonna hey this is amazing. Like some people have some existential crisis. Like, oh no, I really have I wasted my life for a reason? That is not what I experienced. I was like, oh it's games that's no more. And so but again in the beginning it was just sort of learning new things about international management, learning new things about what executives were experiencing. So on some level everything I'm learning about here that goes back to David Scott. Because you know what I mean? They're beating everybody up in prison. That was David Scott. I'm learning all this stuff. It's not necessarily making me question Scientology or LDS. However, it's just making me question the regime, the existing. But this I knew this. Research on a whole bunch of these actually these things are very problem. All the way on out past being able to and then like that stuff. When I heard from someone who I knew that that's problem is step outside of 4 o'clock. We still have to right always in the offering of every center. That's another rationing travel back. Anybody Shady. Oh, yeah. Really? Tons of them. They're almost 1-for-1 complete losers. What? When I was still a true believer, but this is why this sort of speaks to why in learning there's no upper OT levels. Because I was like, dude, we're total fucking idiots. Like my fellow staff members who hadn't done were just more of the, get on with it kind of thing. I had more respect for those people. Those people were demonstrating more life than any of these Scientologists. Oh, yeah. So, I'm going to take half. Scientology is roughly divided up into public. The public are the ones who live normal lives. Oh, okay. They have doctors, lawyers, whatever. They pay to Grant Cardone. They pay to do Scientology. Right? Got it. Those are public. Okay. Those people tend to be because it takes a lot of money. But then you have the staff. Work for Scientology. They don't usually speaking. Hey, they pay with their lives. It works. Scientology is the business side of the meter is the tool that you use. So you person can't taking care of business. Well, put yourself in the frame of mind of someone who's getting money. Get better. I get money. Can you fix me? And you basically sit back. It's the difference between. I'm sorry for the analogy. Somebody will say. It's the difference between the therapy person getting therapy. The person getting therapy. What's wrong with me? Can you fix me? I'm not saying this wrong. You have the person trying to improve, and you have the person who's. Scientology calls staff members are the ones on the business side of the fact. They're not the ones sitting back going, please fix me, I'm broken. So you have two different mentalities. Now that's an example of something I've taken from Scientology. I'm quite sure if it's a good thing or bad. I don't have that I'm broken mentality. And it's almost like if I don't see guidance from other people. Where was I? I was taking a slight. I said I'm going to take half a step back, so I wanted to go. But it was because we were talking about it. But yeah, my we were on staff. Those people demonstrating more confidence, right? More abilities. What science means hadn't done any of what a complete on the business side. And then I would look at the public, who had paid thousands higher, and I would know these people. Nothing abnormal about it. That's a whiny, crybaby. Congratulations. All right. So a couple of things about this. But it's like I would look. I've been working for this organization since I'm fucking 12. A 50-year-old man coming. He's broken. I don't have a relationship. Can you fix me? Okay. I know I'm being very derogatory about this, but you have to understand. As a true believing Scientologist or respect or admire these public who are entire Medicaid. I was like, okay. I respect my boss, who has 10 times more than I respect you. And you don't, your competence, you don't even seem like you're a good teacher. Still, so even though the evidence was right in front of me, still bought into the right. So that is the other one is that. It's always the next step. And these Scientologists who's in Scientology today, there's no Scientologist taxing and not taxing over time in all the purposes of tax leaving your body, having it leaving your body. So like, come over here. Check with me. Like, no one ever talks about that. Like, that is a normal result of autism. No one's ever had that. I think about Batman. Black and white one of the staff members. Is it the one where he goes, oh, the only person who's like that one? That was, yeah. So they said that when they ran into it, the camera was on top of the boat talking to the staff that was working. The guy he just teleported somewhere across that did something else.
How can you argue? People get tips.
And here's the thing, it's of adoration where
same thing with overtime. That's not income. As the federal government tax philosophy goes, that's not income. I'm thinking this is completely insane.
Because part of the
when you consider the deficit that are experiencing government and eliminating that income completely.
Last lifetime, it's part of the Scientology. And get the most gains out of all things. It's the self-brainwashing mechanism that Scientology has perfected. In fact, I think the next thing might have. But it's this thing where you can be honest with each other about what they have gained from Scientology. But every Scientologist knows they have to full operations and have cause over their life. What's interesting, some of these documentaries on your maybe not so which one I just got a text notice.
Yep, has agreed.
So that blows my mind every single time.
They're coming back out and scrambling. Have been texted.
So the first thing that I read was a book.
Is it going to be on? It's going to be. I know you can't have a TV coverage. It's not any kind of broadcaster that can turn it and courthouse.
From somebody in the courthouse because they don't.
The movie is just. I mean, there's called the Korean thing.
As soon as you interrupt me,
but they had a big presence.
What else?
You know, I mean, I've heard of one, but I'm not super
better for about 10 seconds.
So this book, I'd already sort of come to terms with that.
And the story, you know what I was thinking about the fireworks.
Well, that's just special bullshit, isn't it? The bullshit, like we're believers of bullshit, but now it's fucking special. And
I had some
and it's
all time about this bill because as I story is like summer couch, that I think is and then I watched next goes to the house now and President's line.
While you're still signing, wait, what? Are you still?
We'll be right back. All right.
I'd already like.
Here's the bullshit.
I just realized
trial has reached a verdict.
So I think combat cult.
Verdict is expected to be announced. Riverside Police will be using force to catch people firing off illegal fireworks.
Now, next time, I was going to
Anticipated more
not just
difficult to
Scientology,
keep
but
renters
maybe
out
a
of
landmark and
renovations.
S,
The story's more
landmark.
next.
The next thing, like S and Scientology. Next, Scientology, so you're saying
Here, so much. That's so many other high cultural organizations, California.
whether it's like I do believe they consider that religion. It's funny, science is religion, but they don't have. And then you have Buddha. What do Buddhists think about Buddha? I think he's a god. So whether these organizations call themselves religions or not, the fact that so many of these very highly
800 water 9 water 9. It's like source water. Source water.
Study because in the 790s. This report brought to you by Theory. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, save more than
I realize we can separate belief
a crash in Corona on the night.
the church that's utterly destroying. You see what I'm saying? So just because an organization. But again, it goes back to your question: which one is more closely with? Since that any of them is close to it. At least there's that. But if his wife, he's at the drive out, you gotta get it somewhere. So I'm sure he finds it. Mike Rander has different opinions. Really? And you know, Mike Rander and I were college. We both. What is this? Miscavige is almost small. So you remember, I'm sure you read about Scientology how they traded I forgot. Different trading. They sent people into the workplace IRS. It was the largest infiltration. It was called Operation. Scientology. You read about this? No. 11 Scientologists went to prison, including. I wonder how they never spoke to or saw him. Those 6 years that LRH was the last 6 years of his life, and he had cut her off even further. Google when Operation did those. Remember, LRH went into seclusion. We didn't. No, why would we? That's all during 1970s.
Talk to you about starting January. It's a sports podcast
into and
more
embassies
as listeners of sports podcasts.
private organizations. Operation Freakout. This operation also plot Operation Freakout. What was the case that initiated Operation
Trying to get the vibe. Tuesdays.
Proposed when the government raided Scientology offices.
Unclick it if you feel like that was a bad
Yeah, raided. Yes, that's all. Senator Paul Cooper. So Operation Freakout. Okay. Paul Cooper. Operation. And it was essentially to find the purpose of it was to find out what the government had in college. And in some cases, they just wanted to copy the information, but in other cases, it was just to remove the information. wiretapping and stealing documents. The
It's
FBI.
Chance Encounters, a podcast about the incredible connections we make while traveling.
And
Each week, we'll journey through moving, funny, and heartwarming real-life stories
Aftermath.
about how travel can lead to lasting love, spanning friendship, and ultimately life forever. Join us wherever you get your podcasts. Just search me on Chancellor Street.
so
Is America's #1 podcast. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like
Miscavige, Shelley, L. Ron Hubbard, Mary Sue. So each ball. Yeah, so and it's not like one. So once Mary Sue Hubbard went to prison, right? Once L. Mary Sue off. Because also because Hubbard was sitting there going, thinking, Mary Sue is alive. Mary Sue has done this and that, and she cut her off. It's not like L. Ron Hubbard was out now. He's banging the chick. Essentially, him and this gets back to that. Miscavige is just sort of fun. Miscavige is not out there.
Shadowy figure on camera.
And Shelley, by all accounts of people who were there, personally working for Miscavige, this is thought to be sexual inside.
UC School, University of California. Major changes coming up.
What a shitty life he's made for himself. What a shitty life. Yeah. Now he's essentially on the run. There's a couple of Scientology too. Miscavige and process servers that serve Miscavige for 3 years. It's funny because Scientology says process servers. Maybe Miscavige, who is that? Maybe. Or works. And yet Scientology says he lives in.
Prostitution-related events.
An interesting thing is that Hubbard did tons of like media appearances. Oh well, maybe in the 1960s. Hubbard maybe did tons. Well, back in the 50s when he was selling Dianetics and everything, yes, it was a huge organization. Now that's why you don't see that crazy black. It's one of them, 2 or 3. And there's the one where it's in front of that club. Yeah, but that's not an interview. Like, yeah. One interview where it's actually a Scientologist doing the interview.
That's the prostitution charge.
Totally, it's a Scientologist just being in question. So I grew up as like a young kid, around East area. Always been like when I was younger, I just knew that it was a creepy thing. Like grown people would come around all wearing the same outfits. Like no one. Like there's a couple like, but by and large, it goes on forever. Why is that? Question. There's 2 answers. The main answer is if they're
he's got a defense team, and the defense couldn't know. The entire case was prosecuted.
Scientologists are not against restaurants. They're not even against going out. They're not against bowling or karaoke or piano bars. Scientologists, there aren't enough Scientologists in the world to make it right. So there's, I'm going to answer this question in 2 different ways.
Senate cap
Flag is a class 12 organization. If you are a scientist in say Philadelphia, and you have not been authorized to come to and you're coming to Florida for a trip. You're going to Disney World. Unannounced. And she hates. Never been to Flag before. I just see them. They're like, Americans are going. Okay. Security guard. And she admitted, say, straight out, do not come back because I was able to get stuff for the table. Flag is not. You don't join Scientology. You don't come there. Flag was a normal lower level in Kansas where you could join. And I was stunned. They would want to hand you a flyer for personality test and sign up. Because it is so unfair. So you could join Scientology. This is for all of Americans. You can't join. So therefore, keep them on Scientology. Because they're that simple. Those are the now. The establishment doesn't want non-Scientologists. If there were Scientologists to open up restaurants and bars and a movie theater, and this is against economic development. They're not against commercial activity. In fact, they're usually very, very Alaska. And what you're seeing downtown Clearwater is a combination of the Scientologists around the base, if they love it, and they're on a side. Carve-outs for non-contiguous things, and the Clearwater government doesn't understand. Why would why would you care? Hey, and they were like, yeah, no thanks. And they're like, send a representative here, and we're going to show you what happens 3 times a day. This is before the big flag. Water bank. So you have 15 she voted against it. Trump was around. So Scientology had a representative. Let me show you what happens. That you're out 15 will walk through the intersection. You're like that. Do you want to? No. So they're like, but then Scientology opened up the flag building. It has space in it, and now that Starbucks. So Starbucks is not franchised. It's all like Scientology. Pissed off. It's inside the building, giving Scientologists Starbucks. So there's a bunch of like storefront spaces there, right on Cleveland and Fort Harrison. Scientology. All right, so now go to the house. Just so, just having less people prevent anyone else from doing any more of their properties. What is this? One vote. The Scientology. 13, and they're yeah, scroll up and see the left. So previously reported parishioner type problem. So one of the things the establishment started to do, so that so the Tampa Bay Times doesn't fall shit. So the Tampa Bay Times put a map together showing Scientology. Here's the proper public science. You have to do whatever David tells them. And here's so this is a report that they put out showing how basically tripled for just a period of a few years. And they're doing this to screw the city. Nope, what do we do here? I was by the way, because dead. How many years go back and forth every record with Scientology, obviously.
We'll be back with Ann's show up and just right after this. What's going on?
Represents the Scientologists.
I would say that it was Diddy.
These people
in child sex trafficking and
taking money from
racketeering
them,
trial
destroying
in New York
Carbon.
has reached verdicts found him guilty counts of transportation to
For generations, you're helping this whole
sex
takeover period.
trafficking and to engage in prostitution. Guilty on racketeering
And in
sex
private, he's like,
trafficking.
in private, he'll tell you a story
About
about
10 years. Riverside police will be using drones to catch people firing off illegal
the guy hates
drugs.
private. You're the mayor of fucking Cleveland. Say something.
Times.
Because the truth is, Scientology doesn't members to have. Scientology doesn't. Ever. You wouldn't know that because the press talks about everything Scientology is doing, and no one in Clearwater City will dare say anything negative about this. So I tend to go. Mayor Frank Hibbert and his friends. The reason people think Scientology, because if they use and you know their megaphone, they use their voices. People have that because they see what Scientology is doing and saying.
Legal reason to terminate a tenancy. They'll no longer be able to use
Scientology. These guys must not work for Scientology, just like people think they do work for Scientology. People go, well, these guys must be in Scientology. They're also
terms for a 16-day ceasefire in Gaza. Israel's Minister for Strategic Your Trump administration potential ceasefire Iran and other Netanyahu at the White House on Monday.
Isn't there some big development going
Will for a fifth season, season 4 just dropped on
The reason
Hulu
I support
last
that
week.
project.
In 2024, the show made history with 20 nominations for Emmys. 11 that was the most ever for a comedy series in a single.
Developing
Even
that
though
area.
none of them
They have
eliminated comedy. We'll check some
they are their first floor. So they don't give a fuck about like the they're not what's going on downtown here and all those the fact that there's like one restaurant. There's a handful of restaurants there. Last event we had behind White House. Oh yeah. There's not White House.
This is both mountains recordings of and dining, and it is gorgeous out there. It is the host. And it's about and other projects. And it's a destination. About the destination.
But you know, it's not just residents.
And and
It's gonna be a musical venue. Class musical. Right. The hope is that
they have a bank
like there will be there.
for a small wedding.
It's still an unresolved question whether there will be success in spreading that economic activity.
And it still worked out, even though
But what you can't sabotage and undermine and prevent that from being why?
I can't do better.
Because most non-Scientologists have heard about missing Shelley going clear and causing the aftermath, and Miss was walking down the street and someone going, "Hey, I've seen Shelley missing the aftermath." It's one of these days, you don't even know who Shelley Miscavige is. Honestly, if Shelley Miscavige's name, they wouldn't be able to tell you what she looks like. They wouldn't figure out who. But he doesn't want someone going, "What can I tell you about our?" Like, if I'm, this is Brandon. If I'm walking into that Starbucks, how do you? To me, it's very how they walk, how they talk. To me, it's obvious. I don't know that I could. It's just a Death Street on there, Scientologists. In some ways, I'm going to say, yeah, the majority of the people that you're going to see on the street in the middle of the day, Scientologists, they're most. So the question is, then they're probably a Scientologist. Or that, or but here the answer is, yeah, to know so you know. There's some large employers that work in those young colleges that employ a lot of kids. Has a company like that. Yeah, that's a Scientology, right? Yeah. But that happens to be an example of one Scientology that doesn't force Scientology staff way postcard mania.
Such a ridiculous story.
Postcard mania. But I've heard a lot about it. Because it's and people is discover a new podcast from our library. 350,000 podcast preview. 100%. You're not exactly non-Scientology. You're not exactly Scientology. They do a pretty good job as well. Whereas others, but no before has like 1,000 staff. Yeah. So the streets of Clearwater are. I mean, okay. So if you've got 100 people walking down the street, I mean that would be like a stampede in down. What if they never return? 50-50 whether those are Scientologists or situations. So the other way I wanted to answer that, there might be a lot of Scientologists who live clearly on the streets. Another option inside, which has a missing persons. Meaning they're working at their day jobs. Meeting websites like Scientologists, sort of as a matter of almost as a matter of culture, don't spend a lot of time just shopping, window shopping. Getting a drink at 5 o'clock. You don't want to be a Scientologist shot at the lucky Anchor bar there on the corner. You'd be like, especially being based. So I'll answer that question by telling you what my goal is. Putting out someone who's in Scientology, but is starting to question things, and won't return.
Evacuation orders. Warning still.
I spent 2 years living in Hollywood, like not having nothing to do with Scientology.
To protect renters from
On the internet for those 2 years. I went to the websites that were talking. And what I saw offending, so derogatory, so mocking, so whatever that means. I think it reflected, and so I was like, oh. But a Scientologist who watches my channel, they go, one, this guy fucking knows what he's talking about. 2, he's really fake, right? And 3, they go, and he's kind of fucking funny. So I fucking love watching. And they're so entertaining too. Like the variety. It's amazing. They created so much different things every single day. I keep it on my phone. Every time I put it on my lawn. Serious ones. Because your job's just like president. Well, this is the other part of the answer. So I'm the vice president of the acting. We help people who are so it's one of the reasons why even if I don't have anything interesting to talk about, I will think of something just because every video I don't necessarily promote the Aftermath Foundation in every one of my videos, but I do in my opening titles. many titles I know.
Against the mafia, cartel,
And then sometimes I'll actually plug the Aftermath Foundation. So the fact putting out content that and promoting the Aftermath Foundation, that gives me content. I want people to know that if they were giving them any help they could possibly need. This goes to answer the question. Yes, there are so many people that have reached out to the Aftermath. That's how they find. And they tell me exactly what they're like. Everything you said in your videos, I was like, it's true. It really is so rewarding. And it's why I don't call Scientology. I mean, I've gotten just an hour and out of it. It is hard to talk about something without laughing. But that's it's goddamn funny when you start trying to describe this shit. There's just one memory wipe stations like this. That shit is objectively funny. That is funny. But even if you're a Scientologist and you see me laughing about it, you're going to realize it's not. It's not offensive. Sometimes that's all it takes to go. Right? So when you say my impact that I'm going through, that would resonate with an actual and continually foundation and trolling. A lot of what I do is I know he wants to and even if there's a video he doesn't watch, someone in the office is watching every video put out, anything puts out, and they're telling you, hey, there are syrup members to monitor all of them. So that's why I make fun of David Miscavige. Yeah, because I want that who's doing his job and isn't rushed. I want to see him on the fence yet. He should be like, this one, I like this guy. I want to, hey, leaving Scientology doesn't mean you're into a weird monster. You know? So two different purposes. And I feel like someone reach out to you fit that these high-profile cases spend months microscope in the help people the prosecutors hire where they're going to spend where they are going to be a lot more careful, give a lot more energy, the most efforts stories that we have. Some of these stories can't be told until certain legal, because when some of these people have complaints, civil complaints, the Aftermath Foundation ourselves, but some of these stories can't be told until legal actions are set. People that are straight Scientology, helping them to do it in a way that will life the least. So their entire life is going to be just destroyed. They have known the new version of their life. The job, the goal, purpose of the transition as smooth as and have the outcome to what they what is because everybody will know that the rest of their life is people see our organization of Scientology and outside of Scientology. Nobody. I don't know how much is he more about this than I do. Is he known for being a guy who's involved in bank accounts? He gives a lot of money to charities. That's what in some cases, their family members. And what do you tell them? Oh, we don't convince them. We don't convince them. No, I don't convince them. But what is he? Obviously, that's a huge fucking. But he like. what do you communicate to them? How do you, what do you say? Because you experience that, right? They have to be so far to reach out to us. So they have to, because a true believer, so they have to have already sort of come to terms. It has to be so bad already for them to be like, yeah, I think I'm willing to do this. And we sort of go, we're not going to push you on this guy. So we get full running. Where do you want to go? Why? It really is that key thing of like, we are not going to in way, shape, or form. Because you're the one who's going to. But we want you to know that if you for yourself,
Here's the latest spill on you. Sean Collins has been convicted of violating
it's been every single week. Once they find out that they can get a whip that they
smoked his ash.
I mean,
Those stories more coming up at the top of the hour. We've got stuff from
you interview co-host at Scientology Campus, right? Any person, here's what the staff is. Any person who's leaving the sea organization or help is potentially the next reality show. So you're going to say, is us to have tons of evidence of everything. So once they get any whiff that we're involved, they're like, leave those people alone. Which is amazing, is that's an additional value that we bring to the information. So that people know, oh shit, so if I present these guys, I will want them to help. I mean, Scientology. Like, I don't know whose personality is. You know what I mean? Like, I can think of examples of my personality. And that's not saying that, oh, my cover didn't have didn't spend a lot of time with there's something, and this is where you kind of go to nature, nurture, like the how much of David Miscavige's personality is pre-baked in his DNA, and how much of allows to thrive because of the culture. The vicious do rise, especially in the sea. So, like, I don't even know that they're not covered. And it's pretty careful. And it's always sort of
morning show, Steve will live for all that to iHeartRadio. Download the number one app for radio. iHeartRadio.
So, in some respects, he wasn't emulating. Maybe he that in his mind from what he was reading of but he created some version of himself that he sees in organization and rising up and manifested. Because there is no one else in the sea of former sea of was just something. The fact that is. Have you ever thought about possibly
very nice grandmothers, you know?
if tomorrow night oh, I'd say of course. What would you say to him? How would you say it? Oh, I would ask. I mean, even what we just spoke about would have been fantastic. Who is it that you who like they got to sign? How the concept of what without question it can't be politics, but it was talk about how much of his idea of the right way to do came from Ron Hubbard versus maybe came from other or just I was born this way. You know, how much of it came from seeing other it's not like his father was an absent figure. So how much of those personality traits were baked in before that? Like, I mean, Robert, she's not with us anymore. Right. You don't hear stories established anymore. He has women work for him. But he can. Right. And it's not like that's unheard of in this organization, but it's not psychological.
Here's another way.
That's sort of a hierarchy. Yeah, so weird. Show how powerful.
Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio.
Yeah, or that, I mean, obviously, the retaliation. It has more to do with the fact that truly that having the privilege to get Scientology and thinking when you do that, thinking of the process of Scientology is ever break the cycle of express. If you truly believe that, it's a matter of why I won't be allowed. That's why I'm rich. I'll never get a profile. If you're at the lower level, you'll get don't have that transportation that makes. But scattered. Now, if you happen to be a seer, for whatever reason, you can just like insurance, and I think even though I have some insurance, very insurance now. The only way he can pretend is if he's surrounded by people who truly stories. Also, you didn't care whether you got kicked out of Scientology or you just go up and probably because that would be extremely embarrassing. Telling the victim. Yeah, you'd have to explain what you did to pull it in. So honestly, like really, is a threat that establishes does not give a shit whether they get actually in a lot of danger. which is why it's so
have to be made every day. So the court has to apprise them of what's happening right now. And
so what do you think the future holds for Scientology? Think that it's very tax exempt status makes a lot of sense. And I mentioned it would be like 4 years. And you think, what do you think happens?
And Neil, I'll throw this one at you.
I think, well, do you want to answer that part directly, or answer the tax exempt? So, do you think that will actually make it up? Greatly speaking,
What would you think?
we've already seen this.
You want a leg over your cup, a sippy cup, when you're
As long as they have tax exempt
they
status,
have to give it to you.
their assets.
Why would you do that?
Yeah, almost no staff. Their operating costs are very, very. So membership continue unabated. We want taking a hit on assets. So that I do not believe Scientology has
Occupational protection of law.
They have probably a lot of years, but they don't have enough cash flow. So that's what I'm saying. Take away the taxes. And not only is the membership earning all of the domestic dollars.
So okay, that's fair.
Now, how long could they hold for?
Short-term rental property.
Who cares? Now, on the other thing on the litigation side, so criminal charges brought within the next sort of 3 to 5 years. For me, 90% confidence in criminal charges. Brought. Kids, anyone's guess how much Scientology dragged that asset to 5 years. And at this Scientology is not fighting trash. And they have to so I don't know why you reckon 15. I don't know. So what I can't speak to is the timeline. The timeline of the process. To prosecute those things. And then also I just there's a very high confidence that criminal prosecution and reviewing broken tax have been so I just think that to some extent doesn't matter.
This website and go to that link.
It's one of the things like
this kind of language. If you get there by phone, you get out by
I just keep putting it out there. We're one day closer. I don't know what the days, but we're one day closer. I truly believe that. Like, if I didn't believe it, I wouldn't take any credit. And so the tax exempt status change. The tax exempt status.
High-end restaurant. I can tell you actually.
Like I said, yeah, I'm sure. Like such a shock.
Okay.
I don't believe that you get it because it's like Matrix. Matrix, you get like this great life. You get them? Like sucks. But they believe in people from the Matrix.
I mean, live in the KFI 24-hour news in New York has returned to mixed sex trafficking.
What I was saying.
On Bill Teaser and Kaczynski says the rap local was found guilty of transporting people across state lines engaging in prostitution, not guilty of racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking.
Like me and my grandmother and all the other people have. Where they almost had no choice.
He was acquitted on various charges.
Conspiracy was the most
Savage
complicated charge in
whatever is
appearance
wrong
since
in
life.
power. People say you can never change it. The savage has a whole lot of things. wants. He just has to pull up something. Oh, I found this thing. L. Ron Hubbard said this is how he wanted it. That's all he does. Right. What the hell he wants to change? If he could make technology that wasn't so hell bent on just. There's good both sides on why that could never happen. And honestly, I understand both arguments. I believe that if the dad wanted
12:30 this morning on Bristol.
and I think whoever replaces this can put that happen. Doesn't all that will do is make the experience of being sick less horrible. It's not going to change the trajectory. These financial has are very real. Yeah, they that is fucking great. Plus, they got they want
Security saying loan.
Scientology.
New York City and San Francisco.
Scientology does not have.
ABC News says
They
internal
all have
bulletins
stuff right
warn of cat attacks and homegrown extremists. Officials for the July celebration with weapons and other hazardous materials. The war week and in Boulder, Colorado attacked a crowd raising hostages and months after a driver rammed into New Year's Eve parties near New Orleans. Wisconsin's Supreme Court has struck down the state's 100 abortion ban. The judges voted 4-3 to the law that criminalizes abortions only after a fetus conceived. State lawmakers ban another intentionally destroyed the life.
They'd rather not have.
Doctors are facing claims of discrimination from line at the White House.
No, we just did $20. So I got a license because I want to open a real estate. But I don't. So my career trajectory in Scientology is kind of an interesting conversation. The height of that was doing a bunch of hedge fund research, which is very. Oh, really? So you can pull up and Forbes. Pay for this. I basically said I was making Manhattan money for a bunch of years. Oh yeah, working out of my Clearwater house. Mike, you know, I mean, essentially, I do real estate. I actually like real estate. I don't make. I basically like I was. Right. And now I'm doing so much YouTube. I'm loving doing. Oh, that's got it. Fourth. Last year? Oh, really? What made you want to do that?
It's 62 in Orange, 64 in Manhattan, 4 in Cerritos, and 60 in Indian Country. You can't find market. 40 points.
Mayor Hibbert is not
He's up 160. He's trading up.
Clearwater's political
Continued problems in Pomona on the 10th.
So even though there aren't enough Scientologists, it was one of the hardest things I've ever done. I knocked. We beat the sheriff. She beat me by less votes on Scientology. I recently crashed and happened overnight. Scientologists normally from big vote in that time. And it was a midterm election where they voted all the way out to the 57. Oh, fucking Forbes, goddamn paywall. On out to the I don't know. Do you not have an ad blocker or disabled? 15 to 71. So, but you probably have an ad blocker built into your phone, right? We don't have. Yeah, there you go.
That is moving pretty well. That's times it just comes in handy.
I've been very fortunate that Scientology was never financial. Like the moment I left Scientology, I started. Sure goes like that. Oh no. For those times, yeah. So I started working for this guy. Hedge fund research. In 5 years, I was able to do a good enough establishment. Once,
that's why you need
connections in the industry.
what will that do?
Okay.
Let you know it's all right. Let's do. All those turkeys without the sun in the town, you know those repair. Using the hook, man. Gosh, leech free.
This is just an example of a lot of the work. It's not hedge fund work. It's not
Inspection that pounds of bug man to receive a free one maintenance program.
I don't think that's much fun.
Inspection dial pound
I feel like
the bug man.
yeah.
iHeartRadio brings you History Podcast. History, you ask the question.
George Washington,
I actually have to get involved. I stop. How people dedicate so much time to fucking and buying low, selling high, all this stuff, chasing, trying to time the stock market. Well, yeah, it's impossible to do stuff. But when you're selling, when I was working for his son, and not only did it trade, it's 2%, it's 2%. 2%. And that's just the annual fee. Maybe 20 million or something. That's just the annual fee. And then you say 20% of the 20% of the. So. In that space, like, well, that's their time trying to pick stocks is very lucrative. You're not succeeding. That's his fee. That's his fee for showing up. So anyway, it's a fascinating world, and it's also yeah. And once I was able to see how much I haven't really heard about. It doesn't mean Bitcoin won't be worth $1 million in years. You never know because it's bullshit. No, but real estate is a lot of around here. It's crazy. That having to do for your next year. Imagine if you're in the real estate business and you're grinding and it's really tied to the situations of the industry. I imagine it getting to the point where it's not fun. If you're just doing it, yeah, it can be very stressful chasing something. Trying to avoid paying taxes. Yeah, and then you start getting leveraged, and now you have a lot of risk. Like, yeah, but if you're just doing all it's cash, a fun hobby. If you're doing all cash deals, and it's your lives depend on it, and you can pick and choose what you want to do, and you're getting all of the. And all you need to understand, I think what makes it appealing is it's like in this a lot of sort of construction on it, artwork. It's just I want to because it's like really. I want to talk about real estate for a minute. Sure. So I started doing these houses with my buddy, and at first we started using realty, and I was like, the realtor credit, and at first but then it's a different. It's something wrong with the house here. This is wrong. This is wrong. And I was like, whoa. This isn't selling because something's wrong.
Nothing worse than sold.
All of the credit when it goes right, but all right. Sorry, they always want to talk about. I put enough properties. I realized properties sell themselves. They don't sell. This is a fucking scam. So then. Not even real time. And the owner, so I'm not sure I can show you something for the next 60 days. Real estate brokers are gatekeepers for the MLS. The MLS populates Zillow and all the other websites. The industry continues to exist. You have to have a broker's license to access the MLS website. So it didn't occur to me for a while. I had this bad opinion of not because there's anything wrong with them. I was like, oh, it's kind of a scam. You want $20,000 commission for 1 week of work, but I just paid $100 for my thing on the MLS, and I did the exact same thing. Okay, I was like, this is a scam. I was like, well, wait a second. It's a scam. And the broker will always be the keepers to the MLS. And so then, even though it never occurred to me, oh, I want to be a I never didn't have it, but I woke up one morning, so I can't that's where it's at. But in order to get you have to have a realtor license for 2 years. And I was like, oh, I should have started. So I got a realtor. That's why sometimes I will promote Dream Realty. He's like, hey, hang your thing with me. He's like, if you help me grow the business, and if you just want to, you can do that as well. And I was like, hey, so what the hell is
So the funniest thing the other day said 90% of the girls around that have a realtor in their pocket are 30 heartbeats away from starting an OnlyFans.
Oh, and here's the other thing. The real estate industry is about to completely crash, probably. When people actually, for their, their next meeting, they wash out of the industry. That's just the way the thinking is like that part of the world. So, I live in real estate. I want to have it there. I want to start to build a brokerage. You can build that for the rest of your life. Have it be something that makes money, but I don't rely on it. You see what I mean? So for people who can stick with it, more upside than things. Yeah, I saw something to an article.
More and more, like there's a abundant real estate agents right now, especially in Florida. It's insane. And there's so many of them less than $10,000.
Yeah. I've gotten probably 5 deals just from mentioning on my channel for like 3 weeks. Like I haven't mentioned Dream Realty on my channel in May. That's a point. And out. Yeah, the Great Wall every Saturday. Like Great Wall, it's like my favorite sponsor. But I will eventually get back to promoting. I mentioned it on my channel. Maybe a month period. I mentioned it for everything I wrote. Like very strong mint 8 months ago. But because the videos are people can watch a video and go, oh yeah. Really? It's amazing. I guess having a platform is some value. So is your audience on YouTube? How much of people that are fascinated by Scientology in general? Or what would you say is judging by the it's a lot of it is we're fascinated by Scientology. I mean, but I'd say it's not a majority. A lot of it, but not all. Now, most people buy some of it is they have they have some experience that they consider similar, like whether they're called really far right wing, they feel are cults. A lot of people thinking of like okay, so Chris Johnson best deal I've seen. Taking away crazy. I don't mean extremist Christian cults. You know, okay, so I'm saying some people have done this. Some people have something in their history that wasn't related to science. The way I talk about Scientology, it's almost like you watch Nexium. The Scientologist watches Nexium, they're going to go, right. So a lot of people have that reaction when they love it. I don't know anything about Scientology. And some people are like, I don't give a damn about any. My YouTube shirt is up to and I just don't. The thing I took out of it is seeing the connection like all these big cults similar to politics, especially since Trump. The people that follow that was like for Trump's support was still that was anti-Trump. It's insane. That was like this binary, right? All in order. We talked about inaction. Talk about origin. Arch Radio is so simple. It is similar. It goes the question. Politics gets to the bottom. Policy is the right word, but like my channel, I'm talking say something so fair and little and just making a joke. How many people is that way you don't want to talk about it? Oh yeah. I go, you know what? That's not why people. Why should I start turning people away? Like I'm gonna. Right. A little nervous about having to and I would love to talk about this shit, but not in front of my audience. And also, why are you afraid of seeing people off the internet? The internet is full of people like no, you're right. But if you grow a channel brand doing that, I've grown my channel. If I now do a 180 and I start talking about politics, no matter what people are going to go, that's not why we talk about here. Even if you have a balanced perspective on things, you think it's balanced. I think it's balanced. I made a joke about chiropractors this week. I've been taking shit all week for it. Yeah, I didn't think it would be joking, right? I said, Dr. Eric is a doctor. The way L. Ron Hubbard, greatest humanitarian. Yes. I said, in other words, he's a chiropractor. And then I believe that about chiropractors. Chiropractors help me out. Totally. I tell people too. My mom was married to a chiropractor. He never did anything. Funny though about chiropractor, if you could get a fucking a prescription from a chiropractor for to get like you get discounts on beds. My bed, I sleep number bed, and buy sleep number bed. I'm plugging sleep baby, but they have great beds. And if you go and buy a bed prescription, your chiropractor will sign a little piece of paper. They will 15 or 20% off on fucking bet because you're chiropractor. Which is the reason I fucking went to a chiropractor. My back was tried all the new mattresses. And then I went to the chiropractor and
it's going to be about something
get
not
a fucking sleep.
about something.
We're
We're just not going to take it seriously.
Get a sleep.
It's
Just
just
probably just a discount code. It was probably just a code. Use promo code. So here's the thing. I always feel better after getting it. I can't tell you that anything from the long term. Never go back. Headaches go away. You know what does make my headaches go away? Advil. That shit's terrible. I know. But look, I followed up my joke about chiropractic with what I thought was a perfectly fair statement. With Dr. Bertie, not that he's a chiropractor. It's that his viewers think he's that's the fairest statement in the world. Shit in the comments. And that's not. There's a lot of people that watch my channel who like what I do, but they're chiropractors. He's not that chiropractor. Yeah. Yeah. How is it wrong? You're right. I shouldn't, but creators who have created from the beginning with that approach, and therefore they're continuing with that. I have not taken that. And I've actually been very okay in my videos where I say, hey, look, the other, because I say that in a video, that's one of the things I want to do. There's such good creators out there. Also, that realize it's insulting some like what I will say not about mission. Come on, man. You're saying okay. Here's the because it's not even a personal. The late night shows have all gone to hell because they are all shows. Yeah, they're not copyrighted. Why do we watch the late night shows? Entertainment and comedy, and the show's fun. I can't. Colbert's unwatchable. Jimmy Kimmel's unwatchable. I mean, the only reason for a while is because he stayed away from politics. I'm sort of talking about this. About the right or the left. Can you make fun of it at the same time? You'd think that you could. And the truth is, maybe I could. Because honestly, what I'm talking about is really just something. It's not like I tried and it failed, and that's why I didn't do it. I've decided that I have friends on both ends. And I know how virulently they hate the other end. The America Party. And that's real life. So you have to know. My audience is probably this. And if I start eventually pick my lane and I'm going to stick in it. Well, but now in the late night shows did. I'm doing what I originally. Look, I would love to have it. Yeah, but it's so much our life story to what your purpose is. Human cycles to manipulation and being and manipulable, relevant to our country and the political divide in our country. People are stuck in these minds. So relevant to you. When I figure out how to my channel, I will have solved a major problem. Because I love talking. I love talking about it. I have more fun even talking to people I don't have fun with. But I my niche this interview someone about Freemasonry. Jesus Christ. I didn't know that you would do. They're really two hilarious. They have a YouTube channel. They're around here. No. They're others. So I didn't even know that a woman can't be a Freemason until we started. So they interviewed me about something. And they're like, hey,
Like, it sort of seems and then we'll make it. So their sister organization. The problem is, I kept asking them about. I didn't realize that not only could they not be Freemasons because they weren't. They actually questions I was asking. But I didn't realize that. And then I was looking at the chat.
The only candidates that appear on all 50 state ballots are Republicans.
And then I got emails from a bunch of Freemasons, you know, the 3rd degrees and the 32nd degrees and 30 bunch of people that I can interview. It's just interesting because it was the first time I ever did anything on my channel that was not. Yeah, that's gonna happen. It's gonna.
Crazy to do this.
Even if you. They will do whatever the commenters do this, please don't do that. A lot of people will do what the comments do. Maybe there's nothing wrong with that. Maybe that's what fuels you, maybe that's what gives you happiness or whatever the reason. Some people their audience. Some people just do it because they really enjoy doing it. Out there, they feel like they're educating other people on things that they know or that they're passionate about, or making fucking documentaries. Like that guy's created so many different subjects that have nothing. That guy's so, you know, if he only stuck to Scientology. Alex did. Yeah. So when you started this podcast, what was like the creative? That I want to talk about a subject, or is it anything? No, when I started this podcast, I started out in like the film industry. So I started out like working on shows, working on movies. I actually with dolphin film. Oh, is that right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. And so I started out in that big industry, and then I started to get sick.
By the midterm, all
they were all carnies with that face. I didn't want to live that way. Shooting my TV pilots, TV networks. Usually got to shooting my own little stuff, my own little like mini documentary. YouTube, and that doing a podcast. The way I treat podcast documentaries, minus all the editing and the B-roll.
Yesterday,
Originally, I started that were into weird something weird industry. I made a documentary about these guys put a deckhand on the United States. Beach is like the capital of the world. With investments, the amount of resources. I just know every restaurant in this entire county has been sandwiches. Yep. And the way the laws of IF just full of IF were like the good old boy got fish whatever they got just took X amount of quota and they gave them to X amount of fishermen are now like higher people below them. Next to nothing to go offshore for like time, and these guys are essentially just drug addicts. Like drug addicts that the boat, go catch some fish, they come back, and they just buy fucking they're desperate for work, so they go back to the docks, and they're like, please let me again, and they let them do that. Yeah, well, so these OG, they basically have grandfathered in their yes. Kind of like one of the things that like set off like the whole plastic wave started happening, and I don't know why that always
residents said buses upset the electric being terminated.
So
and
I'm
added wants EV countries social take away government subsidies.
I don't have any approaching it from a look it up. He's right. Have an inch. It's literally what's a great story.
Pay a fine. If you've ever wanted to be
It's me. Like
price,
a little
let's
personal
go
growth
by
thing. Better
Michael Jordan.
crazy subjects. Like
State
I'll
has
have a guy here that studies fucking
bathrooms.
how he's a German. There's no subject. It's all I appreciate that. How did you get Andrew was the one? I found him out of nowhere. One guy who was on this show I ever had was a guy who was actually a mortgage broker. And he was why I don't like that. He was pretty spectacular. Writing books, right? Great work and switch. Based on a guy in Orlando, fighter jets. So the guy who was investigating CIA got in contact on the internet and he met him. He got him happy. United Finance County. This guy Matt, who was the mortgage process. This guy is really interesting. The guy thinks smarter of your chest. And the first interview I ever did. The first interview I ever did. On this podcast. So you can hit him up. And he's been on. Just he's always down. Oh yeah, Lex is the first time. Yeah. He's been on my show. There's been like it's a running joke in the podcast. People will say like when there's a good episode. This is the minor leagues for like a lot of guests I've had. That I've never been on podcast. Story that he has
tomorrow and again on the 76 beaches, 80s metro
I've never seen anybody from the intelligence community answer questions. As he does. And in a way,
64 Granite Park, and we have a good update finally in Pomona on the 10th.
And you mentioned as far as like getting better at listening. Isn't it amazing? Like when you start talking to people. However, just westbound. We're doing it. No, I don't. I mean, I don't really listen to a ton of podcasts. It's actually better than 60 minutes. But I mean, I don't know. I don't think I don't often listen to podcasts. I think like most of the podcasts never listen to them. Well, I mean, I watch a shitload of stuff. That's where I get. I gotta tell you, Lex Friedman is probably. Oh yeah, he's like the number. He's like for sure.
My Heart Radio brings you a podcast. Ask the question. What is political? In History Hotline, it gets to the bottom of it.
Thank you so much for doing this. I really appreciate it. Where can people find out more about the organization and tell people how to find it? So the foundation is foundation.org. The YouTube channel is
Later, everybody.
For music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Radio podcast preview.
I ordered for like 2 hours after Really? What's the difference?
Yeah, it's just.
Oh, really?
Yeah. No. It'll tear up your throat because like you have stuff in the Middle East. Like, all the Middle East. You do like one nasty fall.
Really?
Yeah, that's they stay up all night.
That's the kind of guy.
Family doctor for sure. Just take it easy. Don't be silly. So it's not Jordanian. Killer. Why? Because it's Jordanian. Information how to use it. They do everything.
I gotta start the podcast with this. Me and Julie were having we had like a 30-40 minute debate last night whether or not you murdered people. I'm like, I don't think he's a. I mean, maybe. I'm like, well, this is what my. I'm like, it's got. And like, there's got to be another in somebody's window at night and screams. Slits their throat. I don't see. You don't call it murder. He's the kind of guy. Slits your throat, then he flips your head. So that happens. There's guys like.
There's also.
Yeah, there's also you'll never have another CIA people, but they would kill you by either hurting you or like they have this way of inducing heart attack. So you try to poison what you can capture, right?
Try to poison more people to be successful.
What are some of the ways to script case? Yeah, meaning like what is the preferred way of what do you call it?
Now you can slap hide by all your shot because now you get one of the first non-explosive use not the drone, right? The drones are something different. So the launch target, it has blades at different sides. But you can hit one target with blades out both sides. Basically, you turn the body, and then everybody else in the car. That's how you still think he's in
President Trump says Israel
you'll see his eyes later. Oh, God. Yeah. But it's that watching. That's incredible. That's such a badass thing. It's silent too.
The car still runs because you're back in charges up, right? It's getting 600 miles an hour.
Yeah.
In the end, it's just guessing. Everybody else can. Also, we don't do that shit. It's not talking. The profile high risk. When you think about you got sent into a court. Of course, got the executive, you got the council, so everything is
Okay.
This time around to be discreet, except for target officers. So, like, blow up the terror.
Good morning. Okay, I'm going on today. Let's talk about what happened on Friday.
What about
top 5
she
in the live went to bed. No. Entertaining in their head.
daughter,
The guy got
yeah.
They were saying that.
So I guess that would kind of based on your saying. That would that's CIA, even SVR. They do it discreetly. Just it's not when somebody. Okay.
No.
The video. I think it's attempted assassination.
Still another car tries to drive it. Highway. But I guess so. As a vehicle, I think it was limo or something like that, and he wasn't in it. And I was driving down the other side of the highway and going at 120, comes all the way across the T1 car and kills the driver. You have that video.
Well, they survived, right? I think they said they survived for a while. You don't pitch them. No, I didn't go out and find out. That's exactly right. But Jersey Scott would have really, that's what we're doing.
Because it seems like it's been almost. That's not the best way to describe it, but it feels like type a few months ago that was total nothing for the last
I worry about it, but I worry about it. This guy's nuts. He says, orange like this.
Oh,
Yeah. In the middle of the fight. I worry about the fact that some great teams and it's the right? So, very essential for sure. Yeah, so that's funny. Hearing your right there, Joe, let you go because I can see the Western narrative. It's not a stalemate, but of course, I mean, 4,000 rounds of inside. There's 4,000 rounds of like it's not a stalemate. What about this is whatever. Now, would you consider it if somebody else owns 20% of their house? Are you fighting back? Fighting back. Like they have supported the world over and over. Shocked the world by the resistance in the first 2 weeks. They shocked the world. They shocked the world. What's going on in Harrison? It looks like there's battlefield wins. And especially when we're talking about Ukraine versus both of them, the Russian Soviet school, which is all about disinformation, trying to attack the disease, right? What's going to happen next? We can try to predictions. It could be wrong. Assessments really get out with the probabilities, right? So what's coming? The winter is coming. Russia still unfortunately as Russia pulled back, they definitely pulled back. I have folks that saying it's trench warfare though. Yeah. Most people don't know this. No, regards to the shot. So that World War II videos. Yes, classified. And that's from getting on top of right. The other part of it is things are smoothly and so that's that. So I think that's kind of the situation that's in there. They can continue to inspire and they can make progress on that fashion. More traditional, no more hand in hand. When I was saying, it's a good point. Russia is 20%. Battle in Ukraine, the language to Odessa, it has never changed. Even if you look at the counterattack that started in August, where did that counterattack? In the north, right? The counterattack really even said itself that the reason they launched the counterattack was they knew how to use they showed degrees in order to receive support. He knew it. That's why we launched it. They launched out there. So they redirected all those. Why were they so successful? Russia moving all of their forces to the south because they know Ukraine is to close off the southern end. If they need Belarus, they will. Guess what they've been doing? Belarus. We're worried about the north. We've always been focused on the south, which is why you see what you see in the south. And it's also part of the reason why relevant because that all stuff that happens north was much less launching. They came in, up north. Really to piss off NATO and piss off the Western. Exactly what Jim's talking about. Authoritarian leaders basically any call he wants to make, but then kind of his own system, which I know is what he talks about. He may make a call and the field officer won't obey. And that's part of the calculated risk. He got away with it. So he changes that and changes their strategy. Does not change. And winter's coming. 40% of the Ukrainian electrical grid. Straight. There's software that's electrical. Why? Right? It's because this is Super 42.
after the election,
You can also see favorite stations,
certain criteria. And the criteria
select iHeartRadio to listen to all your favorite content. Where you listen.
it's thing to ask for. That's yeah. So based on principle, right? That's really big us. You gotta get out. When you're going to negotiate, you can't ever make it a story. Yeah, how you gonna rationalize the all the debt, all the destruction, all the loss? It's not a realistic negotiation condition, right? Territory, stop and over the United States step in sure and say, you need to show a little more. So what here's her. Yeah, really. But you hear about the aggressive. Right. So I don't know. They sent 30 members of caucus. She believed on it. She harassed on it. And they sent a letter to Biden. They allegedly harassed. And it cause everything like that, but there's some responsibility on the table. And that's because Ukraine gets them a W, maybe not like a full W, maybe not like Russia doesn't cease to exist, a little W. Great peace along the border for the nuclear potential and all that. Let's take a look at this day out of nowhere. Somebody you're not going to fucking put this out. You saying that like Biden's approaching Ukraine with peace.
It's not unknown right now. It's fairly clear that and not only is it he has come out and publicly said that he is willing to he is changing the requirements for negotiation, right? I am open to negotiation. Nobody.
My wife's going on Oprah. The other thing I think that you have to think. So now you have Russian soldiers commiserating with aligning themselves with Ukraine. Yeah. Right. So we heard this right out of the box. Not taking being called up to Ukraine. We saw the hand on the table. Everybody eating all those things were ranking bars. You know, so that's kind of what I did in the military parts of the let's see if we can bring them together. You know, to go forward. I mean, it's some of the same people that were living together 25 years ago. You know, and now they have to. They're fighting. Figure out a way for that mutual gatherings. And I think that's important. This negotiation piece. Who knows? What do you think of why is she going and meeting with the reason that can't happen? Because technically this is a between the United States and Russia. What's happening? The United States is, if you remember back in like March, French President Macron said abstinence and said that they had to bypass this stuff. Let's talk about that. Shortly after Biden got hold and said, "Oh my God, very overt number one. The United States stood back was throwing off NATO. And since then, you saw President come in and say, Biden step up and say, we didn't create NATO without the United States military being the big countries that was building their army. Because they're like, well, Europe, right? Because right now, the United States drives NATO. And if you look at NATO's charter,
United States. North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Atlantic countries that are allowed into, or that are not in, right? Even the if they're European. So it makes no sense. Basically operating as a test of whatever.
Yeah, never mind. Sorry. You just mentioned this from 2 days ago, and they keep posting. So the headline is talking to Russia. Exactly.
And the Twitter armchair analysts out there, they basically got shit on everybody all the time. I get shit on that, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Well, so this is changing this. Right? 5 days. That's the nature of it. If you're not a professional soldier, you're not a professional public servant, you don't have to hire your shit. That's just how it works. So, is it a double to your terminology? And I talked about this with Lex when we were on the next side. While double win doesn't look like some kind of right here too. Alone. Like Russia says, we'll stop here. And says, we'll accept that. Fire. They still lost it.
What does that mean?
20%. One is narcissism. This is what I think is crazy. I've seen it in Pennsylvania 2-3 years ago.
So what? Why are we seeing that? If that's the case, I mean,
American crisis there, so I see that. So that's yourself the hard question. Why is the States involved? That's it. We're done. Because reigns and independence of sovereignty. Friday.
do we own them? Is that part of a client state over there?
Like, what you're on the verge of that was before it was invaded. You want to know what this conflict is? It's to practice. It's a large scale weapons across the world. It's a burn through old surplus weaponry and test experimental weaponry on the battlefield. Why is that beneficial to the United States? Because our real threat is 7,000 miles. And if we don't get a chance to protracted war, one day I'm back. That's not one China dance. And yeah, so don't fret.
Already shooting fucking missiles towards Taiwan.
That's they're showing. They're showing.
I forgot to say that. KFI AM 640.
Party to China. This old dude sitting next to Xi Jinping, security king, started yanking his ass out of the chair, and Xi's just sitting. That was like the whole thing. Don't know what's going on. Politician.
I'm sorry, historians and political scientists around the world.
In New York, found Combs guilty on 2 counts of prostitution. Conspiracy.
He puts a new spin on it. Anybody knows more about the CIA, FBI, U.S. government.
Sentenced up to 10 years in prison.
Saturday, like Moscow, and shit like this. What happened? Has there been a podcast with FCC right before? This is good. We're actually my watermark right here. Once I
Federal immigration enforcement.
This is something that nobody, honestly, been grab the CIA out. Because they're saying, no, anything outrageous, the ownership outrageous.
I mean, public. She says, who would like those be detained?
There's a description of the old guy that
Who are
gets
going
down
to
in the
work
chair.
to provide for their families. I like how he says, most approved the rights protest. Board is for Department of Youth Development. The focus is on safety and exercise protests, as well as on mental health strategies, and resources for those in the country. The legislature has voted to end so-called evictions.
No, that's a circle. Monterey's the best charge. That's Monterey. Yeah. So with there's so much.
Police were arrested 10 days after operation.
Is it?
And around the street from Friday. Johnson says he'll do to get residents
Right now,
Trump's tax cuts and spending package
right, let's just collectively call it the West.
now
Correctly realizing that this is a time to demonstrate
that he's going to try to respond to that.
because the West is struggling right? You got NATO, you've got should be left alone, right? Like you got you have the disaster of what
last night.
another
Good luck
with
He's also
the transfer of power looking like it's Republicans and Congress. It's a portion of the government being tied down.
Pitcher and his three
Right, Congress, that just means money. Doesn't mean that we're going to start getting along.
Divided is these elections. Right now.
So what she did was win for China. Show that China can get stuff done. West can't even back up. But why did he take this out like this? The only way that old man looks sad is or she's that is the whole thing. Like throw some sunglasses on him. I'm here, bitch. It's like, oh yeah, this is also good. So if you get that was a he's asking questions. He's trying to ask questions for the panel. And now as nobody looks at this because this is the she's so they're not looking no eye contact. The others are all and they're all essentially her. This is a clear message to the world in terms of power in China. What happened? Yeah, we don't know. China's probably living in some nice pagoda.
They gave each other.
So we walk in.
So that guy. China into the one is the why do you talk about and I think some people really express it to China as Patrick that David podcast said right so like what makes them the ultimate threat in the worst case scenario with our relations with China. What is breathing up? This has been going on forever. As I've observed, seen the fact of the matter is that really not queued up foreign counterintelligence and then they figured about that you're in our backyard. The murder, organized crime. In the meantime, they're just destroying everything. Yeah, there's focus these 18 Chinese Communist Party soldiers. Look at that. Look at the ferocity. We actually lowered the standard by 10,000. Quarter by 15. We're not even getting these soldiers right now. We can't. And what they say is we don't really want to hit some type of a misdemeanor. Just don't know. Listen, we have no choice. Like I said, lowered it by 10,000. This has never happened. Ever. So what do we do now? So we've got people talking about, well, you know, high school. It's crazy. That'll be the United States. Parents are buying their shit. That's the. It starts with the commitment. And so whatever's done there, it's obviously done with that place. It's a high ground. You know, the culture is obviously want to do more. Study out our ideas, the things that they. And it just. I don't know what that guy was. What was he asking? I'll never find out. Right? We spent 20 minutes fighting global warming. Guess who wasn't? So all of our attention was how threat that China wasn't spending any time on. They were building, they were perfecting, penetrate the West, because the West was distracted. Point number two, and watching them. Whenever you go down into a mine, right, back in the day, canary, right? The reason is because canary get the dust, that's how they would notice. The miners didn't get out. Our canary is Australia. You know, canary for a long time, so guess what happens about 4 years ago? Chinese mining experts in Australia, specifically to politics Australia. Mindset, you know, mission accomplished. And guess who Australia's most important export import? China. And Australians. God love them. The whole world even though they know that penalizing China means penalizing themselves, right? So Australia
changes the chemistry. The team changes.
why were they the most totalitarian of what China was trying to do with
the energy?
You're distracted. It's not relevant. So we have our canary. So my 3 points, right? First, they didn't participate in the military. They were master planned. They had then we have our canary go out in Australia. And now they're
your parents, like,
world
you have not had
economics drives everything in
forever, and you are just
right? The
days
more money,
and I can tell you are already one foot out the door.
everybody else wants to
do that.
have the most money.
So I've
What
been
makes the United
trying
States
Possible.
economics?
It's impossible. I
Our
also
economics
feel
is
that
very
I do
fall
that.
behind.
I feel it in myself. I
China
check
knows that. I think the world's
but it's
economics is
impossible. And like I said,
very
it's
hard
not
to
like
grasp, which is why you see the race keeping up now.
and
There's
it's
some kind of called
it's
attention to
gonna
it.
be wonderful. And
Not all
and we
is
get to be reached out, hear your
policies that
voice
carried on throughout the administration, in the Biden administration.
quality that I want.
Yes. Those are my 3 points. Sorry to mention.
That's outstanding. That's outstanding.
Think about their own. You know, we have, I know, we have offices near every major person that's experienced. And they sit out assets within to find out what the deal is. Actually, like an asset, somebody that
I did believe that there
U.S. was gathering information. If you go to any
literally
financial
Sean did he
city,
a
you will
monster
find
human being. Brains the women
or
around
that
him.
organization or being recalled in order to report. We're we are nervous about whether to hire or fire or get rid of. Where we're coming from, what they're doing, what they're ordering back across the one for each corporation that's involved, and then coming back to the states
during trial. And as I
So
listened to
Chinese got the
experts
largest
talking about the
contingent
verdict, for example, talking
those graduates, those
he's a former defense attorney. He says,
Why
"Listen, I have all the
is
respect
it because
attorney in the Southern District of New York, but this one they
we
bit
don't
off.
know is that China knows strategy it is on how they handle the look at how they handle the Central America.
Oh my God!
Where is that? Where is that?
May not bring
That
that.
at least they got dressed. Yo, what is the kid? Are you aware of the kid? Yeah, the kid who got found drowned off the coast of Puerto Rico. Yeah, I gotta send you the article. No, Julia sent me the article. All right, so if you find yes. The kid because if I show up dead, I did not. Yeah, he showed up drowned. This guy, Nikolai, I'm gonna text one of the co-founders, Maker Down. He sends out a tweet on October 28th. Speak to the effect of it's like,
This is
down
between me too.
my girlfriend is
Federal attorneys.
I'm not gonna kill myself, but if I
Prosecutors, these high-profile men accused of
pedo crazy
people don't like that.
going on down here.
That's what
So people
you saw.
went right that was obviously something that happened.
Lucky
And
to
so
say,
2 weeks later,
wonderful, upstanding.
it's just weird. FTX. It's SBF, but what's the guy's name? Sam Bankman. And right there. Sam Bankman.
Yeah, you had a good time. She said she liked the party.
Crashes
And sometimes
in the
it's
Bahamas.
surrounded by so many
And people are like, right away, like, oh, crypto is up your way because you sent out that
There is
tweet.
time possible
Actually, yeah,
to prosecute
every single crypto
potential
realm of the
he's not
industry
going to beat that.
tied. They don't want to hear that. I want to. Do we need to take oil hat for this?
You need to take off these.
Because I am, yeah.
Non-interesting.
Okay.
So let's start with FTX. I think this is important, right? So
A lot of times
if
that
you
was
right, what was FTX? FTX was arguably the second largest foreign exchange currency open money available to right? Finance today. FTX. Or was no way to judge let them out for the rest of the
I heard that guy shady. I heard the finance guy was shady.
So finance play to buy FTX. Right? That was the play. Everything rallied. Everybody's happy now. What market have we been in for the last 9 months? Down market. Right? With cryptocurrencies. 6 months. Crash. Right? What's FTX looking for? The way to subsidize money. Because when they lose money, what that means is people are and so if you remember, it's a wonderful life. Remember that old movie? On the bank. Yeah, that's people saw their assets run on the bank and started taking them there. When there, when they pulled out. So now what you got FTX standing by itself, over leveraged, under resourced, right? Now, so that's how the
What finance did before? It's important concept. Finance and now, I guess like 8 or 9 days, we're selling their 2.1 billion reserves, which is the total. And they didn't say why, but they said, we'd like the market in an oil manner. That's what the need was wanting to withdraw. Look and buy it, and go. It's sketchy. It's very sketchy.
I'm not saying it's not sketchy. Now,
They sound
Chinese. And the question is cryptocurrency legal? It's outlawed.
But the bar is
Mining still allowed to well.
comes to racketeering.
So they have no problem with states, but there is no cryptocurrency until China creates their state control. So basically, if you want to reach one right now, we have knowing that they can make the currency into the market, what happens? Blood market currency, you decrease the value of that. So they cause a blood, they decrease the value, and then they make 2 public announcements that basically yes, they're only competitive in the second one. When they crash not, they're probably just looking to cause pain. Saying weakness of midterm, we're going to be going into a recession. They're probably just looking to cause pain. And now what we have is the largest cryptocurrency exchange in the world is controlled by the Chinese. That doesn't what's your average age? What generation? That's your generation, right? So what group?
Well, nice job.
This is it's a big economic war. Now, am I every ghost as the Chinese? No, I don't see every ghost. But when it comes to we should look at it. When it comes to economics, they're sad. They're super and it's really their system economics works. But especially US going back painful for him to get there. How effective is China's intelligence? Very effective relative to side. What China's capable of and how they go. That's different.
what we do is
What's trending now
really
on the
good.
new and improved
That workout there is workout is meditation. It's different. And it's just different stuff around. Yeah. Like we're trying to be like that. Just you try to get out and nobody knows we're there. It's just one. They want to come in and break everything now on our cards. When we talk about it, when they tap into the system, my next is trying to get us set. And then they told the whole. And then they told the whole. The whole world was the Chinese can have any military personnel system. That's how they do it. That's how they do it. They don't need to be clandestine because they basically have a colonized person who affiliates mainland anyway, no matter where they are in the world. They're Chinese or something. Chinese Americans were Chinese first. Yeah. It's like 1932. It's not me. Yeah, that's just look at their by Harvard Business Review by no one ever saw working as they're predicted to be.
Well, Apple's trying to take their slave trade out of China and put it in Vietnam. They're trying. More companies going to do that because obviously that's the one that can. Because with China talking about going so hard on COVID, they shocked the system and forced multinationals around the world not just to have to evaluate their supply chain and adjust to other places, which is literally what China should want. No?
China knows that they're always going to have a timeline like Americans. Americans look at time as like a long time. Even in government, the longest, I think in our government, like, right there, long. That's exactly right. You have to continue so the whole goes 6 months before it's renewed. In China, basically right a line out of the last 35 years. That is a
Problem that we have presidents only thought about.
Hey, technically, that's my last 2 years because then I stayed 2 years. Like either or second term,
Yeah. They're not making that. How much power do you think the president has in stuff?
I think the large part has the mixed power, right? This happened for like 20 years. Congress has been letting the president take whatever
for free.
you saw Obama gave most executive orders in history until Trump came out. Around. We were basically
The John Kovac Show. We'll look at the today's trial and
nobody else. The Senate and the House talks about the shit power. This whole it's just when Congress outsources their branch. They claim that they run the election. They have to do this election. So what if this is a what exactly? CIA are running some kind of sex trap. Puerto Rico and the Caribbean Islands. They are don't have my girlfriend about who was a spy. They will torture me to death. I think this is pretty. The judge is going to decide whether happened on three. He's probably got 5 weeks. Oh, this is before he's drowned before. Unfortunately, before he can get Twitter blue, see how they can bust.
They're burning the house now. Not only
Drowning's a hell of a way to go. I'm not trying to get back.
The short series of islands. What do you think the most common way of probably is? Yeah, getting shot by a
Swim. No, this guy's not going in the water.
I'm thinking a guy with like crypto every cut the riptide and didn't have
Perfectly. Weeks after he no, October 28th is the
Has a snake in it.
sure or did he just or was it like a
Yeah.
I mean you're the same guy. You're the same guy who said on a we're doing it. One of the questions was, what does the CIA and other intelligence do that crosses those like sex trafficking that are totally insane to be able to get? You answered it very, very honestly. There are things that make you sleep at night that we do that I'd rather not talk about on a Reddit forum, which is not.
it's not no. If you look at this has so many red flags. So you gotta take that for what it is. I mean, the guy yes, is that correlation? Or is we don't really know, right? You tell me that it's Bahamas. It says CIA and some kind of sex trafficking. But wait, but then it gets even better. It's a blackmail ring out of Puerto Rico. By the way, I will be paid by my ex-girlfriend using my laptop. So she was okay. Well, that's 48 hours of laptop. Has anybody slow down? It's with under this not suspicious. Yeah, but this guy like was the dude knocked off by some. No, but no, dark. They will torture me to death. Same day. Same day. I wish the torture me to death.
I hear the word CIA. Three possible futures. One, suicided by the CIA. Two, CIA. Three, people who fuck with me. I am sure that's it. I mean, that's a tough. You guys, I can see. I guys taking a trip down memory lane. You're like, oh yeah, I remember that. Like that. CIA brain damage.
It's complicated. It's like best friends with Elon Musk.
What have we done? All right, I don't like my issue with people on complain about everything. Just like this little.
I can tell you exactly what I say. Not because of this conversation. That is exactly why they wouldn't touch this guy.
Person would say.
Reverse psychology. The reverse psychology. Actually, it's like reverse psychology.
Online, complain about CIA. Say like, defund the CIA, defund the FBI. Stop this. For we're a powerful country, people out there want to keep this country dead, right? Like, enemies in the world, but like it or not, but it doesn't like the officers knows that. Also, wouldn't know also speculates that perhaps things in this realm happen. And by the way, if the context that our probably got fucking on there, but if given the context, wow, that really sucks. I get it.
Like without the Trump administration, right? I would assign one without CIA is like one. You're gonna last.
She's not going to be
It's just not
intimidated.
Going without water. You know what this country would turn into in about 3 days without federal investigation?
Policies
Right. My issue
So she wants to see immigration agents.
have the particulars.
The Department of Homeland Security responded by telling Bass if she wants distance from federal law
Portion
enforcement.
of the Bureau
Diplomatic trip to come.
we have a good
The Defense
portion of
Department
each
has
about their asset
trained
collection and how they utilize that information.
Concerns
I
of
think
U.S.
that
military
those folks that are
years of war, and Trump
getting
has said
to each
his so-called big beautiful bill passes on
looking at
social
select
security.
what
The Senate
basically
has their own version.
votes is not running. It's the
Turns out not all social security beneficiaries.
that's what it comes down to. How do we not meticulously go through this and figure out where it's already nowhere? It's out there. It's coming to China. I don't understand all these other that this is someone who is in regards to what you get on the crypto side, but really has how things work, even on a basic level. That's it. And he said, I am sure there these are I'm sure. Okay. Like shit, should have before you went to not have 50 blows and nothing big. Well, I think that's that. I told you it's impossible. We need to go much more. It's funny because FBI wants to get into it. They want to show their CIA. And so we actually have quote unquote Washington Post. That is something that every manager in CIA watch. Post 5 operations. We have 5 operations. The Washington Post. So I and then there's 2 or 3 of them. They're going. That's right there. So. Most likely, kind of the exact opposite. Nope. That's not going to. Oh, that is. There it is. Let's go raid the house. You just use it for the house clothes, job, public deterrent project. I mean, it's 2 different worlds. They want to see the FBI raiding like jackets and all that big guns. See, is the way that to give us. They don't want to know that the guy on vacation to Thailand. The sex tours itself. They don't want to like that. Have those guys right there. Grenades out there. Playing volleyball in the mine. But it's, I mean, at the end of the day, too, when you look at its history, it does all come back to like because people there actually after the miles pre 9/11, like FBI people don't Ranger undercover missions. We have the army. I'm still an active army. Right. Right. You were recruited by both CIA. Always had agencies. You know that a lot. That's what it is. Yeah. Forgot that. Along the way, it became competition. So, and who the asshole was here versus who the asshole was. And in the 9/11, it's what had like. I've seen the movie Power. Read the book. Yeah, it's real. Very good. Space. John Neal has a huge personality. So you had like this. And then after 9/11, it seems like there's still guys. Like there's still some a lot more work integrated together. Yeah. We looked at it. How does that work? That's the relationship. Relationship takes systematic. Yeah, there was not a large emphasis for collaboration, right? FBI was focused on CIA. CIA was small before 9/11.
It did. It pumped it up us into that world where I think I said if you were employed, kind of or it's like, you know what? Right. See, in the meantime, we got basically memos saying, hey, there's dudes down in Earth caring about taking off or landing. Yes, 60.
Black artists.
So then that's what happens. Everybody sees what, right? And then when
They get caught up in America's prison.
commission starts, and then the commission starts, how they start things on. They start saying, FBI said this, they said this, they sent it to each other. Neither side actually read it. If the average person understood how like incredibly mundane the we reject it and turn off. Right? It isn't like dull, oriented. Like, why do you keep carrying their refer back to systematic? It has to be meticulous, it has to be systematic. Three living teleports on each side. One nugget, one thread, that five of them together. The only way you see that is when you each one. The written incarceration completely different. The fact that when CIA sent FBI memo, the FBI made up against all the other groups. The memos that came in the same day. And just why he's reading one memo over another is like it's not an excuse. It's a and then on top of that, you had multiple different times. So you have Cold War, Soviet Union, so I think the Soviets. That was the beginning. Oh, I thought it was really regions, right? Basically, really going to focus on, I guess, 1.2 office, office. I use thousands of them working one around the street following. That was a good, Russian spot. They had so many had the smoking blocks to pause. Let everything else go. Molly came in, Tony came in, so different to 6 days. We don't organize things. They did a great job. He's okay. Yeah, that's not just going on. But it's just kind of, but that's kind of, I think the other solution, dots together, was to change our. So, okay, we need to. That allows people to search. Yeah. It's basically putting analysts side by side. The agency us down to the facts. You get a system. Get your system. To understand what flows, how to be efficient, how to be effective. Get rid of future targets with presidential candidates, which we convincing U.S. attorneys offices. Here's the reason why. We've got it corroborates for us. Got it asked back now. Oh, $170 million years. No, it doesn't pay the lawyer. We're going to pay Microsoft. By the way, the boy Bureau, because they saw it coming and said, you know what, I'll just be a consultant for the lawyer on this project. Now I'm just posting 71, 268, 39. I think that presidential library is the budget.
There was a truce, short-lived.
Yeah.
I that massive bill.
Like, what did you guys have
up there in the
obviously
House? And the president has had quite the heated response. May get more subsidy than any
when you guys did some
saying perhaps we should have those take a good hard
right?
look
Like,
at this.
yeah,
Now,
yeah,
anyone to on
stories or
land
books or
shoulder
accounts
stuff and what the times called
guys are all kind of
Joe
expertise in a way, like
Airbnb.
cop spies
He
supposed to be.
is on Tesla's
It seems
board.
like, for
He's a
example, like
he is
about
also
like they're all
deeply involved with
the FBI and CIA, like it's
capturing
like trying to evaluate without
recruiting
so
himself and
there's
state
differences to
so he
somebody
is the
who
one
knows
they
what's
believe that will be
but you're right, to the
leader.
head out there, they're not
So
gonna
it's a bit of a
so me
interest in not.
most of them and just walk by his road, right? And has got let me give his hands. You know, that's turning it into the digital databases. The thing is, once you're actually, once you actually know how to use that, once you can identify and it's your the each of us that way, it becomes right. There's a certain to FBI officers because they deal with the scum of right every time you have against an American criminal, like that's it's a personal grudge because this is who's now like directly for us, we never go take a good our scumbag born scumbags really gain an edge for the American people. So we kind of want to be scumbags. Completely different mentality. So we are much more, they are much more direct and law enforcement. They have a badge. For us, we intentionally want to hide everything until the last possible moment. You'll see the difference.
Shares of Tesla have plunged more than 11% of last 5 trading sessions, worrying about potential subsidies and
So, no, I don't say that
Elon is
are
not worried
in
about bankrupting
and
America.
this still has a lot.
It's
No,
hogwash.
we rely on still we like looking at things that say this information and then turn it into a question where the agency is amazing at taking as much as they can and who they can turn manipulate, do what they need to do, garner the information that benefits us.
I don't actually
So people don't even they never look at the money. They just grind the guy out. So we get it's not across the
first, right?
it's across the board.
To see when this
That
is going to blow over.
whatever is
Whatever's going
good
on
at
between
asset
Trump
it's good at.
Right. So the
One
FBI
thing is,
has
it
a lot
generates
of
headlines because so funny.
CIA.
They
We
were
are
so
of
of
which
for those last couple of months. The
the,
campaign,
again,
and then the
getting
first
into
couple
the
of months of the
administrative
administration just
nobody cares about.
not the
The
tools
executive
that
branch that
I
gives
don't
us
understand
different
that. I don't
authorities
think
to
that they were
operate
as hand in hand as
intentionally. So
it's possible to have a friendship like close friendship like that. They have the appearance of
you want to
but
work
those
with
two personality types.
you did mention that Tesla is down the last several days. It's actually up.
nobody gets up about 4%.
From where it opened. So you have a
Coming up, have
As
you
far
heard
as
about
Trump
Henry
developed,
Bob?
climbed up all the lithium mines
Retreat.
and hired shit while they are extracting from lithium. All the shit in Mexico.
Sean Combs trial decides
It's just not the
men in Santa Monica
so that's
come
why
up with a bus or flag on
criminal activity
nearly
against
30,000 people sent a petition to try
that
to
does
stop
not
the
make
Fourth
somebody
of
put
July
on a
fireworks show
to
being buried or
current
for
midterm
eco family
results.
and again starting
But what if you finish the headline with
metro areas 90. This report brought to you
some
by OEO Law.
What drives the click?
Beginning now with Bill.
Right? You're exactly right. So basically, every person out there that handles the transfer, delivery, because if they have a partnership, they don't ever. That is clear. Dominant. It's the American way. You go and basically say, the Chinese go in and say, we're going to do it. We're going to bring in Chinese people to run. So isn't Mexico? Say that anyway, no. Trump wants to invade neighboring it's not especially how it's a big change. Mobilize to the cartels at all. The issue that we're having now shit in the United States, you get products from. There's some military hardware, different computer systems to get in and out. Problems we're having in the art, which supply chain. Really, no, not only killing kids, killing a lot of people, not allowing without markups. Legitimate distance to get in there. Product. That's the big issue. Everything part of the Mercedes. Yeah. Without paying an upfront. It's a significant upfront. Or what I worry about is that, you know what, just look the other way. I think that's going a little bit far, stretching a little bit far. That's kind of that's side of crime. I mean, that's organized. CIA, cartel, saying that the CIA, he's saying, I don't know. There was one guy in particular, there was a documentary about
Coming up in the next hour.
she was actually murdered by a CIA agent. This is verified.
On how outdoor and flying.
It's a DEA office in Mexico City, I believe. DEA agent was tortured. Yes. I'm going to say Mandalay.
It's apropos.
Yeah, Kiki was the DEA. Eventually, they captured some of the cartel guys. It's basically unveiled the guy was who actually murdered him, and it wasn't the CIA.
Like, even if it's LA, you can see some stars in California.
It's on the internet. CEA,
murdered
I
Rodriguez.
know a couple of people who
First
own
week.
birds.
It's not in.
So who? I mean, why wouldn't the States invade Mexico if China caused
Stories
Mexico
or
and it's hurting?
just do stories about
Like if they're so working alongside why would they go?
Because there's two types. One is a profitable war. One is a not profitable war.
This is a
Two types of war: state war
snacks,
and
but will also
war is
that coming from
extremely expensive, not economical. It's when one country states other countries Russia is not war. It's a civil war. In a civil war, it's extremely in the civil war from outside of the country. Why did we get involved here? Why did we get involved in Yemen? Why are we involved in Ukraine? It's extremely valuable to be the person who's setting a building influence off power, hard power, sending weapon systems, whatever it might be. It's extremely profitable. So what
Has become quite decent.
Chantal, by the way, is tasked with writing
executed
the
the destruction and everything else.
by the way, it's blue and gold.
The United States would prefer to continue to come because once they commit, you're not only paying the cost in terms of dollars and cents, but the cost of lives, the cost in terms of public response. 9/11,
Profanity laced dialogue.
hard up and rock and roll.
This bird's language is
For
not
about
the
5
thing
years.
of heart. You can
The
imagine
death
only
toll
made
and
people
the lack of
more
results.
interested
You don't know what
in
this.
and it got traction.
It was
The next
concerned.
day,
Yeah,
the
so
Shelter
so
60 adoption application.
listen,
We closed the
what
application.
you're outing right now
One person was
is
soon
what
selected, and Hendrix's new owner took him
day
June
9/11
21st
happened.
after hearing does and
I don't know. So just to be clear, I always say this. 1,000% should have been there. I'm talking about when they took their eye off the ball and they went to Iraq. And no, he didn't. They walked in. And Saddam had to blew someone up. Damn it, we're going in. We're going in. So then we get caught for it. That's where the tide turned. And that's why also the second conversation. Later, we Afghanistan
70
was
years.
the response.
Hendrix right now
Like
is
I
like
see
30.
the difference between the two.
She says
The
Chantal
Iraq
was
is
the first
product
person
of
who
a
popped in her
profit.
mind.
Exactly what you're
Jimi
saying.
Hendrix.
People out there just
But
hear
many
that
of
word.
Hendrix's saying he's
Military
about 3
industrial
feet
complex.
tall,
When they're
48
thinking about it,
wingspan, and they believe that there's probably some malnutrition going on.
This is deep. I can't
This
read
is a
that.
shelter.
Salazar was an
Hendrix was
American
the only
intelligence officer from the United States DEA. He survived Camarena.
and he was people, you know,
Camarena
kind
was
of animal
kidnapped
that
by
was shaped
drug
when
traffickers
he
hired by Mexican politicians.
they bought him and
Three leaders of the Guadalajara and more trial for other things. One of them is fucking
that's why I thought
yeah, and he's free. Yeah,
after arriving, Hendrix began opening
yeah, Carol Quintana.
saying
There again.
when the pair tried
Yeah, and he was being, they did like a prep event with him. He was just kind of like locking it. Like, fuck you, I'll be out of here in 3 months.
keep my hands on.
So where's the yeah, so CIA guy. You gotta do
And he started getting customers would come in, right, for the
so it's essentially
wearing, and they'd be like, oh, that's just a parrot that needs attention.
CIA has an entire
They took that as a sign that it was becoming more comfortable. Felt like home to Hendrix.
national security.
He said that's the truth.
There's also torches aren't good.
I kind of think on that video USC story.
If they have some other intelligence value, then it basically goes to the side, or you watch the side, because other corroboration issues, right? Intelligence is not the same as oftentimes collective intelligence means exception or even nation. In a post 9/11 world, FBI, yeah, we'd be like, hey, we're thinking about doing something with or against or in this cartel to operate in a certain way, right? NSA can collect information that they work, right? Maybe they even go and they ask the intelligence committee in the house, what about
Come to the studio with that. It's just like chime in.
whatever it
You know,
takes
like
to make the
day.
day, and that's what makes it so
Swap watch.
faster, nimbly, it can absorb
I mean,
risk.
our parent copy
Like the president has not plausible. He actually has the ability.
there.
So yeah, but every that's verified. Like, it's really hard to verify CIA, and they're
Courtesy of the parent, not us.
maybe they purchased some private intel that was unknowingly or like
One of the ones
yeah, people throw it in. They try to say like, oh, that who's the Monday guy, not a small. Yeah, or they, yeah, it's amazing. Or, I mean, actively aspire. So we can on podcast trying to recruit recruiting, putting a narrative on.
I think you have
There's right here.
before you went to start.
We don't allow birds in Starbucks.
Oh my god. Anyway, I don't have a whole fucking hour trying to find this guy. There's a documentary about this level. And last actually revealed what his last name is Rodriguez in Miami right now.
Hey,
And he's retired. Rodriguez?
Yeah.
Fuck out of here. Yeah,
You know what?
Jose.
Oh, so now you don't love
I don't know why. It's like, we didn't torture anyone. We just made them feel pain. It's like, okay. Alright. Like every theory is just tied to the CIA. Correct. It is insane. And you didn't find a source. One source. But they said it's possible. So, where did you from folks? Really there, bro. I important to give him shit for it, but it's a really important thing to me on multiple podcasts. I think he made it first. I could be wrong about that. Yeah, but thanks to you guys. I see a new podcast out there. Wow. I've got some recordings. Anyway, but like, people, they start
sex trafficking.
when the crime they carry it all the way, and the time, doctors driving the border, all the time, constantly trying to say, prostitution back to you, like, well, what's really getting? These people are like, oh, you're fucking scared, like this, fuck off. I understand since I go when the guy sits there and even it's just a criminal truth that gets dragged out because that she's therefore that yes, there are real people, a very small percentage of that time that you can cheers at could this be true? However, two parts what percentage, but it's not. One time the law of population is large numbers, essentially get deny it by this is the change to the 1% because it's like it's only 1%. Focus on the fact that you're doing the opposite.
LA County supervisors have decided to
We play some abilities as well. Our abilities are low. adaptation and stuff from the anatomy is exactly what you're talking about, right? Every conspiracy something happens. Says it's not known, right? Whether it's the happening with FTX, once you're faced with something that's not known, natural human tendency, not among other smart people, right? Conspiracy theories are for the most part pretty smart people, right? The next natural reaction when facing unknown information is skepticism. You're asking yourself, why don't I know this?
Brought by President Trump over a 60-minute President Harris last year's presidential campaign.
And you start to write a story in your head that erases the skepticism.
Texas.
There you go.
Riverside County
And because you're coming
or permanently provide homes to dogs and cats and a shelter. Seen a surge in counts, partly because of the body.
So that's how
Department of Animal
conspiracy theories take off.
Services says they need more space because surge
For a lot, well,
expected.
we didn't really know about it.
Riverside Police are going to be using
Guys,
fireworks,
sometimes
the
they do,
drones, which the department just got
but it
this
still
week.
just provides that
Night
message,
vision
it provides
cameras
that
that
bridge
allow
for
images to
them.
be
Things like
times.
that.
Drones can also record video, which is
So
really
hot,
useful.
something,
Are illegal.
right?
Nearly
Nearly oh, I know
30,000
this
people
thing,
have signed a
this.
petition to try to stop the 4th of July fireworks show in
like
Big
that.
Band. Say they're worried. Burns. They're only
But
recently
I
started
feel like
Bear Valley tells us wake up call
CI
that
right now
he
could have
and
some
shadow
sort of exposure to that in some way. To be able to say, oh, no, this guy was just a smart guy. Years and years talking about it. And they don't think about it.
dangerous for eagles because they don't have
Right.
vision.
And before everything came out, it was like something like those you were just looking at. And everyone, you guys are fucking crazy. Sort of figures. All comes out, gets arrested, fucking book.
Weather from KFI.
But we see right down there, and all this stuff. It's like, oh wow, this, and now we're like, okay. But then, kind of, let's go. Conspiracy theory true. 6 months.
Gusty winds in the
Yeah, but they
Jumbo
understand
Valley.
all
A couple degrees cooler for tomorrow, and
United
then
States
warm back up
will
for Friday and into the weekend. Highs topping out
all
around 100
start
inland areas by
nobody
Saturday.
creates a story.
In Brand, 60s in Lake Forest, 66 in Marina Del Rey, 68 in Burbank.
So
Dow is trading down
start
points.
by
The
targeting
Nasdaq is up 175.
fire. So
Trading
that's
up.
it. You want to change, you want to change an election anywhere in South America? You basically one side or the other. Right? All Latin tribes. Look what happened in 2022, right? All this funding come in, right? Funding for all these groups, that FBI and NSA and the rest of the counterintelligence in the United States telling everybody, be warned, you'll see Russian. You have the Russian head of propaganda formally announced 2 days before the election. You know, Russian, we are crashing north and meddling in the election. They publicly announcing it, meddling in the election this year. We're doing it right now. And the people, and that's what we want. That's exactly what we want. Now, in the United States, intentionally misdirect American people, that goes every now, that means wrong. No. For example, if you remember back in June, July, death toll for Russian soldiers was something ridiculous, like 80,000 dead Russians, 4,500 dead Ukrainians. It's a conclusion is it goes like a giant it's happening in no countries and Russian countries. It means that somebody somewhere is providing this name. Like the United States,
a lesser sex crimes charge.
head of finally comes out.
Prostitution, but
All that misinformation, 87 nations, with one
Brian
statement
Comer
from the
right now actually spoke about
100,000 on both sides.
yesterday. Basically allows him
But
to
it sets
avoid
a completely new
the death
point of view.
penalty. Judge
No
still has
longer
to
are these
approve the
Ukrainian
agreement that's happening today there in
provision
Idaho.
of Russian
The
pretty much two sides that
all that slaughter and then
all
at
that
the University of
military
Idaho,
might,
one kind of burglary
it's
as
still
well.
essentially a very
Four college
close
students
and
will possibility of
civil
a lot about that case
it's
yesterday.
terrible. That is how
about
a
what
couple
they're
lawyers
talking about
that's how
the
the
case
case
specifically. Computers came without going to victims. Why they thought that was the best course of action. And one of the lawyers had the opinion that the state specifically
CIA
didn't want to have anything to do with it. It was too much or too big. They want to have outside. They don't want to have anything to do with it.
breaking the record. John Brennan show up on
Well, that's
TV.
and that's the part that doesn't
I don't
make
think
sense
that
to
guy.
me. It seems like the people they
he's making
want this drawn in quarter.
But you don't think that
To that, this
he was
brutal,
there for a long
premeditated,
time? You don't think that
calculated
there's a
murder.
part of it that could be
I think that you are
silly? Don't. Men in
Who
Black
feels good about saying anybody
goes away.
can have this case? What are you
It
talking
looks
about?
about time.
To be careful, you're in a town with
After that,
population range. Do your
it's so
job.
hard to remember evidence
see the
and
judge
experiences
changes
and everything
anything
else
to sign off on a plea deal. Curious to see way the judge would have the suggestion of you need to
Their
include
job
some
is
things
to
in
take
here
what that
for the
president
family, like
to get
an
gather
explanation
information,
of
have their head
explain why he
put
what he did, where the murder weapon.
There's
Some
so much of
amount
that,
of
but they
closure that you
absolutely
give
don't.
and then let's also keep in mind
and
part of
apparently
the
requiring that stuff.
government employee maintenance they
Uh,
retire
that would be very frustrating.
60% of it,
Yeah,
right? So they go to $180,000 the regular rate of it. That means
Did you hear what's
all
going
the
on
sacrifice
outside
they made in their entire
on
career.
Manhattan right now?
So
Where
they
a
made,
bunch of folks
at the end of the day,
are celebrating the
$65,000
Diddy
a year. Maintain a lifestyle that they
A bunch
built.
of people out there busted out baby oil on
It's a
themselves. You've
fundamental flaw in
got
America.
women taking
That's
off
why
their dress out.
That's why Mike
The hell
Morrell
are you doing?
I started a business, right? That's like Jimmy started a
We
business.
celebrate
Because once you
that.
get out there, you're like, I $100,000 pension. And, you know,
People are
you're not
critical
this.
of
You got like that. What did Trump specifically with people that were hired by the church versus hired by some contractors like Honeywell and Avion?
So I was actually really, when Trump went on take clearances away from people who just looked around the rotating doors
I said this guy's a monster.
and around or whatever, basically to network their way back into the industry or those
Or sex.
Trump saw that and he was like, to know how to
So how do
bubble.
I don't
So
get it.
they just got away, we're gonna end this.
Reads like
My career.
vulnerable
Yeah.
women.
That's it's a safe way of going from $80,000 a year to making
Don't know other men why. Why are we celebrating that?
is so you have to gain state secrets that are relevant and current for that
There's a
first year.
step
sheltered populations in
It's right. They're buying SCI or whatever.
last year
Access
overall
for them. They're
year
better.
earlier. They say that, however, the people who remain on the streets were more home organizations
Yes,
serve.
they were but working junction with other companies.
They found there was a 49
So basically, now to provide
that shelter,
what they know
22% in
to
Venice.
make sure the company gets
all.
access
Key for the reductions is our programs like Mayor Karen Bass's program, Inside
like,
Safe.
yeah, I'll be there in 4 years. Save them seats. So currently this is 1 year for one for that and 5 for to share specific.
Get my friends together.
Has no issue.
You know what I mean? Like,
Totally.
you're essentially
Now,
giving,
if the book,
hotel rooms.
I mean, it's a 10-year process. Jack Park.
The report notes that
This day in Jack
are
Park.
now calling
It's constant throughout the.
So basically, the way it works,
walkers. They toss and turn.
boring administrative way that
Rough
works.
sleepers means that they don't have
The
a
day that
tent.
you leave the service, you're going to leave mostly with
They're
a
under the
TSS.
stars.
Right?
It's beautiful out.
TSS, yeah. Top
Yep.
secret special information. You leave with a TSS, a year. TSS drops down to secret if not actively using it in a year after that, the secret. Raytheon, Booz Allen, what they want is
Because it's beautiful and you can see the stars.
they put you in a role where you have. Now, that secret or top secret that stays active. Even though there's rules that say about you unload immediately when you break that rule, that's up from
30% years
the
ago.
senior
There were
officials
more
retire.
sleepers
Go
than
right,
regulars.
just like
The first time last year,
their
in the
contractor
area
is
that
buying
the brand is context is they're totally exposed to the spotlight.
right
Started also.
Atlantic
Let's
systems,
go.
they
Let's talk about that.
beyond.
Let's talk about the
Resources,
fact that
it's
referred
like
to
one of those
homeless
projects
people,
funded for 5 years,
a giant
$1
swath
million
of
contract.
humanity
Now all of a sudden,
is
retired guy,
either
$300,000
like
next
drugs.
Does this exist in other countries the same way it exists here, where we have all the contractors, all this stuff working?
Substance together. This is
Here,
not
here
a
we're
housing cost issue.
so
This is not
it exists here because actually
raising
very
rent on people who are doing
Russia
fine.
and China,
This is the
you're
result of it.
you're a
These
you're a
people
helpless
are the
person. No matter if you get in or get out, like you're always going to be able to.
and we want to come up with fun names like rough sleeping or unsheltered or
Australia.
these little euphemisms for
Yeah,
what it's doing in life.
Folks that
Living on the street.
say
Live on the street longer. It's just the way it's
God bless them, but what we do, it's
It's live in the game.
the bag back in school. The guys love it. Like Andy said, they've never had a chance to pay for kids' college. A lot of incentives. You're all right. Base salary is this. So, or another person. Nope.
If you if anybody retired the military, anyway, they'll tell you straight. They're not even.
Yep.
You gotta rebuild your entire life on a budget. The day
It's true. And you spend a lot of your time in government service. Your segments bring everything where you sit and go, if I stay an extra there's buddies. That's the extra 5. That's 2. Then, guys, think about it. 170. You know, it's worth the years of your life. I don't think so. That's it.
I mean, I came out with a decent pension payment. It's so to live on it. I couldn't sustain a life to live, give to my kids, give to my I couldn't do that without. You know how it's possible. I think it was $10 billion this time. Yeah. All the other shit. I did. Yep, I want to do it. I'm a veteran, and that's how I consider myself. But really, you know, I mean, this is where capitalism is centered. Example, Russia and China. We all know they're right, but they're authoritarian governments, and they can say, "Well, it's that. It's not our system." So, and there's skills that make sense because there's skills that we hire for. You know, people that are amount of money shelf life is so short because you know why have a government job when you can go off to the next private company and do your thing probably at 3x and never think about what you're doing in your personal or private, right? So still like you know there's still style questions on fucking in the beyond in the Asian lifestyle questions. It's amazing. College dating and it's and they're trained guys like us, but they're not experienced as most. So you know I can pass today and fail tomorrow on the same track. And you look at the person and say, did it came up but 2 weeks ago. So have I changed? Have I killed somebody in the last 2 weeks? Yeah, I thought about it.
He's not allowed to come back.
Well, that's what happened. Yeah, but I mean, like that's crazy. It's terrible though to have to not be able to any longer than learn the skill, make the contacts, get the badge.
I don't know what the FBI is going to. The CIA has been massive for the last 5 years. They can't hire people fast enough. It's got massive gaps in critical areas. Because people are the generation is waking up to that. So all the career people are asking themselves, 15 years or what else many careers. And all the junior officers, 2 or 2.
CNN
It's not that great. I'm still 32 years old. I can make a 30
incredible connections happening.
All the contractors out there who serve government are still hungry for those things.
And how
You said that's
It's not what all of these
lasting love.
the place where they need to exactly what we're talking about. Government hasn't right-sized the initiatives
Wherever you get your
for people who have
just search for Chance and Housing, Chaska Street.
3 of former CIA.
We're working on the private side now.
No. Someone actively involved in that. We just had the rest this week that was someone secrets about maybe just that was just sent to this right like in the intel game specifically where we're trying to catch
CFI 40 live
we're 20 years behind.
radio.
Like
Coming
in your
up
head,
later
you're looking at
will tackle
powerful positions.
keys turning your
For
nightmares.
elected
I
capacity,
feel
government.
like if I eat anything close to bedtime, I have to that other
There is much more than people who are on the take with
I like to eat in bed. Like
Is
I
what you were taught.
like
At the agency, we were
big
taught
screen.
assume you're penetrated, assume that there's information leaked out to foreign governments, leaked through
sources.
I was
Just to see
super
if it's a big operate. That's how. That's yeah. And just looking at the Bureau's public corruption program and the amount of money and attention that has gone into that over the entire course of my career, I look and say it doesn't hurt. Appointed, elected, they are going to benefit right on the line, jump over the line, they're like the gray area. They're all fucking bad. You don't, listen, you don't live that lifestyle. You see, those are in the public space. 172. That's it. That's the money. That's just, source out. What you do? Here's what you make. Here's what you spend. Where's the difference? I don't have any difference in mine. Checks when he's talking about anything follow the money, gap in the money. That's what you know. Somebody's living a $100,000 a year lifestyle. Somebody else living on $60,000 a year. There's no gap. When you look at even from my experience, it's so egregious when you get people that are living that lifestyle. So they don't even give a shit. Don't give a shit. They'll bargain out. They'll plead bargain out, spend their 4 years in jail camp, come back somewhere else. Still have to trial there. Now what scares the shit out of trials? Yeah. Because with the IRS,
you just don't.
Just take it all. Everything you do. The IRS agents are going to the actual criminal investigators. If you're a politician, you said that's following your ass everywhere you go. You pay cash. They'll walk right up. I've seen. I think I've talked before. I've seen IRS walk up to real quick. I wanted to a restaurant and say, "How do you just bet?" There. Yeah. Yeah. Some sort of this is an unknown nothing against it. It doesn't matter. But these are not like they didn't families. Seriously, that's what it is. How do you not work through? You are short.
But there will be some
national. This is just one branch. It's the Army. Short, but yet those people that you said no, we can't deal with. IRS is big. IRS agents.
Why are you an IRS agent? Like, so that.
Right? 1811. That's where they're doing. If you jump, I'm an estimate. You know what they're trying to tell that they're. So I said, I had a guess. I'm a corporation too. Never did. So the guy goes to the sorry. Sorry. But honestly, LegalZoom is telling you, providing you that information. The fact that he's got the 100 you are so far that it's box office. Hey, you go down to concrete churches or agencies that go out and try to find shelter, medicine.
No, but there's like some guys that they're not just like long free taxes and stuff. Ingberg will have it back in, as we talked about before.
He's not talking about
his whole book. His book is basically on the biggest players that was a part of the early guy on the Civil War story. He also wrote like out like some of the like child porn cases that they were able to trace. The stars of the book, IRS suggested around the world, get some of the organizations to take a kind of a different one for people. These other like straight up evil ones. There's other agencies involved, but like there's some badass guys who figured this shit out. I gotta get this level.
Who's having an IRS agent investigate?
Just so they don't want to. IRS can look into something nobody else.
Sometimes it's like, how do you explain Scientology?
Needs to show some
Oh
sort
yeah,
of progress to continue its funding.
That don't have an answer.
Are you familiar with how Scientology became a religion?
I just know Tom Cruise. That's awesome.
They wanted, where's Shelley? They wanted to become a religion so bad. Basically, the leader of Scientology, L. Ron Hubbard, L. Ron Hubbard started it. He was a scientist who founded it, and L. Ron Hubbard's dying wish was for Scientology. So what they did was they had, I think it was 10 all filed lawsuits against the IRS. They won. The IRS fucking waved the white flag and said, okay, you guys can become a religion. You guys are tax free. Wow.
Yeah.
There's a documentary about it. It's fascinating. The documentary is called Clear. And basically how they just brainwash all these people into Scientology and they convince them to do whatever they want. Basically, they start out by just familiar with Scientology, how it works, feed you all these life hacks, how to better your, how to push out all the negative influences, how to become the best version of yourself, like Tony Robbins type shit. And then once you get into it, you start paying the money, then they start getting you into some fucking senior alien.
Sean did he come 6 crimes of racketeering on 2 counts of transportation to engage racketeering conspiracy. A warehouse full of fire loaded.
All started less than 50 miles Where? What town? Clearwater. Downtown Clearwater. That's the whole.
The explosion rushed by
Flag inside of it is literally plated in marble. Trump's fucking.
A fire that spurned almost 800 acres near Lake Matthew.
Crews on jungle condos in downtown Clearwater. And there's like, it's so fucking, some of the wealthiest people part of Scientology. Like, look at all the waterfront homes in Clearwater.
Into a Chevy match with Los Angeles County.
That's our next division.
They're either whatever my accountant. Well, what about this? I don't know. I'm saying, like, when you look at the world, every war, a lot of like certain people at the top of the structure, bastards. By the way, I'm including like the religious believers. Like you look at the Soviets, what was their religion? They worship the Christ. So when you're working in the where
Loaded at 90s.
Religion,
High desert,
speech,
low
all that,
70s.
and your value
Mostly
countries.
80s to the mid 90s.
Find that the people
Right
who
now,
are
67
on our
in
end
Irvine,
evaluating that
69. The
for
crash
those
on
places have all actually had something yes, what are we talking
permeates their westbound
cultural, yes, cultural,
but
but part of it is understanding the foundational ideology of the culture. I mean, you gotta look at how they're raised, you gotta look at what their life experience was like from their lives before adolescence to 21. These are all people that shape so for sure, or offers, but that doesn't necessarily arts culturally or work. But actually, the best idea is because a culturally ignorant that is so outlandish that they never know such a guy. That's what I see. Yeah, I like that. I mean, in my third world is basically that. Looking at a culture, looking at all parts of it. You know, like Andy said, their upbringing, particular methods of doing things that are different anyplace else. For the most part, trying to be incentivized. If you're under, like, for example, that's a very put it
More tips for
in
smarter
army,
people.
always
Action in your own
one, right? Whereas in the FBI, you're trying to get information. Like, but if you're going on, you're absolutely right. Thing is in the position and job as a civil affairs officer. Understand that person that in fact help, particularly, and have them believe they don't help you. It's, you know, 100%. You don't. It's much easier to have 40. You have the 15 people who have to neutralize 15 people before the battle. Instead of, you know, just this, just cash. Seeing those people picked off slowly by us, and that's it. So they go away. So we had to be really careful. And then there was a whole deal with the corruption within our military, realizing, getting down and out about the fact that there were things gone. What are you guys doing about it? So you know what? Fuck you. I'm saying that, and that happened. Go forward. You're actually came from that. And you would talk to these people, and they would say, "Yeah, I'm there to participate." They're that money is I diverted it so people, and they believe you. Well, they can follow this trend in of course. And we all rationalize it. Yes, all in one. But yeah, to your point, it comes to the benefit. Well, it's all constantly how much time and energy.
That's why we tell you call sweet. One of our listeners was shocked by the local offer we got from the insurance company.
Outside of something to recover out on that bike. Obviously, it's only $100,000
Net sum.
If you're local attorneys have the skill and the resources to win the most free.
So many people out there
Compensation
are
is a huge part of that, but
talk
it's
about
all
status. Somehow
Sweet
turned
James brings
into
over 500
somebody
trials of
else's
experience. Case makers
somebody else's
smile, and
responsibility
that's why
to
they
teach my
make
children.
98%
It's somebody
of
else's
the time,
responsibility
and
to
they
my
win.
responsibility
They can't guarantee the
somebody else's
have the driver's side.
in my car.
809 million. That's
You outsource
809,000.
so your life. Systematic structure of your mind that's systematic structure. Not the state, but the nation's.
$1 million in term life.
So
all term providers. Big Move.
Oh, that's how you chose that. We're outside of the system. Because in the system doesn't and most of the clients that need us are like,
Can't afford to
outside of the
all you need to do is call
people for
remember,
the thing I learned, Andy, it's only been saying that so much has changed my style. And what he does really well is he's one thing. So what he does, of any sorry, I never could do that as you know. Yeah, I definitely did that. I found myself in a position where I could, not because I was incapable of this next time, of just one guy. Watching it operate, you know, it just the one thing, and you know how difficult that has been. And what I'll say is, it takes a training person, and he does it right. How well he does it, how thorough, how brilliant is. My assessment has been a blessing. I said before, we can do it. You can't do that in a government organization. You can't one thing, even if you're in a you're in one you still have many responsibilities. Even if it's one thing, you're going to build it. You got to watch out. You got to be careful because it's easy. There's no issues with that one. Just you won't say anything. In the meantime, the dude's burnt out. He's miserable. He's the worst.
Sometimes they collapse.
Probably. I started to realize what's going on with so-and-so. My point is, one thing is your detriment sometimes. But also, the fact that you cannot choose your one thing and move forward with it is the biggest distraction. It's the shiny thing. I want to be. You're either going to be a headlines, or you're going to be a guy that's actually going to get things done. We have too many headlines. Oh, I got to beat that things out. See the pressure. Right from the I think Jim and I are no. We're not naive to conspiracy. The justice system still needs preservation of but we also, our sphere of influence doesn't really disrupt the judgment. And I'm not my chance to create a legacy for my family. I'm not going to spend that shaders and things like that. So that's the country that was formed right now. The way that it was formed
Doesn't have to face his accusers.
Giant battleship.
And that's probably that.
Our country takes their turn.
Prosecution and the families, they're creating this fight in the hallway. I mean,
I'm not going to turn. Especially
Steve Gunn called the
depending on how you shape the business, it could be a three episodes or turn on a dime, take
one of the three girls.
or you can spend your time trying to build a giant
from the
warship.
beginning.
Building it, and then it still doesn't turn perfect. That's just not the world that I'm surprised by.
He was not
If I can contribute, if I can collaborate, I can see
the other court case
just fine with the fact that
three acquittals
I can't fix it.
on different charges for Sean Diddy was
It's almost like
one of the women
all
who
the same
accused
people
him
who
was
are
about
so
the federal case
CIA
against
or spy or something. They then
because
hear that.
she was in that video.
Oh, right, again,
where
we're giving up control. I mean, we
dragging
have
her
little life of control
in the
from
hotel
our service
here in Los
academy
Angeles
days
so many
to our
years ago.
service.
He was my and so
And
the entire criminal
it's
process
so
started
It's so nice to give up that spiritual liberty and everything's so strong. We weren't built for that. I find the best part of this whole conversation is that in the Air Force and Army, used to be, kind of ships. Because the only thing you can find real place we can find.
I had a guy last week who was a Harvard scientist, master's degree, doctor, and hired by. He was part of a headhunting thing. He got picked with DARPA to develop all kinds of weapons that he said he couldn't talk about a lot of them, but he could talk about. He was talking about a lot about. He's made it is to help people with this direct brain process they're having, which is quote unquote. And I try to research it. I try to actually do a deep dive. Split down. There's so many people that say that these are just crazy. Like these people are that work in the embassy in Cuba, conveniently had a headache and a hangover, and they want to try to take all this, these benefits claimed for CIA weaponization happened to them from the Russian war, whether it was our weapons or Russia's weapons. And they claim it's just, shit. And then there's a whole other of former officers or FBI. There's actually an article this week on an FBI agent.
The idea that you would have an AI, the Washington Post,
the FBI bureau in Miami,
sellers, last month.
One of the there just
humans, I should say,
medical training have taken knowledge.
So I know they're very experimental. The problem with technology isn't good enough to be able to direct people reliable. Directed weapons or something, micro-energy weapons and other technologies have for a long time. Now, whether or not they're what's causing the damage, that's the real question. Have they been at deployed in the field? For me, I've got peers, people that I trust who are kind of decent, and there's no win culture at CIA. The culture at CIA is you don't claiming that you're that's not you're not real if you walk around just complaining about a headache or if you try to fake that you have a bad day like that. It's hard. Culture is anything that
30 seconds
do that's the culture. So I say
it's crazy and frustration,
and I know they don't. I trust the people at CIA. There's a guy who was graduated from who was saying that they're real, dedicated on the internet, who have an opinion about it. They don't, my point of view, they can go to hell. People have a stake in the game, that's what I'm going to get.
Saying he's interviewed over 2,000 claim the same exact sentence. Civilians in the U.S.
Which makes sense. Truly and directly do that because they can't be controlled. So you got all the lead over all those flags just because I don't have personal experience with knowing folks, but I know this pretty well. I one thing is these folks had it happen. This is the article right here. Go back to the top.
It's awful. Everyone have attention
and this is not right.
stuff.
I got a picture. I'm with you on the side. They exist. And we have somebody that's confirming that within the organizations that we work with. I mean, guys that are dying from the pie. It's not. There's no benefit of getting medically retired. Benefit. You're miserable. And one or two people who have done it, they're miserable.
which they want to be back in the government now because he brought it up. Sorry.
So also, there's a product is article to the
Basically, what it's like. This is our
I mean, you should assume he wasn't where you are on the screen. So there was part of me that believed that you were using an AI note taker.
Yeah, so I guess there's some. So the FBI, I guess they reached out to the Bureau to get some sort of comment on it, and no response. Interesting. They're saying it's, of course, it's covered. If you send a media or NSA or FBI,
So
and relevant to their normal line of work, or to look at their law, to find that one requirement, that one request out of the 10,000 they got, and take the time to respond.
just use the
Or no
just
comment.
use the logos.
No comment. And it's also, I totally understand there's like distract right? Like the last thing this applies to the FBI covert level policing perspective. The last thing is put information. And like you had the huge right, Tom O'Neill, right? The dude who wrote the down perfectly because he went to chaos. Wait, right there. Connected Charles Reed. He went to the story about how I they were insisting like their CIA perfect. I said, okay. He had information that they were going to be looking for. So sounds like, let's see what they say. So they hey Tom, how are you? Jim will call him, whatever. O'Neill's sitting in the room with the doctors, and the reporter asks, or the asks the CIA guys about information that's literally sitting right in front of them to have what they know. And he's like, I know all about that. They proceed to lie their ass and when you hear that story, you're like, scum forever. But at the same time, I direct like whatever was on that page is not as interest to be able to like get tell people and distract them. Which is let's be honest, but at the I don't say especially by organization that would be spot. I don't expect them to be out here doing stuff, doing a great job. I'll never. But you know what I mean? And I get it's not in your interest to say that. Because you guys make this right now.
I'm not doing it like in prison.
It doesn't matter.
Escalate
The
the
people who are doing the
situation.
work. Right? This is the truth. Truth. Often doesn't start that's how I like to the truth is that the truth is okay, so what's the point of telling the public the truth? Just tell them the truth. If they feel it's not the truth, they can go apply for a big size, especially if you're smaller frame, and they can learn the truth. They want to learn. There you go. How does that road and trust the government? That road and civilization or not necessarily as a nation. The government doesn't care. The government doesn't care. They don't care, right? They don't care. They don't put the road as
Peace of mind.
benefit from government. Benefits from the
Travel. You can pack
if the
it and
data
check
came,
it.
and get where
This was made for us.
whatever right now they but the point is that we created our forefathers created the United States.
Get 10%
That
off
was
warehouse
this
burner location near
not
you again.
all of the people in this burger. It is they can operate to
This is
of the people. Even the people who don't like right?
international.
So who's the fight the person engaged
That's why you
in
have
get a say.
saying, so if you engage in participation, the government does review. But if you sit around and you not to mention, you know, with your friends and pursuing
It's a scary thing. So it's that's an issue. Away from the people that are in control, pushing the narrative into the hands of independent creators who can speak freely to have conversations like this and talk about all the fucking deception, all the dark, sinister things. And when it starts to go more and more that way, they're finding incentivized. Now that's directly in conflict with the government. What happens?
people will get creative. You know, we can't servants anybody about what they crave. They really want to know. Or anything. And for us, when we say, sometimes we can't talk about it. You know, it's our livelihood and our well-being. But yeah, it's the next level. So these things came along, right? So meeting online and saying, now for how to do that with together, what you're doing, set people are independent thinkers. I look at very well educated people. They watch their song. Yeah. So it's mathematical ground. So that independent media you're talking about. Of the 100% of people who are in this station right now, 80% of them will learn something new. 80% of them are paying attention right now. Right now, because they're just holding up. But 80% of them aren't paying attention. We are not here to talk to the 80%. You're not doing this. We are talking to somebody. If you look at just the 20%, of the 20% that listen and learn something, of that group only will take action. The other 80% will be satisfied with the fact that they learned what.
But it's also the 20% station too, because the 20% fucking loudest and screaming each other. 20% will actually pay attention. It gives to them because they're in the 80%.
Yeah. What the value is here. What they can eat. You know, I'm not big. This tells them all they need to know, right? In their minds. Now we know that's not the case, right? You should really look into things that bother you, look into things that interest you. Said, find your one thing, do it with full metal and experience, which is the independent thinking, which is a control thing. Control. Let yourself do it. Yeah, to look at the future. We were brought up in government where we had to try to have personal control over a wide set of things. But we don't control over anything. When you can share control over one thing, you're unstoppable. Whether they can have multi-chain over one that's full control over one thing. So yeah, multitasking people should do it. Just never get back to what you're supposed to be doing. You know? I just think your people's eyes to that, to the ability to do that. Think about what they can, not only what they can learn, but think about you guys are independent thinkers. That's what you do. You question things with significance. You don't agree with the question. You're going to do sometimes, but you still look at the prosecuting. And you can exactly the kind of thing that's right. People that pitch in home, people that are complaining all the time, people that don't have an independent thought. So what is bitching? That's what I do.
And it's instant gratitude, it's instant satisfaction. Oh, did you see what I said? That dude said, okay, so what did you buy? Gratitude, nothing. Nothing. You're back on the store. So find this back. Because I love watching this. Congratulations on both jobs. Favorite things to do is that's one of your recent videos. 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I know you're laughing.